Apologies for the delay. We've had a power failure. Skanda 5, chapter 17. Devotional life in Ila Prita. Sukha said, Mahavishnu was incarcerated as Vamana in order to take back the whole of the universe from Mahabali under the guise of asking for a gift of 3 feet of earth. While measuring with his feet, he pressed his left toe on the dome of the cosmic shell, creating a hole in it. Through that hole, a current of water from the beyond flowed down to the lower regions, washing the feet of the Lord. As it washed the lotus feet of the Lord and carried the pollen of saffron from his holy feet, it acquired the efficiency to eradicate the sins of man by its contact, but itself never becoming impure. It came to be known by the significant name Bhagavat Padi, the god of 1,000 yugas. It fell on the top of the heavens, well known as Vishnupada. The Vishnupada, the realm of Dhruva, the son of Uttanapada, the great devotee of the Lord, with horripilations all over, and with a heart melting in devotion, generated by the thought that it is the water with which his Lord's feet had been washed, and with tears rushing from his lotus bud lights and half-closed eyes, that great devotee Dhruva is even today bathing his head in that water. They are the Saptarshis who consider the fairest fruit all austere observances to consist in having unwavering devotion to the Lord, and as a consequence, reject all other attainments, including mukti. Even they consider the Ganga so sacred that they devotedly bear the waters of it in the metal locks, just as aspirants of mukti gladly embrace that state when it is within their reach. After descending through the heavenly path, dotted with vast numbers of aerial mansions of the celestials, and moistening the orb of the moon, it descends to the top of Mahameru, the abode of Brahma. Dividing into 4 streams: Sita, Alankananda, Chakshu, and Bhadra. It flows through the 4 regions into the sea. Of these, Sita, starting from Brahma's abode and passing through the tops of the mountain, stand as filaments in the center of earth lotus, falls down to the top of the mountain Kandamadana. It then flows east through the middle of the region, Bhadraswa, and falls into the salt ocean on the east. In the same way, the branch river Chakshu, falling from the top of Mount Malyavan, flows swiftly in the direction of the region Ketumala and into the western sea. The branch river Bhadra, too, flowing down from Mahameru through different mountain tops below and passing from one mountain to another, finally descend from the top of Shringavan into Uttarakuru region, and flowing northwards reaches the northern sea. In the same way, the river Alankananda, flowing down from the abode of Brahma by the southern side and passing through several mountains, reaches the mountain Hemaketu, from where it flows very rapidly through mountain peaks in the direction of Bharatavarsha and joins the southern sea. One who comes for a way path in that Alankananda easily gets the fruit of Ashwamedha and Rajasuya at every step he takes towards the holy river. So holy it is. Besides this, there are innumerable other rivers, big and small, originating from mountains like Meru and flowing through each and every one of these regions. Of all these Varshas region, Bharatavarsha alone is the field of karma, or the place where a jiva can acquire merit and demerit by work. The other 8 Varshas are places where jivas who have almost completed their merits in enjoyment in Swarga, come to reap the effect of their residuary meritorious deeds. The conditions of the inhabitants of these regions are like those in Treta Yuga. They have a lifespan of 10,000 years. They have elements like bodies, unfailing youth, strength, and joyous temperament. They and their wives have extraordinarily sexual potency, which enables them to have protected sex enjoyment all through their life, disturbed by the birth of only one issue towards the end of the lifespan. In these varshas, leading devas are honored with grand reception by the chiefs of the votaries. There are retreats and sanctuaries with an abundance of trees whose branches are bending in all seasons, alike with the loads of leaves, flowers, and fruits. In the valleys of the mountains of these regions are lakes of pure water inhabited by numerous water birds like swans, waterfowls, cranes, karandavas, and chakrabakas. These birds, as well as honeybees, inebriated and delighted with the fragrance of freshly blown lotus flowers in the lakes. Fill the atmosphere with the delightful warblings. The leading celestials engage themselves in water sports in these lakes with a woman of ravishing beauty, augmented by the stimulation of love expressed through their excited looks, smiles, and sportive dispositions. In all these 9 varshas, Bhagavan Narayana is even today manifested in different forms in order to bless the inhabitants of these regions. In the Ilabrita, there is Sri Parameshwara. He is the only male there. Because of the curse of Devi Bhavani, anyone entering there will become a woman. So no man ever enters there. The reason for this will be explained elsewhere. There, Shiva, together with the consort Bhavani, and surrounded by the countless number of women attendants of the latter, meditates upon and establishes in his heart the Lord Shankarashan, the fourth of the Vyohas, of the Mahapurusha, the Supreme Being, embodying his power of destruction, which is also Shiva's own source. He recites the following mantra and praise. Om, salutations to the Lord, the Supreme Being, who is the support and manifester of the whole objective world constituted of the gunas, without himself being affected by it, who has no limitations of space and time, who is beyond all individuality, and who has the eightfold power in its fullness. O worshipful one, adoration to thee, thou alone art endowed with all bhagas, or divine majesties. Though the cause of all, thou dost manifest specially through thy devotees. Thou causest bondage to persons without devotion, while thou breakest that of devotees. Thou art the one at whose lotus feet everyone can take refuge. Thou controlling and directing the whole of the manifested universe as its witness. Thou art not in the least affected by the modes of ignorance and the passions resulting from them, unlike us who are perturbed by anger and other passions. Who is the man that feels the urge for freedom from enslavement, attachments, and passions, and yet will not worship thee, that Supreme Being, who art unaffected in the least by Maya? He who, out of his mysterious power, appears to the ignorant as one inebriated and having eyes radiant like those of a person under intoxicants. He who is so charming that the serpent wives in attendance are overwhelmed with bashfulness on contact his fate. He who is the ultimate source of creation, preservation, and destructions of the worlds, who, being beyond all these three, is called Ananta, unlimited, who feels unconcerned with the burden of the earth resting somewhere on his numerous hoods, as if it were a mere mustard seed. He who first manifested a form for himself based on the sattva quality under the name Mahatattva, known also as Brahma, from whom I was born, were the function of creation based on the three types of ahankara, sattvika, rajasika, and tamasika. He by whose grace we, the Mahatattva, ahankara, devas and bhutas, carry on the work of creation, being directed in that work as birds are by the person holding them by the string, by the infatuating power of whose maya, the world gets entangled in external manifestations of nature and the ego-centered actions springing from them without knowing the way to overcome that infatuation, to that being the source of the functions of creations and the solution of the universe, we offer our salutation. Athartha Dasho Yaya. Worship of the Lord in the various varshas. Hayagriva and Bhadrashva. Sri Sukha said, in the Bhadrashvara, the son of Dharma named Bhadrashva, along with his chiefs, worships with deep devotion and concentration on the spiritual form of Vasudeva, known as Hayagriva. They invoke him in the following hymn. Bhadrasrava says, Om, salutation to the Lord, the embodiment of Dharma, the grantor of purity of heart to his votaries. Wonderful indeed is the Lord's flame. See how even while witnessing the death of others on all sides, man fails to recognize that death would visit him too. See how, even immediately after the funeral rites of the fathers and sons, men are eager to possess the wealth and ready to indulge in any mean action that would help them enjoy the trivial pleasures of the world. Wise men speak of the world as impermanent, and men of spiritual insight realize it as such. Yet people at the large blindly take it as permanent under the infatuation of the yoga maya. This indeed is a surprising play of thine. Though thou art the pure spirit, untainted and actionless, the scriptures accept thee as the cause of the manifestation, sustentation, and dissolution of the worlds. In thee, who art both the cause and the effect, who art the essence of all, but yet dost transcend them in fact. This harmony of contradictions is nothing strange, considering thy power yoga maya. At the end of the kalpa, when the forces of ignorance, represented by Shankasura, hid the Veda in the nether worlds, thou didst embody thyself as Hayagriva, with the head of a horse and the body of a man, lift them up from the nether worlds and bestow them on Brahma, who was eagerly seeking it from thee. My salutations to thee of unfailing resolutions. In the region known as Harivarsha, the Lord is manifest as Narasimha. Why he did so is described elsewhere. There, Prahlada, whose birth and life among the Asuras sanctified that race, meditates on that charming form with unwavering and concentrated devotion, along with all his followers. He addresses the following hymn, beginning with this mantra. Our salutations to the Lord Krishna, to him who is a light of all lights. Manifest thyself before us, O Lord, with thy powerful teeth and claws. Burn up in us all impressions born of karma. Consume away the darkness of ignorance in us. Atma is our refuge. The Atma is our refuge. Om Trisham. May all the worlds be happy. May the wicked man attain to purity and peace. Let all people pray for mutual peace. May their minds be at peace. And may our minds too, along with all others, attain to that state of spontaneous flow towards the Lord, free from the promptings of all worldly desires. May we be free from attachment to house, wife, sons, wealth, and relatives. We are to be attached to any. Let it be to the devotees of the Lord. For the man who is free from worldly attachment, who is satisfied with bare subsistence, and who is self-controlled, does attain soon to spiritual realization, but not so to those engrossed in properties and sense enjoyments. In the company of holy men, an aspirant naturally happens to hear about the Lord's excellences, and by virtue of the communion, the devotee is thus established with him through the senses of hearing. He verily enters into their hearts and rids them of their very tendencies that lead to sinful actions. Repeated dips in the holy waters can remove only the dirt of the body and fructified sin, but not the tendencies that prompt one to sinful acts. Who is the right-minded man that would, under the circumstances, abstain from listening to the Lord's excellences? All the deity, along with all virtues, attend upon him with wholehearted and motiveless devotion to the Lord. But a person who is always moving amidst objects of the senses and has no longing for the Lord, how can he be endowed with any great virtues as benevolence, enlightenment, renunciation, and the like?
Just as waters is the what sustains the life of a fish, so is the Bhagavan Sri Hari, the very sustenance of all embodied beings. Nothing should therefore be dearer to them than he. If men who are forgetful of this and are attached to their homes, relatives, and possessions are nonetheless called great because of their worldly position, such estimation of them is a mere convention. Just as in regard to a married couple, it is a convention to consider the elder partner, the husband, as superior merely because of his age. Therefore, abandon the worldly life, the sphere of the repetitive experience of life and death, and the source of all misery arising from restlessness, attachments, anxieties, anger, desire, pride, fear, sickness, and worries, and let men take shelter at the feet of Nasimha, where he will find a veritable haven of peace and security. Region called Ketumala, the Lord manifests as Kamadeva in order to please Lakshmi Devi and also the 36,000 daughters and sons of Prajapati, who is the master of that Varsha. The deities identifying themselves with nights are the daughters, and those with days are the sons. The pregnancy of these daughters gets aborted before a year because of the fierce puissance of the discourse of the Lord. They, the Lord sports by delighting Rama by his great, graceful and sportive movements, by his attractive smile and looks, and by his most charming face, whose eyebrows are slightly raised as he playfully glances at the surroundings. There, Rama adores the enchanting form of the Lord through concentrated meditation and worship, along with the daughters of Prajapati at night and with his sons during the day. The following are the mantras and hymn with which she invokes the Lord. Om Haram Harim Harum. Salutations to thee, both within and without, O Lord of all divine majesties, thou controller of the senses of all, the one indicated as their transcendent source by all impressive manifestations of virtue. Thou, the Lord of all, worship, knowledge, spiritual aspiration, and their fulfillment. Thou, the one endowed with 16 paths. Thou, the one who has assumed the forms of all Vedic meters, of all objects of enjoyments, of all bliss, of all that exists, of all strength in the world, and of all beauty seen therein. In this world, women adore thee, the master of all the senses, by the practice of austerities and other disciplines, with the desire they might get worthy husbands. But they little realize that these husbands, their coveted masters, whom they seek in distinction from thee, are not able to save their dear children, their wealth, and their life. For they are themselves limited beings with no freedom for themselves. Unlike them, I, Lakshmi, adore as my husband the eternal and omnipotent Bhagavan Mahavishnu. He is the real master who himself, fearless, saves the fear-stricken people from all fears. The one free from all fears is thyself. For thou, being the one all-comprehending existence, with no second entity outside of thee, has nothing to gain except what thyself art, nor hast thou any to be afraid of, being the sole existence, unlike the various divinities, who have necessarily to be afraid of their compeers. That woman who desires for nothing but the service of thy feet has all her longings fulfilled. She becomes indeed a reveler of all desires. To those who worship thee with particular worldly desires, thou dost indeed grant those desires, but, O Lord, they will have cause to grieve afterwards when the effects of those particular boons are exhausted. For attaining me, Sri or the goddess of wealth and good fortune, even Brahma, Shiva, Devas, and Asuras perform difficult austerities with their minds set on material prosperity. But, O Lord, my heart is entirely given over to thee, and I care not for any except those who are devoted to thy feet. O imperishable one, deign to place on my head the lotus palm of thine as an act of blessing, as thou dost on the heads of thy devotees. Thou worshipful one, thou hast certainly given me a place in thy chest as an emblem of that, but thou hast not yet blessed my placing thy hand on my head. Who, indeed, can fathom the depth of the intentions behind the play enacted by thy Durga Maya? In the region called Ramyakavarsha, Manu Vaishvata, to whom, in his previous birth, as Satyavrata, the Lord revealed his form as a fish, is even today adoring him in that form, repeating the following mantra and hymn. Oh, salutations to the divine fish, the supreme Lord, and the greatest of all beings, the embodiment of pure sattva, the master of life, energy and strength in the body, senses and mind of all beings. Salutations again, unseen even by the presiding deities, either within or without the universe. Thou art sporting in the world, giving out the mighty voice of the Vedas to reveal thy unseen presence. Just as in a puppet show, a man manipulates a wooden doll of a woman's form by means of strings, thou dost, so dost thou, the Lord of all, control and regulate this universe by the string of names. Vain was the attempt of the presiding deities and the governance of the universe consisting of countless beings and inert substance, where they attempted to do so severally and collectively in the spirit of competition and forgetfulness of thee. In the wave-tossed ocean, flooding everything at the end of the cycle, thou, O Lord, didst as the incarnate fish, speed away in that flood with me in the boat-shaped earth, the seed of countless trees and vegetation. In the region known as Hiranmaya Varsha, the Lord manifests as the cosmic tortoise. Thus, Aryama, the head of the Pitris, worship him along with other devotees, repeating the following mantra and hymn. Om, salutations to thee, the tortoise shape. Thou art the embodiment of pure, unsullied Sattva-guna. Thy soul has never been traced by anyone. Time limits thee not. Thy presence is everywhere, and everything is contained in thee. Om, salutations. This world of multiplicity, projected by thy Maya, as a virtually perceived universe, is verily thy form. It is seen as a countless multiplicity because it is viewed apart from thee. Salutations to thy indescribable forms. All this universe consisting of creatures born of the womb, sweat, egg, and earth, all entities described as moving and unmoving, deva, rishis, elements, senses, firmament, space, sky, earth, mountains, rivers, oceans, continents, planets, and stars. All these form one unity in thee. The countless forms, names, and attributes into which thou hast manifested through Yoga Maya have been classified into 24 categories by great philosophers. But even this perception of the many as separate existence is effaced when spiritual insight reveals their unity in thee. Om, salutations to thee, revealed by unitive understanding. In Uttara Kuru Varsha, the Yajna embodied Lord, manifesting the form of the cosmic ball, along with devotees there. Mother Earth adores him with great devotion and continuously repeats the following mantra. Om, salutation to the Lord, the great being, who is understood through mantras, whose form consists in yajnas and kratus, whose limbs are the great advaras, whose effects purification through rituals, and who is manifest in the three yugas. Thy form figuratively, conceived in rituals and their fruits, is brought out by intelligent philosophers and devotees by applying their minds to thy truth hidden in the body-mind phenomenon. Just as ritualists churn out the fire latent in the pharmacist by striking one stick against another. Salutations to thee, who thus manifest thyself to the aspirants. The truth of thy being is at first indicated by and next investigated through the manifestation of thy power as the various aspects of nature, like sense objects, senses, and the rest. But this powerful manifestation of thine is rejected, and thy transcendent being, intuited by sages whose intelligence had become restrained and concentrated through the practice of self-control and discrimination. Salutations to thee. Though thou devoid of any desire, thou out of thy mercy for the jivas assumest the desire to create without any involvement, as in the presence of a magnet, a piece of iron becomes activized and performs the various movements. Even so, in thy presence, Maya, thy power of manifestations, functions, creating, preserving, and dissolving the universe. Salutations to thee, the uninvolved witness of the cosmic process. Having destroyed thy enemies, the elephant like Asura, in battle and lifting me upon thy task, thou in thy manifest as the cosmic ball, didst come out of the waters like a sporting elephant. My salutations to thee, the all-pervading being and the Lord of all. Athai Kona Vimsho Yaya. Sri Sukha said, in Purusha Varsha, the worshipful Lord, the primeval person, is unceasingly adored as Sri Ramachandra, the brother of Lakshmana and the husband of Sita, by his great devotee and servant, Hanuman, along with all the devotees of that Varsha.
Listening to the musical and sweet rendering of his master story, the Kandava, headed by Saint Archit Shena, he hymns as follows. Om. Salutations to thee, the possessor of all divine majesties and of taintless fame. Salutations to thee, the possessor of supreme nobility of form and character. Salutations to thee, of absolute self-control, but following the way of a human being so as to set an example to the world. Salutations to thee, who are the touchstone for testing nobility and greatness everywhere. Salutations to thee, the lover of all holy men. Salutations to thee, the great one possessing royal majesty. And take shelter in him who is pure awareness, who is the one without a second, who transcends matter and its modifications by spiritual glory, who is all pervading, who is all peace, who is without the limitations of name, form, or individuality, and who is intuited by the purified mind. Thy incarnation as a human being is for teaching men and not merely for the destruction of Rakshasas. Otherwise, how can the sorrow of separation from Sita affect thee, who art ever absorbed in thy inherent bliss? Thou, Vasudeva, who art the Lord of all and the soul and the dear one of self-controlled one, has no attachment to anything in the universe. How then could thou be moved by infatuation for Sita? And how could thou think of abandoning Lakshmana? It was only just for teaching that too much of personal love and too much of adherence to the letter of the law are self-defeating in their effect. Neither nobility, nor birth, nor great beauty of form, nor proficiency in speech, nor intelligence can make anyone dear to thee. Otherwise, how couldst thou have united thyself in friendship with us, mere inhabitants of the forest, devoid of all those qualifications? Let one be a Sura, Deva, or an Asura, demon, a Vandara, monkey, or a Nar, man. What matters is that he should, with his whole heart, worship Rama, who is none but Hari, embodied as man, who is pleased with the least good performed, and who gave salvation to all the inhabitants of Kosala. In the Bharatavarsha, the Lord, assuming simultaneously the twin form of the worshipful Narayana, moves about unknown to anyone. For the blessings of pious men out of mercy, he will live till the end of the Kalpa, revealing the true nature of the Atman through a life of austerity characterized by the highest morality, enlightenment, renunciation, power, self-control, and freedom from egoism. They, along with the pious inhabitants of Bharata, who follow the Varnashrama, social system, worshipful Narada, who has resolved to instruct Manu Savarni in the doctrines of the Panchatantra, also in Shastras like Samkhya and Yoga, revealed by the Lord, worships him devotedly and repeats the following mantra. Om. Salutation again and again to the Lord Narayana, the peaceful, the egoless, the wealth of the possessionless, the noblest among the rishis, the teacher of the Paramahansas, the best among the self-absorbed ones. He also sings, though thou art the creator of the worlds, thou art not bound by thy creative activity. Though residing in a body, thy spiritual splendor is not in the least suppressed by bodily infirmities. Though the witness of everything, the world of object consisting in the effects of Prakriti do not affect thee. Salutations to the unattached, to the uninvolved, to the witness, O Lord of yogis. The skill in yoga described by Brahma consists in the capacity to abandon at the time of death all attachments to the perishable body and concentrate the mind on thee, who art above the modifications of Prakriti. If a learned man, too, is afraid of giving up this miserable body, just like worldly men with countless desires and attachments for wife, children, and wealth, then all his efforts at gaining knowledge can only be called a thankless task, an exercise in futility. Therefore, O Lord, bestow on us that form of loving devotion exclusively directed towards thee. Directed towards thee, by virtue of which we can cut asunder this intense and irredeemable attachment to this debased thing of a body, generated by thy Maya through a sense of identification with it. In Bharatavarsha, there are numerous mountains and rivers. A list of them is as follows: Malaya, Mangala Prastha, Mainaka, Trikuta, Vishaba, Kutaka, Kolaka, Sahya, Devagiri, Rishamukha, Sri Saila, Venkata, Mahendra, Varidhara, Vindhya, Shaktiman, Rishagiri, Pariyatra, Drona, Chitrakuta, Govardhana, Ravataka, Kukupa, Nila, Kokamukha, Indrakila, Kamagira, Giri, etc. Besides these, there are numerous other mountains, and there are several rivers too, having their sources in these mountains. The people of Bharata take their bath in these rivers, which are so holy that even the names are capable of purifying a person. The names of the great rivers of Bharata are as follows: Chandravasa, Tamraparni, Avatota, Kritamala, Vaishyasi, Kaveri, Veni, Payasvini, Sakara, Varta, Tungabhadra, Krishna, Venya, Vimarathi, Govardhari, Nirvadya, Payosnish, Tapi, Reva, Surasa, Narmada, Sharmavati, Sindhu, Andam, Sonam, Mahanadi, Vedaspriti, Rishikulya, Trisama, Kausiki, Mandakini, Yamuna, Saraswati, Drishadwati, Komati, Sarayu, Rodaswati, Sattavati, Sushoma, Satadru, Chandrabhaga, Marudvita, Vatasta, Asigni, and Vishwa. For men born in this Bharatvarsha, there are three prospects open: the world of the Devas, the world of men, in the region of purgatory, according as their works are dedicated by the qualities of Rajas, Sattva, Rajas, or Tamas, following the disciplines of Varnashri, Rama, all progress from stage to stage and attain mukti. When close association with holy men is established, then through the severing of the constricting knot of ignorance, there arises in the heart of man spiritual freedom consisting in the desire-free and single-minded devotion to the Supreme Being, who is the soul of all souls, who is free from all passions, who is beyond the power of words to describe, who is his own support, and also the support of all beings, and who is a transcendent spirit. So the Devas sing as follows about the greatness of the birth of Bharatavarsha. Is it because the auspicious acts done by them are of such transcendent merit, or is it because Sri Hari has bestowed on them his unconditioned grace? Then these jivas have obtained a birth in Bharatavarsha, where conditions are propitious for the practice of devotion to Sri Hari. Would that we too obtain such birth in Bharata? Of what use are the hard and difficult observance like yajnas, austerities, vows, and charitable works, by virtue of which we have attained to these spiritual ephemeral heavenly regions? For the minds of beings in these regions are without the capacity to entertain devotional sentiment towards Narayana, and even in those who have something of it, such devotional tendencies are quickly effaced by the preponderance of sensuous enjoyments here. For far more comfortable is birth in Bharata, in spite of lifespan there being short, than embodiment in those heavenly regions where life extends to eons. For striving with the human body, wise men overcome and abandon the bondage of karma, easily attain to the eternal state of Hari, where flows not the continuous narration of divine excellences, where exist not holy men devoted wholeheartedly to the Lord, where prevails not the practice of divine worship attended with great grand celebration. Avoid such places, even if they be the heaven of Indra. Even after obtaining embodiment in the human body, which offers all the necessary facilities for the attainment of entertainment and devotion. If a man fails to strive for spiritual freedom, he is like a bird which remains entrapped even when the way of escape is open to it. Their devout men of Bharata, engaged in scripture ordained rites, make offerings in the sacrificial fire, observing the ritualistic rules and uttering the proper mantras in invocation of various deities. Though called under different names, all these deities are none but thyself. So it is thyself alone, the perfect one, and the bestower of the rewards of all worship, that accepts all these offerings. To such devotees, praying to thee for worldly fulfillments, their prayers are indeed granted by thee. But such gifts do not represent thy real blessing. For, not satisfied with what has been got, more prayers for further fulfillments continue from these recipients afterwards. But on those who seek no boon of any kind, thou, of thy own accord, bestowest a place at thy feet, which has the power to give them that ultimate fulfillment which eradicates all desires from their hearts. If any more meritorious deeds remains in store for us after these enjoyments in heaven, may we, by virtue of thee, be born in the blessed Varsha, the earlier name of Bharatavarsha, our minds devoted to thee. For on those who practice devotion in this region, thou dost bestow thy grace. Excuse me. O king, some say that there are 8 minor islands in Jambudvipa. These came into existence when the sons of Sagara dug the earth while going about in search of the horse in connection with his father's sacrifice. These are Swarna Prastha, Chandra Sukla, Avartana, Ramanaka, Mandarai, Harina, Panchanjanya, Simhala, and Lanka. O thou, the best of the clan of Bharatas, I have given you an account of Jambudvipa and its divisions according to the instructions I have received.
अथ विंशोऽध्यायः Laksha and its features. Sri Sukha said, now will be described the other 6 dvipas, continents or islands, beginning with Laksha, with details about their division, area, characteristics, and positions. Just as Mahameru is surrounded by Jambudvipa, so is Jambudvipa surrounded by the saltwater ocean, equal in area to the Dvipa itself. Lakshadvipa double in extent encircles with salt ocean, just as the belt of woodland surrounds a mount. There stands on it a Laksha tree, a lakh of yojanas in extent and golden in color, giving its name to the Dvipa, just as Jambudvipa got its name from the Jambu tree only. The Lord in the form of fire with 7 tongues is present there. Idmajibha, the son of Priyavrata, was once its king. He divided it into 7 varshas, allotting these to his 7 sons, who had names identical with these varshas. He eventually took to a contemplative life for the attainment of moksha. Shila, Yavasa, Subhadra, Santa, Shima, Amrita, Abhaya. These are the 7 varshas. Of them, there are 7 well-known mountains and rivers. The name of the mountains are Manikuta, Prajakuta, Indrasena, Jyotishmani, Suparna, Hiranyaksha, Hira, and Megamala. The rivers are Aruna, Nimla, Angirasi, Savitri, Suprabhata, Rita, Pitambhara, and Satyambhara. Purified from the influence of rajas and tamas by drinking the water of these rivers, the people of those varshas divided into 4 communities. Hamsa, Patanga, Uttravayana, and Satyanga. Lived for the lifespan of 1,000 years. They are the devas in being, devoid of perspiration, and in their ways of procreation. They worship the Lord as Surya Narayana, the savior and embodiment of the Vedas, with Vedic mantras. I salute Surya Narayana, the manifestation of the eternal being Mahavishnu, the basis of all dharma in its practical and theoretical aspect, as also of immortality and destruction. In all the 5 tribas, beginning with Plaksha, people are naturally alive in the endowment of longevity, sense power, mental strength, physical power, intelligence, courage, etc. Lakshadvipa is encircled by the sea of sugarcane juice of the same width as the Dvipa itself. Beyond that sea, and double its worth, lies an encircling Salma Dvipa, which in turn is encircled by the sea of liquor equal to its inward. It is called Salmara Dvipa because on its stem the tree is called Salmara. equal in size to the Plaksha tree. In the Lakshadweepa, great men say that seated on the tree Garuda is singing the glory of Mahavishnu through the Vedic chant. The king of this Dweepa is Priyavrata's son, Yajnabahu. He divided this land into 7 varshas among his 7 sons. The names of these varshas, which are identical with those of their rulers, are as follows. Sulochana Somanasya Ramanaka Devavarsha Paribhadra Apanyana and Avichnada. The important mountains in these regions are called Swarasa, Satasringa, Vamadeva, Kunda, Mukunda, Pushpavarsha, and Sahasra Ruti. And the names of the rivers are Anumati, Sinivala, Vali, Saraswati, Kuhu, Rajani, Nanda, and Raka. There are 4 types of inhabitants known as Sutadhara, Vidyadhara, Vasundhara, and Ishandhara perform sacrifices to the Supreme Being who has taken the form of the Veda and the Soma. They pray, Soma, without by these rain, food on quickly during the dark fortnight and on the Vedas in the bright fortnight. May that Soma, the Raja, be propitious to us, his subjects. Like the above Dvipas, the Kusa Dvipa extends beyond the Lika Ocean, encircling it and having double its width. It is surrounded by the oceans of Ki, equal to itself in dimension. Its name, Kusa Dvipa, is derived from the pillar of Kusa grass created by the Lord himself, which emits heatless but brilliant rays as of fire and illumines the waters. O king, the son of Priyavrata, named Hiranya was the king of their Kripa. He divided it into 7 regions, and he named after his 7 sons and awarded them to those 7 sons according to their names, and then departed for spending his time in meditation on the Lord. The names of these are Vasudhana, Vidaruchi, Nabhigusa, Srutu, Suchavrata, Vivikta, and Vamadeva. In these regions, there are 7 boundary mountains: Chakra, Chatushringa, Kapila, Chitrakuta, Devanika, Urtvaroma, and Dravina, and also 7 important rivers: Rasakulya, Madhukulya, Mitravinda, Sutravinda, Devagarbha, Krita Jyuta, and Mantramala. There are 4 classes of inhabitants there: Kusala, Kuvita, Abhiyukta, and Kulaka, who, being purified by the waters of the aforesaid rivers, worship the Lord, manifest there in the form of fire, their ritual offered therein without egotism and expectation. They pray, O fire, thou art the carrier of the offerings to the Supreme Being, by making offerings to the deity, who are only part of the Supreme Being. One is making offerings to the whole that is to the Supreme Being himself. Beyond the ocean of Ki is the Raucha Dvipa, double its extent and surrounded in turn by an ocean of milk equal to the Dvipa in area. Even as the Kusa Dvipa is encircled by the ocean of Ki, on it stands the king of mountains, Krauncha, from which the continent derives its name. Though its rocky middle region and its arbor had been pounded by the weapon of Guha, it was safe through the protection of Varuna and of the waves of the Milk Ocean washing its foot. Prishta, one of the sons of Priyavrata, was the ruler of it. He divided it into 7 regions, giving the name of his 7 sons to them, and assigned each of the sons to that name. After that, he retired, attained to enlightenment, and sought shelter at the feet of Srihari, the auspicious, the soul of all. The name of those sons of Grita, Prishta, and the regions they ruled over are Ama, Roha, Megha, Prishta, Sudama, Vajishta, Lohitarna, and Vanaspati. The 7 mountains of the regions are Sukla, Vardhamana, Ojana, Upabhargina, Nanda, Nandana, and Sarvatovadra. And the 7 rivers are Abhaya, Amrita, Kaha, Araya, Tirhavati, Briti Rupavati, Pavitravati, and Sukla. Purified by the waters of these rivers, the 4 kinds of people inhabiting it, known as Purusha, Rishabha, Ravina, and Devaka, worship him as water, with offerings of water filled in cupped palms. They recite, O pure waters, you have derived power from the Almighty Himself. You purify the 3 worlds. By nature, you possess the power to eradicate the result of sins. May you purify our bodies by your contact. Beyond the Milk Ocean, surrounding it by work of 32 lakhs of yojanas, is the Sakadvipa, which in turn is surrounded by the sea of curds of equal width. This river is so called because of the Saka tree standing on it. The sweet smell it emerges makes the whole continent fragrant. The ruler of it, Medahiti, the son of Priyavrata, divided it into 7 regions, each with the name of each of his sons, and put them as rulers of the regions, bearing their respective names. He then went as an ascetic to the forest to devote his mind entirely, to concentrate on the Supreme Being who is beyond the limitation of time and space. The names of those regions are Purojava, Manojava, Pavamana, Domanika, Chitrarepa, Bahurupa, and Vishwadhara. The boundary mountains in these regions are 7. These being Ishana, Urusringa, Bhalabhadra, Satak, Chera, Sahasrarotas, Devapala, and Mahanasa. The 7 main rivers of the regions are Anga, Arun, Ayodhya, Abhyaspriti, Aparajita, Prachapadi, Sahasrashruti, and Nidhashriti. Ritavrata, Satyavrata, Dhanavrata, Anuvrata. These are the 4 types of people inhabiting it. They destroy the element of rajas and tamas in themselves through pranayama. Thus purified, they meditate on the Supreme Being as Vayu and adore Him through samadhi. They pray, He who having entered into the innermost core of all beings, sustain them and with prana, a symbol indicating His existence behind it. May that inner pervader and the unquestioned Lord of all protect us. It is indeed clear that the world functions under the control of His manifestations as prana. Beyond the Kurd Ocean is the Pushkara Dvipa, in extent double that of the Kurd Ocean. It is surrounded by an ocean of pure water equal to the Dvipa in dimension. There is in it a lotus flower with innumerable thousands of petals shining like flames. Thus, lotus has been assigned as the seed of Brahma. In the middle of that Dripa, there is only one mountain named Manasrotara, which marks the boundary of the only two Varshas into which this Dripa is divided. This mountain is 10,000 yojanas in height and in length. On its four sides of the cities of the four protecting deities of the four quarters, including Indra, are situated. Along the top of that mountain, the sun traverses his course around the Mahameru in his chariot, whose one rotation around Mahameru constitutes 1 year, consisting of Uttarayana and Dakshinayana, the day and the night of the Devas. Its ruler, Vijayhodra, also the son of Priyavrata, divided the Kripa into two Varshas for his two sons, Ramanaka and Dadaki, and retired to engage himself in devotional practices following the footsteps of his precursors.
People there worship the Supreme Being as Brahma for its breakfast, with rites conducive to the attainment of Brahmaloka. They repeat the following mantra. Salutations to thee, O Brahma, the object of people's worship, who represents the highest goal that karma can take one to, who is the manifestation of Brahma, the Supreme Being, and one who is one with the Supreme Being, though he has assumed separation for the purpose of creation, and who is all peace. Sri Shuka said, beyond that ocean of fresh water is the famous mountain Lokaloka, which stands as an encircling wall between the regions having sunlight and those without it. There is between Loka and the freshwater sea, land equally in extent to the distance between the Manasotara mountain and the Meru. Beyond that is another region, golden and shining like a mirror. Nothing can put in it can return, and it will get dissolved. So it is without any living being. As the mountain stands between Loka and Aloka, it gained the name of Loka. This Loka is the boundary mountain placed by the Creator beyond and around as the limit of the three worlds. These three worlds are lighted by the sun's rays. Neither the light of the sun nor that of any luminary up to Dhruva can go beyond the top of this mountain. It is so high and extensive. This much is the conclusion of wise men about the earth, its disposition, size, characteristics, position, etc. 50 crores of yojana is the extent of the earth. The Loka mountain is a fourth, that is 12.5 crores of yojanas. The self-born one, the Lord and Master of all, has for the stability of the universe placed on the four sides of the Loka mountain 4 elephants known as the elephants of the quarters. They are the Shapa, Pushkarachuta, Vamana, Aparajita, for encouraging and imparting powers to these and to the guardian lords of the worlds, who are his glories, the supreme Lord, the indweller of all, and the source and spring of all majesties and powers, reveals all over that mountain is one divine form of Suddha Sattva, endowed with excellences like virtue, knowledge, discretion, lordliness, the eightfold powers, etc. As also with many arms holding conch, discus, etc., and surrounded by his followers like Vishwaksena. It is only by way of sport for the protection of the worlds and the jivas inhabiting them that he has assumed this form for the mysterious power of his Yoga Maya. In giving the measurement of the Loka, all the area within the enclosure of the Loka mountain, the area of the Aloka outside it has also been given, for they are the same. Great men say that this is
the holy regions of the masters of yoga. The middle of the cosmic shell, which is also midway between the earth below and the heaven above, is the region of the sun. The distance between the sun and the heaven, and of the sun and the earth, is like 25 crores of yojanas. For having entered this lifeless cosmic shell, the sun is called Matanda. He is also called Hiranyagarbha because he was generated in the luminous shell. It is on the basis of the sun that all these divisions and distinctions connected with the quarters, sky, heaven, earth, regions of enjoyment, regions of liberation, hells, the various worlds, etc. are made. He is to be meditated upon thus. This Surya Narayana is the soul and the presiding deity of the organ of sight of all its beings, celestials, men, animals, reptiles, vegetation, and all living creatures. Atai Kavishyo Dhyaya, Course of the Sun, chapter 21, Sri Sukasi. Now we have described the location, extent, characteristic, etc. of the earth. By the description of the extent of the earth as 50 crores of yojanas, the extent of heaven is also been described. It is just as in the case of plants having leaves in pairs, one covering the other. For the heaven above covers the earth below. The regions intermediate between the earth and the heaven is the antariksha, the intervening atmospheric region. In the middle of the antariksha is located the sun, the brightest of all luminaries, heating and illumining the three regions, the earth, the middle region, and heaven. He has three movements, accelerated, retarded, and even, which are called Uttarayana, Dakshinayana, and the Vaishuvata. In the course of these movements, he is in high, low, and in middle position. While he passes onwards through his sign of the zodiac Makara, the days are lengthened and nights shortened, and vice versa. When he goes in the opposite direction towards Karkataka, they are equal when he is in the middle. When the sun moves through Mesha and Tula, the days and nights are equally length. When he moves to Vrishapa through the 5 succeeding rasis, the day is longer and the night becomes short, every month by about 1 Kartika. When the sun moves from Vrishchika through the succeeding 5 rasis, the days become shorter and nights longer. Until Dakshinayana starts, daytime grows longer, and until Uttarayana starts, nights grow longer. For the sun to go thus once round the universe along the top of Manasotara mountain, he has to traverse 9 crores and 51 lakhs of yojanas, according to wise men. On the Manasotara mountain, towards the eastern direction of Meru, stands Devadhani, or the city of Indra. Towards the south, Yama's city known as Samyamani. Towards the west, Varuna's city, Nimlochani, and towards the north, Vibhavadi, the city of Soma. In these regions, in the 4 directions of Meru, sunrise, midday, sunset, and midnight occur one after the other, each in succession, thus enabling people to regulate their time for work, rest, prayers, etc. But to the inhabitants of Meru, it is always perpetual midday, though the sun moves in an easterly direction, keeping Meru to the left. It appears as keeping Meru to the right because of the movement of the whole system of the luminous bodies. The sun rises and sets in opposite directions. At one time, he causes perspiration by his heat at midday. When he reaches the opposite point, it is midnight, causing deep sleep, and he is then absolutely invisible. After the sun starts from the city of Indra in the east, he travels 2 crores and 57.5 lakhs of yojanas within 15 Kartikas before he reaches the city of Yama in the south. Afterwards, it takes him the same distance in time to reach the cities of Varuna in the west, and from there to that of Soma in the north, and from there back to Indra's city. The moon and the other planets rise and set with the other stars. The rising and setting of the stars, the sun, also takes place along with those of the stars, but as the latter is invisible, the above statement is made. Thus, the Veda embodied chariot of the sun, traveling at the rate of 34 lakhs and 800 yojanas per muhurta, travels through these 4 cities. Great men have described the chariot of the sun thus: the year in its single wheel. The wheel has 12 spokes constituted of 12 months. It has a rim with 6 segments in the form of the 6 seasons. The 3 chaturmasyas constitute the 3 pieces with which its hub is made. Its axle 3 has one of its ends established on the top of Mahameru and the other end in Manasotara mountain. The wheel of the chariot of the sun, being linked with this axle, moves round along the Manasotara mountain like the single wheel of an oil press. There is another axle connected with the first, like the axle tree of an oil mill. It is 1/4 the length of the first, while its lower end is connected with the first axle. The other is connected with the Dhruva Mandala. The seating place in the sun's chariot is 36 lakh yojanas in length and about 1/4 of it in breadth. The yoke for tying the horses is also of the same length. Aruna, the charioteer, attaches to it the 7 Vedic meters: Gayatri, Pushnik, Anushtu, Brihati, Trishtu, Pankti, Stogati as the horses of the chariot, which carry Surya Narayana. Aruna, though seated in front of the chariot, faces the sun while working as the charioteer. A host of 36,000 rishis of the size of a thumb, known as Valakilyas, stand before the sun and invoke him with hymns. Besides these Valakilyas, there are 14 others, forming 7 ganas or groups of 2 attending one theme. These groups are rishis, Gandharvas, Apsaras, Nagas, Brahmanis, Chaturdanas, and Devas. They bear different names and change every month. They attend upon Surya Narayana, each Gana of 2 serving him in its own particular way. The circumference around the Earth's sphere traversed by the sun is 9 crores and 50 lakhs of yojanas. He traverses this at the rate of 2,000 yojanas in 2 crosas every chan. Atha Dvavishodyaya, chapter 22, the movement of the sun and the planets. Raja Parikshit said, "You have stated that the sun appears to circle, keeping Mahameru and the Dhruva to the right, but that it actually travels facing the Rasis and keeping Meru to the left. Being contradictory, I am not able to understand this." Vishuka said, "You see that while a potter's wheel is moving in one direction, the ends on the wheel can move in an opposite direction. There is no contradiction in it. In the same way, the wheel of time, along with all the stars and rasis, moves in one direction, while the sun and planets on the wheel make independent movement in an opposite direction along the wheel. There is no contradiction in it. This peculiarity of movement can be seen in stars and rasis also. Surya Narayana. It is Narayana, the origin of all, the quest of the Vedas and of those who know the Vedas, that has taken the form of Surya Narayana for the purification of all Vedic rites. For the welfare of the worlds, he has divided his form into 12, which is experienced as the 6 seasons, giving diverse experiences to jivas according to their karmas. Those who follow the way of life laid down by Varnashrama Dharma adore him with faith and devotion through various rites and meditations laid down in the Vedas and attain to spiritual development easily. Sun, the inner soul of everything. traveling along the wheel of time through the intermediary region between the earth and the heaven, creates the 12 limbs of the year, known as months by their zodiacal signs. The month is divided into two fortnights according to the reckoning based on the moon. For the Petries, this is a day and a night. When the sun experiences 1/6 of a year, that is called a ritu. When the sun completes half of his course in the sky, that is, passes through the 6 rasis, that is called an ayana. The time taken by the sun to traverse the whole of the firmament of the intermediary region, that is, the 12 rasis, is known differently, according to the reckoning of the speed of his movement as quick, slow, or medium, as samvatsara, parivatsara, ida vatsara, anu vatsara, and vatsara in different systems of calculations. The moon, who is more than a lakh of yojanas above the sun, and moving with accelerated motion before the sun, covers the distance of the sun's round for 1 year in 2 fortnights, 1 month in 2¼ days, and for a fortnight in 1 day. The waxing and waning of the moon, signifying bright and the dark fortnight, constitute the day and the night for the devas, and the reverse for the Petras. The moon gives food and energy to all, as he helps the growth of seeds. The moon passes through each constellation in 30 muhurtas.
The worshipful moon has 16 digits. He is thought form, food form, and bliss form. He is also the all form, because he satisfies the hunger, the life principle in all beings. Devas, Petris, men, animals, birds, serpents, trees, creepers, etc. For all cereals that provide food all cereals that provide food for all beings grow due to his light. 3 lakhs of yojanas above the moon, there are 28 nakshatras, constellations, including Abhijit, fixed to the wheel of time and going around the Mahameru, keeping always to the left. 2 lakhs of yojanas further from this, Shukra or Usana, Venus is seen. His movements resemble those of the sun, and by his accelerated, retarded, and even movements, he is sometimes in advance of the sun, sometimes behind him, and sometimes along with him. He is always favorable to living beings. By his movements, he brings rain, and from this, it has to be inferred that he inhibits the evil influence of planets that retard rain. 2.5 lakh yojanas beyond Shukra is Buddha, Mercury, the son of Soma. Much of what is Shukra is applicable to him. He has beneficial influence on creatures. But when he goes far away from the sun, he creates storms, heavy clouds, without rain, and other undesirable phenomena. Next, 2.5 lakhs of yojanas above is the planet Mars, Angaraka. When he is not in a retrograde motion, he traverses each of the 12 signs of the zodiac, Rasi, in 3 fortnights. He is generally a force of evil and is inauspicious. Higher still by 2 lakhs of yojanas is Brihaspati, Jupiter. When he is not subject to retrograde movement, he travels through each Rasi in the course of a year. He is a favorable planet. At the distance of 2 lakhs of yojanas from there, Shani, Saturn is seen. He takes 3 months to pass through each Rasi and requires several years to cover all the Rashi. He is an evil planet. 11 lakhs of yojanas higher still, the Saptarshis, the great bear, move around Dhruva, the abode of the Lord, working for the welfare of all creatures. Atha Triyo Vinsho Dhyaya. Dhruva, the pole star. Sri Shuka said, 13 lakhs of yojanas above the region of Saptarshis is the realm of Dhruva, very dear to the Supreme Being. There, Dhruva, the son of Uttanapada, stays, and out of respect for him, Agni, Indra, Kashyapa, Prajapati and Dharma circumambulate, keeping him to their right. He stays till the end of the kalpa, doing good to all beings. His story has been described earlier in the fourth skanda. The sphere of Dhruva shines, established as it were by the word of the Lord, as a central post for supporting the movements of numerous planets, constellations, and other luminaries that are moving round and round by the impulsion of time, the vigilant, the matchlessly swift, and the omnipotent manifestation of the Lord Himself. Just as on the threshing floor oxen are tied to a central pole and made to go round and round in 3 circles in 3 fixed radii, so are all the constellations and planets fixed to the pole star Dhruva and made to go round and round till the end of the kalpa, driven by the power of the wind. Just as clouds and birds do not fall down from the sky, thanks to their wind and their own movement, so also these luminaries, who are meritorious jivas, are sustained in the sky by their karma without being allowed to fall down. Some describe this assemblage of luminaries as a formation in the shape of an alligator, Tishumara, manifested and sustained by the yogic power of the divine Vasudeva. The alligator is suspended with tail above and the head down in a curved position. At the tip of the tail is Dhruva. On the body of the tail are located Prajapati, Kashyapa, Agni, Indra, and Dharma. Towards the junction of the tail with the body is Dhata and Vidata. On the waist, the 7 rishis. On the right side, bending towards the right, the 14 Uttarayanya nakshatras from Abhijit to Punarvasu. And on the left side, the 14 Dakshinaya nakshatras from Pushya to Uttarashadha. Just as the ribs on both sides of the alligator are equal, so are on each side of that curved formation 14 nakshatras. On its backs are the constellations called Ajaviti, and on the undersurface is Akashaganga. The constellations on the left and the right are located as follows. On the right and left are loins are Punavarshu and Pushya. Ardra and Ashlesha are on the right and left hind. Abhijit and Uttarashada are on the right and left nostrils. Shravana and Purvashada are on the right and left eyes. Dhanishta and Mula are in the right and left ears. The 8 constellations from Magha onwards, marking the southern course of the sun, are on the ribs and the left side. The other 8 ones from Vrigashirsha, marking the northern course, are on the ribs and the right side in the reverse order. The remaining Satabhishek and Jeshta are the right and left shoulders. Further, in the upper jaw is located Agastya and Yama at the lower, Mars, Angaraka at the mouth, and Saturn, Shani at the penis, Jupiter, Brihaspati at the hump at the back of the throat, and the Sun, Aditya at the chest, Narayana at the heart, and the moon, Chandra, in the mind, Venus, Shukra at the navel, and Ashwini Kumaras at the nipples, Mercury, Buddha, in the outgoing and incoming breath, and Rahu at the throat. Comets, Ketu, are to be placed all over the body, while the other galaxies are to be located in the hairs on the body. Every day at nightfall, one should sit silently gazing at the above described form of Mahamantra, including in it all the divinities, and with great concentration pray, I meditate on the Supreme Person, who is the master of all divinities, who is of the form of the wheel of time, and who is the support of all the luminous constellations. Whoever meditates on and makes obeisance to this divine form of the Lord, known as Shishumara, constituted of all planets, stars, and constellations, uttering the above mentioned mantra during the 3 junctions, Sunday of the day, will be freed from the effects of all the sins committed that day. Atha Chaturvinsho Dhya, the nether regions. Sri Shuka said, some say that 10,000 yojanas below the sun, there is a body called Rahu, which moves like a constellation. He is in reality a perverse asura, being the son of the asura woman Simhika. Though undeserving, he got the status of a deva and of a planet by the mercy of the Lord. How this happened will be described later. It is said that the burning body of the sun is 10,000 yojanas in diameter, that of the moon 12,000 yojanas, and that of Rahu 13,000 yojanas. Rahu happened to thrust himself between the sun and moon at the time of the distribution of Amrita, hiding his identity as an asura. But the sun and the moon exposed him, and for this reason he has been maintaining enmity with these two luminaries and rushing forward to consume them during the times of eclipse. Seeing this, the Lord would release his favorite discus Sudarshana for the protection of his devotees, and Rahu, frightened by the sight of the irresistible discus whirling before him, would stand looking at it for a time from a distance and then retreat, trembling with fear. There is only this confrontation and no swallowing, grahana, as people speak of it. 10,000 yojanas below Rahu is the region of the Siddhas, Charanas, and Vidyadharas. Below that, up to where clouds are seen and powerful winds blow, is the Antariksha, upper air, forming the playground of Yakshas, Rakshasas, Pisachas, Pretas, elementals, and the like. 100 yojanas below that lies the earth, its sphere extending up to the heights reached by great birds like swans, eagles, hawks, garuda, etc. The position and features of the earth have already been described. Now below the earth, each separated by 10,000 yojanas from the other, the seven subterranean regions: Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Mahatala, Rasatala, and Patala. Here, Daityas, Danavas, Sarpas, etc., live in great joy with families, friends, and followers in conditions that provide more enjoyments than heaven. Here abound houses, gardens, and places for sports and recreation. Without interference from even Ishvara, they live a life of enjoyment in their household. They possess great magical powers, O king. In this subterranean region, Maya, the architect of great magical powers, has built cities with wonderful houses studded all over with precious stones and having walls, frontal towers, council halls, temples, courtyards, etc. The houses of the living inhabitants there are full of occupants of both sexes of asuras and nagas, besides singing birds like cuckoos and parrots. The gardens there, more attractive than those of heaven itself, are full of trees whose branches are bending low with a load of branches of fruits and flowers and tender leaves. The attractiveness of the place is further enhanced by beautiful birds in pairs and by lakes of pure water in which fish leap and about creating a stir in the placid waters. The lakes are covered with various aquatic flowers like lotuses, lilies, kalharas, blue lotuses, red lotuses, and lotuses with 100 petals, on which settle sweet warbles of the sky. As there is no daylight there, the inhabitants are not disturbed by alternating day and night. The luminous gems on the roots of the huge serpent dispel the darkness of the region. Due to the effect of the various kinds of miraculous herbs, juices, elixirs, foods, and drinks they take, the inhabitants there are free from worries and disease, from perspirations, bad odors, exhaustions, as also from signs of old age like wrinkles, gray hairs, and change of complexion. They are always full of spirit and enthusiasm. There is no death for these fortunate beings, except from the Sudarshana discus of Mahavishnu. When the discus enters these regions, the pregnancies of the Asura female are brought out of fear. In Atala lives the Asura Bala, the son of Maya. He formulated the 96 forms of magical devices. Some of them are still in use among the Muslims. As Bala yawned, out of his mouth came 3 types of women, known as Swarini, Kamini, and Pushchali. Swarini is one who mates only with one's class. Kamini is one who mates with anybody. And Pushchali is the most promiscuous among these. A person conveyed to this subterranean heaven is received by these women. They make him drink an elixir called Hataka to enhance his sexual potency and delight him with their amorous looks, talks, laughter, and embraces. Owing to the extraordinary potency of the elixir, he experiences within himself the strength of 1,000 elephants, and in the intoxication and elation of it, declares himself to be almighty and all-good. In the still lower regions called Vitala, Sri Parameshwara, accompanied by his consort Parvati and surrounded by his host of Bhutas, has manifested as Hatakeshwara in order to help Brahma in the work of augmenting the creation. Out of the virality flowing from their union is formed the Rava Hatika. Agni absorbs it, prompted by Vayu, wind, and then spits it out in the form of a golden stuff called Hataka, with which are made the ornaments worn by Asura chiefs and their womenfolk inhabiting those regions.
Below that is the region called Sutta, where the great one Mahabali, noted for his generosity, lives. In order to help Indra, Lord Mahavishnu was born as a deity as Vamana and took away the mastery of the worlds from Mahabali by his stratagem. But out of his grace, he sent Bali to Sutta, where he lives in the midst of splendor, to which even Indra is a stranger. But in the midst of it all, Mahabali continues to worship the Supreme Being by the disgrace of his ordained, by the discharge of his ordained duties as an offering unto him. This attainment of Sutala cannot be considered a direct result or reward for offering the world to the Lord. For such a petty worldly fulfillment, like the attainment of the subterranean heaven, can never be an adequate reward for making an offering of this whole world with firm faith, Shraddha, readiness and concentration to that Supreme Being, Vasudeva, soul of all jivas, the inner pervader, controller of everything, when he presented himself before Bali as a worthy seeker of a favor. Such a wholehearted adoration of the Lord should have brought on Bali the bliss of moksha itself, not the paltry reward of the subterranean heaven. By uttering his name once, even with a feeling of distress, while yawning, falling, or sustaining an injury, a man overcomes the bondage of karma, an attainment for which aspirants, following the disciplines of Samkhya and Yoga, put themselves to endless troubles and difficulties. For making a true devotional and dedicated offering of the whole world to such an exalted divinity, who bestows himself as also reveals himself as one's own self to all great devotees and men of enlightenment. Such a worthless thing as the attainment of the joy of the subterranean heaven is an absolutely incomparable reward. The attainment of prosperity and facilities for enjoyment cannot even be considered a blessing in the case of a devotee. For prosperity is likely to make one forgetful of the Lord. So, Mahabali's attainment of the subterranean heaven of Sutta should be attributed to his prarabdha. Finding no other way, the Lord in this incarnation as Vamana adopted the stratagem of begging and thereby deprived Mahabali of all his possessions. Mahabali was then bound by the Varuna noose and shut up in a mountain cell. Even then, he says as follows without any deceit. Indra and his trusted advisor Brihaspati are persons with little understanding of what constitutes the highest value of life. Abandoning him, the Lord, who is the highest end for man to attain, they have utilized him to get back from me such petty things as the world and its riches. They did not pray for being admitted as his servants. How insignificant is the lordship of these three worlds lasting for the duration of a minimum, about 71 to 2 years before infinite time, which is awe-inspiring to contemplate. My grandfather, Prahalada, after his father, Hiranyakasipu's death, was offered by the Lord the whole of his patrimony, which he could enjoy without any fear of any rivals, but he did not accept them, as those positions and riches would be disparate from the Lord. He sought only the privilege of being his servant. He is indeed a fortunate person. It is impossible for persons like me, whose tendencies for worldly enjoyment have not been effaced, and we have not received the Lord's grace, to think or dream of following the example of that great person. Later on, in the 8th skanda, the world told the story of Mahabharata, at whose gates the Lord, overcome by his passionate love for devotees, remains armed with a mace as a gatekeeper, in which capacity he threw the 10-headed Ravan several thousand yojanas away with a flick of his toes, when that Rakshasa approached the realm of Mahabali to challenge him in the course of his march of conquest over the whole universe. Below Sutala is Talaka, decided over by the famous Asura Maya, the master of the trio. For the good of the world, Sri Parameshwara burned his city, but later, being blessed by him, Maya was given a place in Talatala. He is the prime teacher of all who specialize in magical arts. Being protected by Sri Parameshwara, he lives without fear of even the Sudarsana. Lower even than Talatala is the region called Mahatala, which is inhabited by a tribe of many-headed serpents, children of Kadu, known for their special trait of anger. Puhaka, Takshaka, Kaliya, and Sushena are some of the leaders of these huge-bodied serpents. They spend their time sometimes in dread of Garuda, the divine vehicle of Mahavishnu, and at other times delighting in the company of their family and friends. In the Rasatala, the region still lower, dwell the offspring of Diti and Dan, who are known as Panis and divided into 3 tribes of Asuras, the Nivatakavachas and Kalayas, and the inhabitants of Hiranyapura. They are a very powerful and daring species who have an inherent enmity to the devil. Their will for domination being suppressed by the might of the Lord Sudarshana, they live like serpents in the Satala. They are frightened by the power of the Vedic chants uttered by Indra's messenger, Sarama, in the guise of a witch. Lower still is Patala, which great serpents of a ferocious nature inhabit. The names of the leading ones among them are Vasuki, Sankha, Kulika, Mahasankha, Sweta, Dhananjaya, Dhritarashtra, Sankhachuda, Kambala, Asvatara, and Devadatta. They have hoods varying in number from 5 to 7, 10, 100, and thousands. The precious stones on the hoods of these serpents illumine the whole of Patala, completely eradicating the darkness of the region. Atha Panchavishodhyaya, chapter 5, chapter 25. The Lord is Ananta Asankarshana. Sri Sukha said, 30,000 yojanas below Patala, the Tamakika aspect of the Lord resides under the name of Ananta, the endless. The followers of Vaishnava Tantra, in their adoration of the Lord as his 4 vyuhas, describe that Antana as the Ananta, as the power that makes the drishta, the seer or the subject, the spirit, feel identified with the drishta, the scene or the object, body, senses, etc., under the sense of I. They therefore call him Sankarshan, the unified. Resting on a single one of his 1,000 hoods, this whole universe looks like a small mustard seed. At the close of the cycles, when he desires to dissolve the worlds, there comes out of the middle of his handsome brow Now quivering in an angry frown, three-eyed ruler in his 11-fold aspect, known as Sankarsana's progeny, flourishing a trident in his hand. At his feet, having ruby-like nails, great devotees and leading serpents are bowing down with single-minded devotion, and are delighted to look at each other's faces, beaming with joy and illumined by the reflection of the golden earrings on their shining cheeks. Young serpent damsels of great youth, desirous of his blessings, are applying unguents made of sandal paste, saffron, and other fragrant ingredients on the long, fair, and extremely charming arms of Sankarsana. The contact with his arms, which are like silver pillars, generate in these damsels a wave of modest sentiments which make them smile delightfully with a touch of bashfulness, and look at the face of Sankarsana, which shines with his eyes of slightly reddish tinge, blooming with the satisfaction of love and rolling with intoxication. That worshipful deity, who is none but the infinite of countless attributes and powers, having controlled his impatient and choleric disposition, is now in the mood of affording protection to the whole world. Meditation on Sankarsana. Sankarsana is thus described for purposes of meditation. Having eyes elated, tremulous, and overflowing with the bliss of inebriation, delighting his attendants and the adoring devas by his nectaring speech, wearing an unfading floral wreath of Vajayanti, over which bees hovered and hung with intoxication, caused by the drinking of flower nectar flavored with the fragrance of holy tulsi leaves, presenting with their coral wreath the appearance of Indra's celestial element, Airavata, with a golden chain round his neck, dressed with a wearing cloth and upper cloth of bluish tinge, having only one ear on him, resting his beautiful hands on his weapon called Ara, engaged in the sport of fulfilling the prayer of his votary. Such is the form of Sankarsana adored and meditated upon by devas. Asuras, Siddhas, Nagas, Gandharvas, Vidyadharas, and Munis. If an aspirant after moksha hears and meditates on Sankarsana in this way, the Lord will penetrate into the heart of that devotee and cut asunder the knot of egoity, which is generated by karmas and their tendencies, lasting from time without beginning, which is of the form of ignorance, and which is constituted of sattva, rajas, and tamas, the qualities of Prakriti. About the greatness of Sankarsana, the sage Narada, along with Tumburu, sings as follows in the assembly of Brahma. He by whose look sattva and other gunas of Prakriti become competent to perform their functions of creation, preservation, and distribution, whose form is eternal without beginning or end, who though one created the many in and by himself. How can anyone understand the ultimate truth about him? He, in whom this creation, in its subtle and gross aspects, manifests, has assumed this form of Suddha Sattva out of his infinite mercy towards all creatures, in order to attract the mind of the jivas to him. He, the master of all and the omnipotent being, has performed in his incarnations numerous sportive deeds that are flawless and heroic like those of a lion. He, by uttering whose name out of suffering or out of repentance for degradation or by way of fun or even without any cause, man is able to overcome the effects of all sins, to whom except to that worshipful Shesha should a man aspiring for liberation go for shelter. Even a being with 1,000 tongues cannot fully describe the greatness of Adishesha, of unlimited prowess, who on one of these 1,000 hoods sustains like a minute particle the mighty earth sphere with all its mountains, rivers, land, and seas. This Ananta of unlimited powers and of countless auspicious qualities remains at the base of the earth sphere, He who has no support other than himself remains sustaining the earth in a sportive manner for the good of all living beings. The Sukha concluded, according to the teachings I have received, I have described to you all these spheres which men can attain to as a result of the ritualistic and other actions they perform with the desires for their fruits. O King, these are the high and low attainments through Dharma of the nature of pravriti, self-centered action. In reply to your question, I have described all these. What else do you want to know? Atha Shanka
Wish.
oh, Shanvishogyaya. Number 5, chapter 26, description of the purgatories. Raja Parikshit said, O great sage, how has this diversity of enjoyments and sufferings come in this world? Sri Shuka said, it is because of the differences in the faith of the actor that differences in the fruits of action occur. Generally, it can be said that sattva, rajas, and tamas generate actions that bring merit. Merit come demerit and demerit respectively. But the shraddha of man can cause variations even in the fruits of actions of a similar nature prompted by these.
As there are variations also in the nature of prohibited actions and in the shraddha of people doing them, there are diversities in the fruits of such actions. I shall describe some features of the destiny that awaits people who do evil actions, dictated by their intense and violent desire nature. To describe it exhaustively is impossible. The Raja said, O respected one, where is purgatory, Naraka? Is it a region in the earth itself, or is it outside the three lokas, worlds? Or is it somewhere within the three lokas, but outside the earth? Sri Shuka said, it is within the three lokas itself, towards the south, at a lower level from the earth, and above the water. There, Agnishvatas and other groups of Pitris live working for the welfare of their progeny on earth through prayer and meditation. There Yama, the Lord of all Pitris, lives, inflicting corrective punishments on the souls of the dead when his emissaries fetch, without in any way violating the commandments of Sri Hari, and in accordance with the effects of the evil deeds they have committed. Some speak of these purgatories as 21 in number. I shall describe them to you with their names, their features, etc. They are Tamisra, Anda Tamisra, Maharorama, Kambipaka, Kalasutra, Asipatravana, Shukaramukha, Andakupa, Krimbi Bhojana, Sandamasa, Tata Surmi, Vajra Kantaka Stalmali, Vaidarani, Puyodhya, Prana Roja, Visasana, Lala Baksha, Starameya Dana, Avici, and Ayahana. Besides these 21, there are 7 more of them where Jiva suffered the consequences of heinous sins. These are Pashara Kadama, Rakshagana Bhojana, Stulaprota, Dandashuka, Avantari Noradana, Paryavatana, and Suchimukha. Thus, the purgatories are 28, where sinners are subject to sufferings for their purification. Among these, Tamisra is the place where persons who deprive others of their wealth, son, wife, etc., are bound and thrown by force by fierce-looking emissaries of Yama. They are starved, frightened, beaten, in other ways punished in that utterly dark region until they become unconscious. He who deceives a husband and enjoys his wife is put into Andatamisra, suffering from the fierce tortures of that place. The sinner loses his senses and his sight and falls like a tree that has been cut. That is why this purgatory is also called Andatamisra. He who, looking upon his body as the self, has been persecuting other creatures for the prosperity of himself and his family, will have to leave that body and that family here, and he will be hurled into the Raurawa automatically due to the effects of his own sins. All those creatures who had been oppressed and killed by this kind of a sinner will appear as the fierce animals called rurus, which are more ferocious than serpents and torture the sinner by biting. For this reason, this particular purgatory is called Raurawa. He who perpetrates adharma and is solely concerned with filling his own stomach by any means falls into the purgatory called Maharaurava and is eaten up by the type of ghouls called Kravyadas, flesh eaters. Those heartlessly cruel fellows who cooks birds and animals alive, a practice detested even by Rakshasas, are put into the purgatory called Kumbhika, where they are fried in boiling oil. Whoever commits atrocities against parents, holy men, and the Vedas are consigned to the purgatory known as Kalasutra. It is a place of 10,000 yojanas of burning copper sheet, heated from above by the sun and from below by fire, heated within by want of food and drink, and outside by the burning metal. The sinner sometimes sits, sometimes lies, sometimes walks, and sometimes runs hither and thither in utter distress for as many years as there are hairs on an animal's body. Those who abandon their dharma based on the Vedas, even without the threat of any danger or compulsion, and join sects of atheistic philosophers and are consigned to the purgatory called Asipta Ravana. Excuse me. There they are whipped and made to run about in a forest full of trees with sword-like leaves which lacerate their bodies as they pass through their midst. Crying out of terrible pain, they swoon at every step. If a king or an officer under him punishes innocent people, he goes to the purgatory called Karamuka. There are powerful emissaries of Yama there with faces resembling those of pigs. The sinners are thus subjected to attack by them as a sugarcane pulled by elephants. With bodies broken, they swoon, just like the innocent persons they had tortured. God has given different forms of livelihood to different creatures. Some of these may go against the interest of man, but man should not retaliate against these creatures for two reasons. They are not endowed with the capacity to know that they are doing injury to man. And next, man never knows that they will be injured if he retaliates. A person who injures lower creatures for selfish purposes goes to the purgatory called Andakupa, and there he will have to live in a low type of body, attacked by the creatures he had injured. In darkness, without sleep, and restless, he will have to drag on a wretched existence. He who eats food alone like a crowd, without doing the Pancha Mahayajnas, and without sharing his food with others, falls into the purgatory called Pini Bhojana, which is a lakh of yojanas in length. Then he gets the form of a worm, and himself eats worms, and is eaten by big worms, until his sin is expiated. Whoever steals or takes by force the properties of a holy man, or takes away the wealth of others, even when no imminent danger threatens, is scorched in Yama's realm with heated iron spikes. Men and women who enter into prohibited sex relationship out of lust are worked in Yama Loka by the emissaries of Yama and made to embrace red-hot metal effigies of the opposite sex. Men who out of lust seek intercourse with animals are taken to the purgatory known as Vrajra Kantaka, Stamali, and are tortured by being dragged through the branches of trees having thorns like adamantine spikes. Kings, their officers, and men of status claiming themselves to be the followers of the Vedas, but to disregard all rules of morality and good conduct, fall after death into Vaitarani, a river that flows like a moat around the region of the purgatory. They are partly eaten up by many fierce creatures living in it. Still living and remembering their sins, they float about in the river, whose water consists of filthy fluids like blood, pus, urine, feces, flesh, fat, etc. Those who live in the concubinage with unchaste women and indulge in unrestricted sensual life, bending rules of purity, good conduct, law, sense of shame, they too will fall into this Vaitarani, full of feces, urine, phlegm, etc., and be forced to subsist on the filthy stuff. Brahmanas who keep dogs and asses, who go about hunting and who kill prohibited animals, are shot at by Yama's emissaries with sharp arrows and wounded all over. Those who organize fake yajnas for mere show and strangle animals in it, those degenerate men go after death to the purgatory known as Vaisasa and are similarly strangled by Yama's men. A sexual pervert who subjects women to abnormal sexual practicing is taken to the purgatory known as Rita Kulya and then forced to live on semen. Kings and their soldiers who behave like brigands, burning villages, poisoning water, and perpetrating similar atrocities against men, find themselves after death in the purgatory known as Sarameya Dana, where they are attacked and torn to shreds by packs of $720. Whoever tells lies and behaves dishonestly in bearing witness, in financial transactions, and in making charitable gifts, he is taken after death to the purgatory known as Abichimat, where he is hurled headlong from mountain tops 100 yojanas high. He falls on the ground that looks from above as a watery surface, but is in reality a flat rocky slab. Falling on it, he is shattered to pieces. Yet he does not die. He becomes alive to be thrown down again from the mountain top. If a Brahmana or his wife or anyone observing a sacred vow drinks liquor, and so also if any Kshatriya or Vaishya drinks the juice of Soma plant, they are led to the purgatory where the emissaries of Yama, trampling on their chests, pour molten metal into their mouth. A degraded man who pretends himself to be very eminent and insults men who are wise, virtuous, austere, and adhering to scripture-ordained ways of life, is taken to the purgatory called Sharakara Dhamma. There he is dropped from above headlong and suffers miseries without end. Men who use human beings as sacrificial beasts for propitiating evil deities, and women who eat the flesh of such human victims are attacked in the purgatory by goblins who are none other than the human beings they slaughtered. Like butchers, they cut them up, drink their blood, and perform wild dances as these persons have done on earth at their sacrificial festivals. There are persons who entice innocent creatures living in villages and forests, generate confidence in them, and get them near, and then put them on sharp spears or entrap them in nooses, and subject them to various tortures for the mere fun of it and enjoy the sight. Such torturers are put on spears in the purgatory, and vultures and other birds of prey tear out their flesh. Extremely cruel men who terrorize creatures like serpents fall into the purgatory for Dhamma Sukha, where they are swallowed like rats by serpents having 5 or 7 hoods. Those who suffocate living beings by burying them in pits, or shutting them up in garrets, caves, etc., are treated similarly in the purgatory. They are shut up in similar places and smoked with poisonous stuff. A householder who looks with extreme annoyance at guests, known or unknown, as if to burn them up, that simple man's eyes will be pecked at and pulled by the vultures and crows of the purgatory. There are men who are suspicious of everyone and everything because of a false consciousness of their own superiority over others on account of their wealth or position. Always afraid of losing their wealth, they sit tight over it like a guardian spirit, gloomy, helpless, and without any trace of joy in their heart. Such misers, who have taken infinite pains to earn, augment, and conserve wealth, will go to the purgatory known as Suchimukha. All over their bodies, stitches of the type their tailors make are put by the servants of Yama. Besides these, there are several other terrible hells in the realm of Yama. Just as persons who have lived a life of virtue go to heaven, sinners of the type mentioned here and others go to these hells for suffering for their sinful acts. Both the inheritors of heaven and of hell, after having enjoyed or suffered for the actions they have done, return to the earth where their residuary karma for fresh embodiment.
This is what is called the way of Pravriti. The way of Nivriti has already been taught in the second skanda. Here we have described all the 14 worlds, which are included in what the Puranas call Brahmanda. This much is the description of the gross body of the Supreme, constituted of his inherent spiritual power. Whoever hears, recites, or studies it with faith and devotion, he will attain the purity of mind by virtue of his Shraddha and Bhakti, and will come to understand the subtle form of the Lord, which is beyond the grasp of the senses. The rule is that the aspirant should hear about both the gross and subtle forms of the Lord. Then, after attaining concentration on the gross form, he should gradually draw his mind towards the subtle form. O King, I have now finished describing to you the wonderful gross body of the Lord, which is the residence of all living beings and which consists of all gross entities. The terrestrial sphere, the dvipas and varshas with their rivers, mountains, skies and oceans, the 14 worlds from Satyaloka to Patala, the quarters, the purgatories, and the galaxies.
Iti Panchamaskanda Samapta. Hari Om Tat Sat.
Ashta Skanda Ata Pratanadhyaya. Ajamila 57. Ajamila's simple life. Raja Parikshit said, You, worshipful sir, have at first expounded the means for emancipation from transmigratory existence, following the method of gradual release. It consists in practicing divine communion through different disciplines and attaining to Brahma's realm, and from there attaining release from embodied existence at the time of the pralaya, along with Brahma himself. You have also described the life of involvement in samsara, how, driven by the forces of karma, the jiva is born repeatedly in different spheres, all of which are constituted of the evolutes of the three gunas of Prakriti. The various purgatories which await evildoers were described, besides Manvantaras, the period of rule of the Manus, the first of whom was Swayambhuva. Descriptions of the dynasties of Uttanapada and Priyavrata, as well as accounts of continents, regions, oceans, mountains, rivers, gardens, and forests were given. Besides, you have already discoursed to me on subjects like the divisions, characteristics, and dimensions of the earth, the galaxies, the heavens, and the nether worlds, and all other regions. Now it behoves you, O Holy One, to explain how man can save himself from the sufferings of the purgatory described by you. Shuka said, unless a man does expiations, even here in this world, for the sins he has committed by his mind, speech, and organs, he is sure to undergo the fierce sufferings of the purgatories I described to you. Therefore, long before death, sufficiently early in life, when the mind and body have not become decrepit, man should do expiations for whatever sins he had done, according to their seriousness, just as a physician skilled in diagnosis treats diseases with remedies appropriate to the prevailing condition. The Raja said, even after understanding from experience and instruction that something is sinful, men are found to commit the same sin in spite of themselves. Of what use then are these expiations? For some time, man may abstain from sin, but a little later he indulges in it in spite of expiations. I therefore feel that expiations are useless, like bathing and cleaning an elephant whose habit it is to spray dust on its back always. Shuka said, Avidya is the ultimate source of all karma, including expiations. Expiations can therefore wash off only the effects of particular sinful acts, but not the tendency to commit them, so long as ignorance, their source, persists. A man who is on wholesome diet does not fall ill. In the same way, O king, one who practices spiritual disciplines gradually attains purification of mind, and though through that, the knowledge of God. By means of austerity, celibacy, control of the mind, control of the senses, charity, practice of virtues like kindness, truth, etc., and of disciplines like japa, worship, a man of righteousness and faith overcomes even great sins committed by body, words, and mind, just as a fire destroys a grove of reeds. There are some rare persons who, endowed with intense and unadulterated devotion, resign themselves completely to Vasudeva and thereby eradicate sin utterly like the sun dissipating mist. The purification effected by austerity and other disciplines is not so complete as by dedication of all one's faculties to Krishna, achieved through the service of his devotees. This path of devotion, which is without any risk and which is comparatively easy to practice, is the best suited for men in jail. For those who follow this path can draw on the support of great devotees who are extremely devoted to Narayana and are disposed to help others. O King, the expiations performed by men who are not devoted to Narayana fail to cleanse them entirely, like water a liquor pot. If a man with a feeling of passionate attachment unites his mind with Krishna's feet even once, he will not see Yama or his emissaries with loose in hand, even in dream. This is illustrated by an ancient traditional account of a conversation between the emissaries of Yama and of Vishnu. Hear it from me. In the city of Kanya Kubja, there was a Brahmana named Ajamina who had a harlot as his concubine. Corrupted by association with her, he abandoned the scriptural regulations binding the life of a Brahmana. He adopted, for the support of himself and his family, such heinous means as highway robbery, gambling, cheating, stealing, and the like, and lived a life of corruption and of cruelty to living beings. Absorbed in fondling the children of that woman, he spent a major part of his life until he was 88. The old man had 10 sons, of whom Narayana, the youngest, was very dear to his parents. The most joyous occupation for that old man was to watch the pranks of that sweetly prattling child to whom he was so deeply attached. Feeding the child along with himself, making him eat and drink with himself, that foolish man failed to notice the approach of the god of death, completely dominated as he was by his attachment to the child. While spending his time thus, his last days approached. Though that man of little understanding continued to bestow his whole mind on his child Narayana. When the time of death came, he saw before him 3 fierce beings, the emissaries of Yama, with curved faces and with erect hair and with ropes in hand, come to fetch him. On seeing them, he was struck with fear and cried aloud to his boy Narayana, who was playing at some distance away from there. Hearing the dying man's cry, invoking the sacred name of Sri Hari, the emissaries of Mahavishnu hurried to his side. These emissaries of Vishnu forcibly disengaged the attendants of Yama, who were already pulling out the soul from the heart of that degenerate servant maid's paramour. When so obstructed, the attendants of Yama, the son of Vivaswan, said, "Who are you to go counter to the order of Yama, the Lord of Dharma? Whose servants are you? Where are you coming from? Why do you obstruct our taking away this man? Are you celestials or demigods or Siddharjis? All of you have eyes like lotus heads, are dressed in yellow silk, have diadems and ear pendants, and are wearing beautiful lotus garlands. You all look young and are endowed with 4 arms and equipped with bow, quiver, sword, mace, conch, discus, and play lotus. By your luster, you are illumining the surroundings. Why are you obstructing us, the attendants of Dharmaraja, the god of justice, in the discharge of our duties?" Shuka said, "When the attendants of Yama said like this, the emissaries of Vishnu smiled and replied in words that sounded like thunder. The emissaries of Vishnu said, if you are the emissaries of Dharmaraja, then you would be able to tell us what the essence of Dharma is and what its signs are. You should also be able to inform us how you are going to inflict punishment, what punishments you would be inflicting, what kind of people are liable for punishment, and whether it would be inflicted on all or on some only. The attendants of Yama replied, Dharma is what is ordained in the Veda. What is prohibited in the Veda is adharma. The self-originated Veda is Narayana himself, having emerged with his breath. Narayana is he who creates in himself creatures out of the qualities of sattva, rajas, and tamas, characterized by distinctions of forms, names, and actions. Sun, fire, sky, air, the senses, moon, sandhya, daytime, night, quarters, water, earth, time, dharma. These are the witnesses of all actions of man. They testify to man's evil actions. A man found guilty of evil deeds is a fit subject for punishment. All men who engage themselves in evil actions are liable to punishment according to the nature of their works. O holy ones, all works produce a mixture of good and bad effects. These accrue to the worker because he has attachment for works and their fruits. And no man with a body can absolutely abstain from work.
Whoever has performed karma in adharma, and to the extent he has done it, in proportion to each, he enjoys and suffers in life thereafter. O noble celestials, just as in this world men have happiness in misery, or happiness come misery, because of the operation of the three gunas of Prakriti, can you presume that the same happens to them hereafter as well? Just as from the current season, say spring, we can infer the nature of the past in future spring seasons, so also the present birth is a pointer regarding the dharma and adharma of the Jiva in the past and future births. The worshipful Yama, Brahma-like in wisdom, and use it widely in of Israel, Samya Army, understand through the power of his mind all the previous history of a dying individual and decide what kind of purgatory should be awarded to him and what kind of future birth he should have. Just as a person caught in the darkness of ignorance and overtakes him in the dream state, regard the dream ego alone as himself and not his body of the waking state, so also man thinks of his present body as himself in complete forgetfulness of the other bodies he had in earlier births. The 10 senses, inclusive of 5 of knowledge and 5 of action, the 5 pranas, and the mind, constitute the 16 anjangs of the jiva, the 17th category being the jiva himself. Though distinct from all the other categories, he, the jiva, enjoys through the 16th category the experiences gathered by the 3, the organs of action, the senses, and the mind. The linga dharira, which is beginningless in origin and is constituted of the above mentioned 16 chunks, born of the 3 gunas of Prakriti, involves the jiva in the endless flux of samsara, bringing on him various experiences such as joy, fear, sorrow, and suffering. The jiva, who has not yet conquered senses, is forced to perform karma, even if he does not like it. Like the silkworm, the jiva covers himself with a cocoon of karma and no means to get out. No one can remain without karma even for a minute. Compelled by natural impulses like desire, greed, anger, etc., which are born of the 3 gunas of Prakriti and its elements, all men are compelled to work. Driven by the force of tendencies, provided by the straw of his past actions, the jiva gets a gross and subtle body, resembling the man and the woman through whom he has got embodiment. This transformation of the condition of the jiva, of his pristine nature, into the transmigratory individual is due to his association with Prakriti. But it will soon come to an end if he develops intense devotion to the Supreme Lord. This Ajamila was originally a man learned in scriptures, virtuous, pure-hearted, possessed of an exemplary character and conduct, given to austere living, tender-hearted, established in sense control, devoted to truth, and learned in mantras. He was also devoted to the service of the teacher, the sacred fire, guests, and elders, besides being prideless, friendly, and helpful to all, moderate in speech, and devoid of jealousy and allied vices. Once this Brahmana, as directed by his father, went to the adjoining woodland to collect flowers, fruits, sacrificial firewood, pusa grass, etc. And after gathering all these, he was returning home. On the way back, he saw an extremely lascivious man in the company of a harlot, whose eyes were rolling under the influence of a liquor brewed from rice. He saw nearby this man engaging himself in avidous preoccupations with that intoxicated woman, whose clothes had fallen off in the inebriated state. Shamelessly, without any consideration for good conduct, the man was laughing and singing to her tune. Seeing the man embracing her with his arms anointed with sexually exciting unguents, the Brahmana was completely carried away by an outburst of passion and became enslaved to Cupid. Though he tried his best to restrain himself, using the power of his will and scriptural understanding, all his efforts were of no avail, and his mind was powerfully stirred by Cupid. Possessed by that evil spirit in the shape of Cupid, with the sight of that woman as an occasion, he lost even the memory of his past holy life and began to spend his time in constant absorption in her thought, abandoning all his sacred and secular duties. Whatever property he had got from his father, he utilized to please her in vulgar and exciting indulgences, according to her likeness. With his good senses, fettered by the weapon of that Allah's sidelong glances, he before long abandoned his young wife of tender years, hailing from a very respectable Brahmana's family, and married to him according to many crimes. This stupid man brought his concubine wealth from year and lay, having earned it by means of fair and foul, and somehow maintained her family. He spent a long time living the unrestricted life of a learned time, throwing all the Vedic injunctions to the winds, calling the harlots impure food, and indulging in sinful and ways of life condemned by all respectable people. Nor has he done any atonement or expiation for the sins he committed. So, we are taking him to the realm of Yama, the holder of the rod of punishment, so that he may be purified in the purgatory. Ata Kimchiro Chaya. Ajamila episode is redemption. Sri Sukha said, O king, the emissaries of Vishnu, who were experts in scriptures and in sound reasoning, said as follows in reply to Yama's attendants. Vishnu's attendants said, Alas, sin accrues to an assembly of judges who are expected to know the righteous law. If they inflict punishment on innocent people, undeserving of it, if even cited and holy personages who are expected to be both the protecting fathers and the punishing disciplinarians, turn out to be partial, where in ordinary people get relief from injustice, whatever men of position accepted as leaders do, that is followed by others too. The standards set by such leading men become examples for others to follow. Men at large are by nature like animals, without an understanding of what is dharma and what is adharma, what is right and what is wrong. The administrators of law, sacred and secular, are like persons in whose laps these ignorant men lay their head and sleep carefree. If these leaders are faithful and have in them an atom of love and fair play, how can they go on against and interest the wealth and welfare of those ignorant men who have reposed such confidence in them? This man has already done expiation of his sins, not only of this life, but of his innumerable past ones. Although it be in a fit of helplessness, he has been uttering the name of the Lord, which is not only a sin-destroying power, but also the harbinger of everything good and auspicious. O Narayana, come, by merely uttering this name of the Lord with 4 syllables, the expiation of the sins of this heinous sinner has been accomplished. A man might be a thief, a drunkard, a traitor, a murderer, a violator of the sanctity of the Guru's faith, or a killer of a woman, king, father, or cow. For these and whatever other type of sins he might have committed, the utterance of Vishnu's name is the best expiation. Besides, by uttering his name, the Lord's attention is drawn to the person seeking protection. The sinful man is not as such purified by the austere practices described in the form of expiations by Vedic scholars, as he is by repeating his names, for the former only removes the sins, and the name not only does this, but effects the positive purification of the heart by arousing a consciousness of the Lord's attributes. If after certain observances the mind still runs on the sinful path, those observances cannot be called expiations in an ultimate sense. So for those who desire the total eradication of the sinful tendency, there is nothing like the Lord's names extolling his attributes. They purify the mind by destroying even sinful tendencies. So, as this man has already done expiation for all his sins, do not carry him along the path of evildoers. For at the time when death was imminent, he uttered the Lord's name in fullness.
According to the conviction of great men, the utterance of the Lord's name by itself purifies men of their sins, whether the utterance is made casually by way of calling someone by that name, or in jest, or for improvising, for the completion of lines in recitals, or even in an attitude of disregard. If anyone utters Hari, be it while falling down or stumbling, being wounded or bitten by a snake, in the delirium of fever or while beaten, he deserves not the tortures of the purgatory. Sages have laid down expiations easy or severe in nature, according to the lightness or seriousness of sins committed. Austerity, charity, japa, and such other disciplines efface only the effects of sins, but not the heart, the source from which they spring. Even that source, the sinful tendency, is effaced by the service of the Lord's feet. As a fire burns up a heap of fuel, the name of the Lord of holy fame, chanted whether with knowledge of its greatness or without it, destroys the sins of man. O King, a powerful medicine taken in even casually benefits a man, though he may be unaware of its potency. The same is the case with the mantra, the Lord's name. Shri Shuka said, O King, with this firm and unequivocal statement of the law of devotional life, these emissaries of Vishnu release the Brahmana from the loops of Yama's attendants and saved him from death for the time being. O heroic king, the attendants of Yama, thus obstructed in their work, returned to Yama's realm and reported to him everything as it happened. And Ajamila, the Brahmana, thus released from Yama's noose, was now free from fear. He recovered his nature, and he made prostration to the emissaries of Vishnu, with the heart overflowing with joy. He wanted to speak to those servants of the Supreme Person, Mahavishnu, but without giving him an opportunity, they disappeared suddenly, even as he looked on. From the conversation between the emissaries of Yama and of the Supreme Being, Mahavishnu, Ajamila had a comparative understanding of the Vedic Dharma, expounded by Yama's attendants as applicable to those whose life is based on the three gunas of Prakriti and of the immaculate path of devotion, based upon the pure love of the Lord, for which Vishnu's emissaries stood. Hearing about the supreme excellences of the Lord, he became filled with divine love at once. He also became extremely repentant of his past sinful life. He thought, alas, great has been my mistake through lack of control over the senses. My birth as a Brahmana has gone to waste because of my consorting with a harlot. Fie upon me, a blot on my class. I am despicable in the eyes of good men for having abandoned my very young and devoted wife and gone after a harlot, even to drinking. Alas, the degenerate and ungrateful fellow that I am. I deserted my old, helpless, and sorrowing parents, whose only son I am. I, a sinful wretch, am sure to be consigned to the purgatory, where unrighteous and senseless sinners undergo terrible sufferings for their purification. Is all that I saw a mere dream, or is it a miracle witnessed in the waking state? Where have they gone, those who were tying me up with ropes in hand? And where have those four attractive and angelic beings too gone, who got me released from being bound and led down to some nether region? Though I am an unfortunate man, then to my credit, inasmuch as I had the good fortune of meeting those celestial personages. By their meeting, my mind has become very peaceful. Otherwise, the tongue of a paramour, of a harlot like myself, could not have had the power to utter the name of the Lord of Vaikuntha while facing imminent death. Where am I, a shameless, sinful cheat, who has no hesitation to kill even holy men? And where is the auspicious name of the worshipful Lord Narayana? So I, who have passed through all these experiences, from hereafter strive not to fall into this darkness of blinding ignorance by practicing the control of the senses, mind, and vital energies, releasing myself from this bondage, born of ignorance, desire, and of actions undertaken for fulfilling them. I shall lead a life of self-control, peacefulness, benevolence, and friendliness to all alike. I shall soon liberate my spirit from thraldom to the Lord's infatuating power in the shape of a woman who used this wretch of a fellow as her pet play animal, dancing to her tunes. Abandoning the sense of I and mine with regard to the body, and withdrawing my mind from the fleeting objects of the world, I shall fix my mind on the worshipful Lord by purifying it by devotional practices, like chanting His name and extolling His deeds and excellences. Sri Shuka said, by contact with holy men for a few minutes, a drowning man was filled with disgust for worldly love. Abandoning all worldly attachments and entanglements, he went to the sacred spot called the doorway to Holy. In that holy spot, he gave himself up to the practice of the yoga of devotion to Holy. With all the senses ingathered into the mind, he united that concentrated mind on the Atma, the innermost essence in Buddha. By such concentration, he disentangled the Atma, the individual self, from identification with the body, a product of the gunas of Prakriti. Then he united that liberated self with the intuitively experienced Brahman, who is the worshipful Lord himself. When all his mental modifications had subsided, he saw before him those emissaries of Mahavishnu who had appeared to him earlier. Recognizing their identity, the Brahmana prostrated himself before them in salutation. After their vision, he consigned his physical body into the sacred Ganga and immediately got a body similar to that possessed by those celestial beings. Ascending a golden aerial car with those celestials, the Brahmana went through ethereal regions to the realm of Mahavishnu, the Lord of Shri. By uttering the Lord's name, even once, this Ajamila, a libertine who broke all the laws of Dharma, a harlot's paramour, a fallen man who discarded all vows and codes of good conduct, a sure candidate for purgatory, even he became liberated at once. Therefore, for those who aspire for liberation, there is nothing so effective as the chanting of the Lord's name for destroying the bad impressions of past actions and purifying the mind. For once love of God is developed, the mind never goes after self-centered actions for fulfillment of desires. Otherwise, the mind will be contaminated by the qualities of rajas and tamas. Whoever hears or recites with faith and devotion this traditional account of Ajamila and his redemption, noted for its spiritual worth and its sin-effacing capacity, will never be cast into the purgatory, nor will the attendants of Yama even look at him. Whatever demerits he might have, he will gain a high place in the realm of Vishnu. Though Ajamila had called the name of Hari at the time of death, intending to summon his son Narayana, still he attained to the realm of Mahavishnu because he uttered the sacred name of the Lord, Narayana. It is then needless to describe the glorious result of uttering the name of Hari with faith and devotion. Ata Tritiyo Ya Ajamila Episode, Sanctity of Divine Name. Raja Parikshit said, on hearing the report of his attendants about the obstruction caused to their work by the emissaries of Mahavishnu, to whose control the whole world is subject, what did Yama, the Lord of Righteousness, reply? Having had to suffer this riba, O great Vishnu, never have we heard that Yama's order on punishment has ever met with obstruction. This is a doubt which all would have, and there is none but you to clarify it. Vishnu said, O king, the attendants of Yama informed their master, residing at some Yamani, of their discomfiture. The attendants of Yama said, O master, how many are there in this universe as enforcers of the moral law, awarding the fruits of action to living beings, according as they are sattvika, rajasika, and tamasika? If there are many as the enforcers of the moral law, It can be that some get their deserts and some do not, and there will be utter confusion in the hoarding of the fruits of karma. If a multiplicity of enforcers is accepted as required for the large numbers to be dealt with, these enforcers will be rulers by courtesy only, like feudatory chieftains. Unless there is an overlord, a single system of law cannot be enforced uniformly. So you are the one with sway over all men and their rulers, the one endowed with power to distinguish between the sins and the merits of individuals, and enforce the moral law by giving punishments to those who deserve them. That authority of yours for enforcement of due punishments no longer prevails in the world, for it has now been violated by 4 celestials of wonderful appearance. By your order, we are bringing a great sinner to the purgatory. When these celestials cut the rope, we had tried him with and released him by force. If you think it fit, we would like to hear about them from your holiness himself. As soon as the sinner uttered Narayana, these celestials appeared on the scene, saying, "Do not be afraid." Vishuka said, "Pleased to hear the submission, Yama, the divinity for enforcing the moral law over all men, thought of Sri Hari's feet and said, smiling to his attendants. Yama said, "Different from me, there is an overlord over this world with its moving and unmoving beings. In him, all this world is spread as a piece of cloth, is on the wall and wood. From a particle of him are born Brahma, Vishnu, and Maheshwara, who create, sustain, and dissolve the universe. The whole is held by him, as an ox is by its nose." By the words of his great revelation, he holds men's cattle are held by a big rope, to which they are attached with small halters. All men, bound by loose strings of daily regulations, laying down duties, are tendering offerings to him unfair and the discharge of their duties, sacred and sacred. Myself, Indra, Nariti, Varuna, Chandu, Agni, Isha, Vayu, Suryasa, Brahma, the sons of Aditi, and Vishwadevas, the 8 Vasus, the Sadhyas, the hosts of monks, Rudras, and Siddhas, besides the Prajapatis, chiefs of celestials and leading Maharshis like Brihu. All these are without the dominance of Rajas and Haras, and are very largely possessed of sattva. Still infatuated by the Lord's Yogamaya, they are not able to understand his intentions or his sportive disposition. Then what to speak of others? Neither by the utmost knowledge, nor by mind, nor by prana, nor by chitta, nor by word can he be comprehended. As he resides in the heart of creatures as the witnessing spirit, distinct from these faculties and their objects, just as forms and colors cannot see the eye that reveals things. Generally, the emissaries of the Supreme Being Haris, the independent and transcendent Master of Maya, and the Lord of all, move about everywhere in the world. They are enchanting, appearance and bear the imprints of his form and attributes. These emissaries of Vishnu, who are adored by all, including the celestials, whose wonderful forms beyond description afford protection to the Lord's devotees, of enemies and of all flesh, including that of myself, the God of death. Glory of the divine human. The Bhagavatam Dharma is the Dharma of excellence given by the Lord himself. The rishis know it not, the celestials know it not, Siddhas know it not. What to speak then of men, Asuryas, Taranas, Vidyadharas, boys. There are only 12 persons who know this Dharma proclaimed by the Lord, who is esoteric, pure, difficult to grasp, and potent enough to confer immortality. These 12 are Brahma, Narada, Parameshwara, Sanat Kumara, Kapila, Swayambhuva, Manu, Prahlada, Janaka, Vishwa, Mahabali, Trisuka, and Vaisa. That Dharma, briefly stated, is as follows. It is the view of great men that the highest duty of man born in this world is to attain devotion to the Lord, through disciplines like the chanting of his name. O dear ones, see the greatness and power of the utterance of the Lord's name. By that alone, without any previous practice of devotional sentiment, Ajamila, the sinner, obtained release from the use of death. The recital of the Lord's name attributes and actions with faith and devotion as a long-standing spiritual practice is not needed for mere expiation of sins. But even without that, merely shouting the name Narayana when faced with death, with only his own son in view, even the sinner, Ajamila, obtained mukti, freedom from the effects of sin. So even the Lord's name alone, uttered without any knowledge or devotion, constitutes adequate expiation. But what is the use then of regular devotional practices, like chanting the divine name for faith and love? It consists of things. Such practice alone can replace all evil tendencies, as contrasted with the effects of sinful actions, and generate deep-rooted love and devotion. Prema Bhakti, which is a higher consolation than mere effacement of sin, or even mukti. I then have great sages laid down more elaborate experiential rites in place advancing this reason of form discipline. The answer is this. The so-called great men, with their minds infatuated by the Lord's word, elusive power, for which their intelligence rendered dull by the sweet and flowery native texts, offering promises of attractive rewards and heavenly felicities, and with their attention fixed on the elaborate weighted rites, for the achievement of such ends, are not genuinely aware of the saving gospel of devotion. Therefore, after due deliberation, let all men practice wholehearted devotion to the worshipful Lord, the infinite being, the indweller in all. Such devotees do not come within the scope of our collective punishment. Even if they have sins, they are all dispelled by taking the name of the Lord. The holy personages who sanctifying doers
but followed that even there was in Siddhas, whose attention was always on the all-pervading thing, and who had taken refuge in him, always protected by his legs. Do not approach them, neither we, divinities, nor time can inflict any punishment. Bring here to this purgatory such evil jivas as are averse to taste the nectar of the lotus feet of the Lord, which is constantly consumed by all renouncing sinners. Bring jivas who are intensely attached to holy man, which leads them to sinful ways, deserving the punishment of purgatory. Bring here such jivas as those whose tongue never uttered even one syllable, declaring his excellencies, whose minds never remember the Lord's feet, and whose head never bows down to the Lord, and who never perform any of the devotional rites connected with the worship of Vishnu. Whatever wrong we, his ignorant and humbly saluting servants have done, may be pardoned by the worshipful Lord, the most ancient, the indweller on everything, and the most powerful forbearance is an ornament. Salutations to the Supreme Being. Exhortation to take the divine name. Vishnuka said, therefore, O Zion of the Kuru clan, know that the chanting of the Lord's name with faith and devotion is the ultimate and sure expiation for even the grandest of sins. No vow or austerity purifies the heart of man so effectively as devotion engendered easily by hearing and uttering the words of Sri Hari, denoting his sanctifying deeds and excellences. One who has imbibed the nectar of Krishna's lotus feet would not therefore hanker after those sin-generating, worldly values that have been once rejected. But the one who has not sought refuge in the Lord and is full of desires in the mind performs karmas of an expiatory nature for eradicating his sins, but in the course of doing them, he may commit fresh sins. Those attendants of Yama were wonderstruck to hear and ponder over what their master said to them about the greatness of the worshipful Lord. Therefore, O king, they become afraid of even looking at devotees who have taken refuge at the feet of the Lord. This ancient tradition about Ajamila, unknown to many at large, was narrated by the worshipful Agastya, the touchable sage, who stays on the Malaya mountain worshipping Sri Hari. Chapter 6, Skanda 6, Chapter 4, Blessing bestowed on Dakshana, the Prachetasas and the War of Trees. Raja Parikshit said, you gave a brief account of the creation of devas, suryas, men, serpents, animals, birds, etc. during the rule of Kumar Swayambhuva. O worshipful one, I wish to hear from you about the elaboration of this creative activity. By what powers of his and in what all ways did Brahma continue his subsequent creative work? Sutta said, hearing this question of the pious king, the great Rishi Sukha congratulated him. Sukha said, when the king Prachetasas, the sons of Prachina emerged from the sea, they found the earth all covered over by a thick growth of trees. Annoyed at this, their anger leaned up against that thick growth of trees that was obstructing their movements. The austerities had given me the power to burn everything in the fire of their anger. In order to burn up the trees, they brought on fire and wind from their faces. Seeing that the combination of fire and wind was rapidly consuming the forests, the living deity came forward to assuage the anger of the Devatas. He said, "O high-souled ones, it behooves you not to destroy the poor trees in this way. Your mission is to protect your subjects and work for the prosperity of all, including the trees. The eternal being, the worshipful Hari, who is the Brahma too, brought into existence trees, herbs, and other vegetation to provide food, offerings to the Manas and the Devas. For the moving and unmoving objects provide food. For creatures moving on feet, beings without feet, those without feet are the food. For those with arms and armless ones become food, and those with 2 feet, the 4-footed creatures become food. So for you, this destruction of forests is an act of wanton annihilation, serving no purpose. O sinless ones, you have been commissioned by your Father, as also by the Lord of all, to multiply the species. How can you then indulge in this destruction of trees, which are very useful for men? Following the path of virtue in the footsteps of your father, grandfather, and other ancestors, try to control your flaming anger. Of children, parents are the supporters. Of the idle. Of women, their husbands. Of sannyasis, the householders. Of the ignorant, the learned. And of the subjects, their rulers, the prajapatis. You being the rulers of all, including the trees, it behoves you not to destroy them. In the heart of all beings resides the Lord, who is the all-pervading spirit and master of all. Therefore, view all beings as his tabernacle. Then the Lord will be pleased with you. Whoever is able to control by means of reflection on the sound, the fierce anger that suddenly overtakes the mind, like a bolt from the blue, he alone overcomes the force of nature. Enough of burning trees, who are most fatigued because they cannot be tended. May the remaining trees and you prosper. Accept this noble girl, the daughter of the trees, as your wife, and make peace with them. Vishnuka continued, O king, the moon deity, after saying this much, presented that noble daughter of the trees, born of an Apsara named Amloka, to the Prajadesa's brother, and departed. Then, then they married according to proper rites. By them she had a son known as Daksha, the son of Prajadetas. The 3 worlds were populated by his procreative activity. Hear from me now, hear from me how Daksha, who was very loving to his daughters, multiplied the species both by insemination and by the mind. At first, he created, by his mental effort alone, numerous creatures like celestials, asuras, men, and other creatures inhabiting the higher worlds, the earth and water. Seeing that with this kind of creative process, there was no satisfactory progress of creation, Daksha went into Vindhya mountains and engaged himself in austere practices of great severity. Then he took bath during 3 sandhyas of the day, at sunrise, midday, and sunset in the holy lake of Marashana, and sought to please Hari by his austerities. He extolled the worshipful Lord, who is now perceived by the senses, with a hymn known as Hamsa Ruhya, which pleased the Lord very much. I shall transmit it to you. The Prajapati Daksha said, salutations to the Supreme Being, whose experience is truth abiding, who is the sustainer of both Maya and the Jiva, whose glorious presence is not felt by people with intelligence overpowered by longing for material fulfillments, who transcends all the ordinary means of knowledge and is intuited by self-empowered consciousness. Just as the object of sense, thought, in intimate contact with that sense, does not perceive that sense as the sense perceives the object, even so, the Supreme Being, the friend and lover of the Jiva, is present with the Jiva in the same body, but the Jiva knows he is not. The universal witness with his love to that Supreme Being, my salutations. The physical body, pranas, vital energy, mind, gross elements, and subtle elements, being aspects of unconscious Prakriti, are not naturally conscious of themselves or of the sense which grasps them or of the presiding deities, but the Jiva, who makes them all externally conscious, is aware of them all and their source, the gunas of Prakriti. Still the Jiva is not aware of the knower of all, the ultimate knower, who is the support of the Jiva himself. May I offer my words of praise to that Supreme Being. Salutations to thee, who shinest in thy pristine state, in a mind that has attained to extreme purity by the substance of all perception and memory, and the consequent arresting of the mental modification that objectify names and forms, or take shape as external objects. Though thou art covered up by thy powers, manifesting as the various categories, as the Prakriti with 3 gunas, Mahatma, Ahankara, Manas, and the 5 Tanmantras. Wise men separate the grasp these through discriminative intelligence as existing in the heart. Just as the celestial fire lodged in the sacrificial fluid is ignited and brought into manifestation through the 15 sacred mantras. Thou art the transcendent spirit, ever steeped in eternal bliss, negating the diversities of relative existence produced by Maya, but being the possessor of an innate power Maya that baffles all definitions. Thou art also all manifested beings having names and forms. May that Shri Hari propitiate unto thee. Whatever is described by words and understood by the intellect, whatever is grasped by the senses and imagined by the mind, that is not thy pristine nature. They are all expressions of thy power Maya and its 3 gunas, from whose work of creation, preservation, and dissolution thy being is indirectly cognizant. Whatever that is manifest as high and low, as objects, instruments, agents, actions, etc., thou didst exit before them, transcending them as the unitary, non-dual Brahma, the cause of all causes. Salutations to thee with countless attributes, whose unscrutable power causes self-forgetfulness and delusion in those controversialists to whom that power forms the topic of argument and counter-argument. Viewing thee as their common ground, the yoga, school of devotion, the Samkhya, the school of knowledge, claim absolute truth for thy respective views, but speak of thee in divided and contradictory ways. The one positively as personal being, with all auspicious attributes and a form, and the other negatively, denying all these and describing thee, not this, not this. Thou art that transcendent and infinite being, favorable to both these views alike. What are called contradictions cease to be so in thee, the infinite being, who art both the personal deity and the impersonal absolute. May that infinite being, the worshipful Lord, who transcends name and form, but manifests himself under many forms of Suddha Sattva and under countless names as deities and incarnation, and performs various sportive actions for the blessings of the devotees. May he be propitious unto me. May he, the Lord of all, who, like the air that takes the smell of whatever it is in contact with, assumes the form of deities, is conceived by even various free thoughts according to the tendencies of the devotees. May he be propitious to me and grant my prayers. Sri Shukra said, hymned in this way at the holy lake of Aga Marshana, the worshipful Lord, who loves his devotees, appeared before Daksha, who extolled him with deep faith and fervor. He appeared seated on the shoulders of Garuda. He had 8 powerful arms, sporting his discus, conch, sword, shield, arrow, bow, cord, and mace. Blue like a rain cloud, plain in yellow cloth, the meaning expression, and luminous with Shrivatsavan and the Kastuba jewel. He appeared framed in a wreath of wild flowers and leaves. He was adorned with great crown, bracelets, gleaming ear ornaments, burdens, rings, anklets, and armlets, assuming a form impressive enough to dumbfound the 3 worlds of which he was the Lord. He appeared surrounded by sages and attendants like Narada, Vinanda, and other celestials. At the sight of this rare and wonderful form, followed by hymning choir of singers, cherubs, Kaldandas, and Prajapati Daksha, was awestruck. With a mind overflowing with joy, he made full prostration to the Lord, falling before him like a sleep. For a time he was not able to speak anything, as his mind was like a lake filled with the water of mountain torrent flowing into it. The Lord Hari, who knows the heart of all, now said as follows, to thus saluting the Japati desirous of bhajan. The worshipful Lord said, O son of Rajatisas, O noble one, you have become perfect by your austerity, for your intense faith and devotion to me has generated supreme love for me in you, O protector of man. I am much pleased with your austere practices because they are meant for the good of the world. It is my wish that prosperity attends on all beings. Brahma, Baba, Manus, and you, the Jagas, and all expressions of my power for working for the prosperity and advancement of all beings. O Lord One, my heart is stance, consisting in practice of inward concentration. My body is vidya, consisting in the repetition of the sacred mantra in the proper way with all their auxiliaries. My form is clear, the performance of the daily occasional rites, the sacrificial rites, ratus, and my lungs, dharma consisting in the apurva, or the efficiency potential of sacrifice, is my mind, and the devas receiving sacrificial offerings are my vital energy. Prana. At first, I alone was pure consciousness, transcending relation, devoid of within and without, and unmanifested. Nothing else there was. It was as if everything were in slumber. When in me, the immeasurable and the infinite attribute, my power Maya, born out my cosmic body, the Brahmana. Simultaneously, Brahma, original being, and self-born one, also came into existence. Though the first of divinities, and though fortified by my prowess, Brahma still felt weak when he started the work of creation. Afterwards, that divinity, as instructed by me, performed tapas, inward concentration, of an intense nature. Becoming all-powerful by such tapas, he first brought our two and 9 Prajapatis into existence to aid in the work of creation. You, who are anxious to have progeny, may accept this woman as Sikhi, daughter of another Prajapati, Panchajana, as your wife. By following the law of sexual intercourse with her, who is also desirous of the same, you will be bringing forth numerous progeny. The generations that are to come after you will all consort with women prompted by my Maya and offer my service, and offer me service. Sri Shuka said, saying so, even as Daksha was looking on, Sri Hari, the worshipful Lord and protector of the worlds, discovered that a phenomenon perceived in a dream. So it disappeared like a phenomenon perceived in a dream. Chapter 5. Narada and the Sons of Daksha. Riddle posed by Narada. Sri Shuka said, overpowered by Mahevishnu's Maya, the powerful Daksha begot 10,000 sons known as Haryashvas by his wife Asikni, the daughter of Panchajana. These 10,000 sons of Daksha behaved and thought like one man. Asked by their father to multiply the species, they went in a westerly direction to perform tapas and gain the blessing of the Lord. At about the place where the river Sidhu joins the sea, there is a holy spot called Narayanasaras, which is the resort of many sages and ascetics. By bathing in the holy waters of the place, all the impurities in the minds of Daksha's sons were effaced, and they became confirmed in the idea of renunciation, which is the way of the Paramahamsas. Obedient to their father's direction, they practiced extremely rigorous austerities. Narada, the divine sage, happened to see them at that stage when, even after attaining to great purity of mind, they were still preparing themselves for the propagation of the species. Narada said to them, O Haryaswas, though you are rulers of men, you seem to be simpletons. Alas, without witnessing the end of the earth, how are you going to procreate issue? Without knowing the kingdom with a single inhabitant, the cave from which there is no exit, the woman with many forms, and the parama of a harlot, how are you going to procreate issue? Without knowing the river that flows both ways, the unique house built of 25 substances, the swan which has a wonderful history, and the self-revolving structure built of material, sharp and hard as diamond, how are you going to procreate issue? Without a proper understanding of the meaning of your far-sighted father's command, suited to your capacity, how are you going to engage yourself in the work of multiplying the species? The riddle explained. Then Shukha said, Maharaswas reflected on the words of the divine sage, enigmatic but deep in implications, with the help of their own natural intelligence, and came to the following conclusion about it. The subtle body, the linga sirira, which is the limiting adjunct causing bondage to the jiva from beginningless time, is the earth referred to in the riddle. In place of hastening the dissolution of this binding adjunct of a subtle body, of what use is involvement in desire-prompted actions which only go to strengthen that bondage? The sole inhabitant of the country referred to in the transcendent, and the worshipful Lord of all, who is described as the fourth beyond the three states, the one without a second and depending on none but himself, without striving to attain to him. Of what use is the pursuit of these desire-prompted actions that are not offered to him? One has to gain the knowledge of the light within, the self-conscious spiritual essence permeating everything, understanding which one does not come back to the transmigratory world, even like one who has gone to the Vilaswarga, or the heaven of the netherworld. Without achieving that, of what use is the pursuit of desired actions giving trivial joys? The woman of the riddle is man's putti, the understanding, attracted by the objects of the world, the products of the gunas of prakriti. It moves from one fancy to another like a seductive woman wearing many makeups. In place of eradicating this tendency of one's understanding through the practice of discrimination, of what use is the pursuit of desire-prompted actions giving trivial joys? Like a man married to a harlot, an unenlightened jiva yoked to an impure mind is dragged by it to goals of sufferings and enjoyments, oblivious of his jiva's real nature as the pure and the unaffected art one. Instead of seeking the spiritual identity of the jiva, of what use for him is this pursuit of desire-prompted actions giving trivial joys? The river flowing in both directions is Maya, consisting of two processes of creation and dissolution, which constitute the movement of the same force in contrary directions, just like a river has its estuary, agitated by opposite currents. In place of cultivating an awareness of this contrary process of life and death in which one's own body and the world are by force involved, Of what use is the thoughtless pursuit of desire-prompted actions giving only trivial joys? For the body, which is constituted of the 25 categories of Prakriti, the spirit, or the Purusha, is the support-giving unity. The Purusha is the mirror of self-consciousness by identification, with which the body-mind becomes a self-conscious entity. In place of understanding that indwelling Purusha, the support of this wonderful house of a body, of what use is the pursuit of desire-prompted actions giving trivial joys? Abandoning the study of the scriptures that clarify the distinction between the states of bondage and freedom, between the conscious and unconscious entities, and which deal with the knowledge of the Supreme Being, of what use is the pursuit of desire-prompted actions yielding trivial joys? Without understanding the sharp wheel of time, which revolves with unimpeded speed, destroying all the worlds, of what use is the pursuit of desire-prompted actions giving trivial joys? Without knowing the scripture, which is man's well-wisher like a father, and its teachings, which have renunciation as their goal, how can a man, devoting himself to worldly values alone, obtain freedom from the transmigratory cycle? O King Hariaswas, who always thought alike, accepted the teachings of the sage unanimously, they circumambulated him and departed to take to the life of renunciation and devotion, in which there is no return to worldly life. And Narada continued his wanderings all over the world, concerning his mind, concentrating his mind on the lotus feet of the Lord, that dawned within while he sang about his excellencies. Daksha's second set of progeny. Hearing about the loss of his excellent sons to himself and family because of Narada's interference, Daksha was overpowered by sorrow and grieved over it for a long time. To have good children can, in this way, be a cause of sorrow also. Comforted and consoled by Brahma, Daksha again begot several thousand children, known as Laswas, by his wife Asikni, the daughter of Panchajana, commissioned by their father to multiply the species and vowed to observe rigorous austerities. They went to the same Narayana Saras, where the elder brothers attained to spiritual perfection. Attaining purity of mind by bathing in those holy waters, they performed severe austerities, uttering the great mantra. For some months they lived on water alone. Next, for some months they took in air alone. Uttering the following mantra, they meditated on Mahavishnu, the Master and Lord of all Masters. Om. Salutations to Narayana, the resort of all liberated souls, the purveyor of everything, the perfect being, the form reflected in all pure hearts, the spirit untouched and uncontaminated by anything. Approaching them, whose mind was set on procreation, the sage Narada, as before, spoke to them in words with enigmatic meaning. He said, O sons of Daksha, beloved of your brothers, hear my advice. Follow the footsteps of your brothers. A brother who knows righteousness conduct and follows the noble path chalked out by his brother gains merits in this world and rejoices in the hereafter with the deities known as Maruts, noted for their intimate fraternity. O King, saying this much, Narada, whose company is unfailing in its effect, moved on. And these Swabalaswas too followed the footsteps of their elder brothers, thus placed on the track towards the Lord, which is the blessing that comes on an inward-looking mind. They went forward without turning back, like knights that have passed away. Daksha's curse on Narada. The Prajakati Daksha began to see many omens portending evil. Soon he came to know the loss of his sons on account of Narada's repeated mischief. Stunned by grief at the loss of his sons, he became violently angry at Narada, but his lips quivering in anger. He said as follows to Narada, who then happened to arrive at the spot. Daksha said, O hypocrite, who is put on the garb of a pious man, you have perpetrated a great atrocity against us who have been following the path of pious men. You have converted my children into begging mendicants. O sinful one, you have marred the future of these children in this world and in the hereafter. For one has to discharge one's free debt to the rishis by Vedic study, to the devas by yachanas, and to the ancestors by begetting progeny. These sons of mine have not discharged these, nor have they made any study of the ritualistic code. One who takes to the life of sannyasa without discharging all these duties loses this world and the next. You have reduced my sons to this fate.
You are unfit to move among the devotees of the Lord. You, whose hobby is to confuse the minds of youngsters. You are the merciless and shameless, who is formed a blemish on the reputation of Sri Hari, whom you profess to serve. Except you, whose occupation consists in making friends into mutual enemies, and thus destroying harmonious relationship among people. The Bhagavatams, devotees of the Lord Vishnu, are generally very particular to be a blessing to the people. You seem to think that mere passivity will enable people to cut off all these bonds of love with the near and the dear ones. It cannot. Only renunciation can. And this renunciation will not be generated in the mind of anyone by the tactics of a pseudo-ascetic like you, having won the form of Paramahamsa, but not his knowledge. Men have to pass through the disciplines of karma to acquire renunciation. Without actual experience, man will not understand the ephemerality of worldly joys and the intensity of suffering. Through experience to them alone can men turn away from them and become a true renouncер. He does not become so by the confusion of thought created by the instigation of others. You did an unpardonable offense to us. Devoted ritualists following the path of rectitude and the ways of a householder's life. Still, we put up with your mischief once. But, O snapper of the thread of our lineage, you have done it again, depriving us of progeny to continue our lines. For that you shall suffer without any permanent place to stay. You shall always wandering about in the world. Vishnupa said, Narada, universally repeated as a holy man, received the curse of Daksha without any reaction. Forbearance, even one power, even when one has power to retaliate is a sign of a real sadhu. The line of Daksha's daughters. Trishuka said, afterwards, under the loving persuasion of Brahma, Daksha, the son of Panchadesa, begot by his wife Asihini 6 daughters, who were very much devoted to their parents. He gave these daughters in marriage as follows: 10 to Dharma, 13 to Kashyapa Prajapati, 27 to Chandra, 2 each to Buddha, Angiras, and Kishava, and remaining 4 again to Kashyapa, who is also called Tarkshaya. I shall now give the names of the daughters and their offspring, whose progeny gradually filled the 3 worlds: Banu, Lamba, Kambu, Jami, Bishpa, Sadhya, Maruvati, Pasu, Muraruta, Sankalpa. These 10 were the wives of Dharma. Here the names of their offsprings. Banu's son was Devasharabha, his son Indrasena. Lamba's son was known as Vidyota, from whom were born Santana Yatinas, the presiding deities of clouds. Kambuka's son was Sankata, and his son Hitaka. Hitaka's issues were the deities presiding over fortresses of the earth. Ojami was Sviraga, and of him Nandi. Vishwa's sons was Vishvavedas. These had no issues according to their tradition of wise men. Sandhya's sons were those known under the group name of Sandhyas. Their son was Atrashidi. Of Maruvati, 2 sons named Maruvatan and Jayanta were born. Jayanta was a partial manifestation of Vasudeva and also known as Upendra. Maruta's issues were known under the group name of Marupritas. They distribute the fruits of action of living beings at proper times. They preside over the 30 Marutas, each of 48-minute duration, into which the day is divided. The son of Sankalpa was Sankalpa, the deity presiding over manifestation, and his son was Kama. The son of Vasu formed the group of 8 Vasus. The names of the 8 Vasus were Drona, Prana, Dhruva, Harka, Agni, Tosha, Vasu, and Vibhavashu. Of these, Drona and Abhimati were one, by whom he had Harsha, Shoka, and Baya as sons. Prana's wife was Ujjavati, by whom he had 3 sons, Saha, Ayu, and Purojama, the wife of Dhruva and Dravani, who bore him as progeny the deities presiding over various cities and towns. The wife of Arka was Vasana, Tarsha, and others were their children. The wife of Agni was Varosdara, Ravikana, and others were her sons. Skanda was Agni's son, but Kritita. Skanda's son were Vishaka and others. Dosha's wife was Sarvari. Her son, Sismurara, was a part of Hari. Vasu's wife was Angirashi, and they had their son, Vishvakarma, who became the architect of the celestials. Vishvakarma's son, by his wife Akriti, was Chatusha, who became famous Manu of that time. The Devas known as Vishvas and Sandhyas are the sons of Chakshusha Manu. Vibha, Vasu's wife, was Usha, who had 3 sons, Vayushuta, Rochu, Atapa. Atapa had a son who was the presiding deity of the day, the 5 periods known as yamas. He is therefore called Panchayama, and the creatures were prompted to action by that deity. Buddha had 2 wives. Of these, Swarupa gave birth to innumerable Buddhas, of which the 11 principal ones were Raivata, Aja, Baba, Bhima, Vama, Ugra, Virushapi, Ajekatapa, Arbudhyana, Baruch Rupa, and Manu. From the second wife of Buddha were born the fierce attendants of Buddha known as Vinyakas and Pitas. The Prajapati Angiras had 2 wives. Of these, the one known as Swala gave birth to Pritis. The other one, Sati, had a son named Atharvanagiras, presiding over the 4th Veda. Vikava had 2 wives named Archis and Drishana, of whom the first had a son, Dhruvaraksheka, and the second, Vidasiras, Devala, Vayuna, and Manu. Taraksha, also known as Kashyapa, had 4 wives known as Vinata, Kadru, Patangiri, and Yamini. Of these, Patangi brought forth the brides, Patangas, Yamini the locust, Vinata the vehicle of Mahavishnu known as Garuda, and Aruna the charioteer of the sun deity, and Karudi, serpents. The wives of Chandra and Soma, moon deity, were the 27 nakshatras, constellations, beginning with Pita. But Chandra had no issue by his wife because his father-in-law, the Prajapati, cursed him to be a consular patient as punishment for his neglect of all his wives except Rohini, of whom he was inordinately fond. By propitiating to Daksha forward afterwards, Soma got back the digits that he lost during the dark night. Now hear about the auspicious names of Kashyap's wives. The world got filled with the issue of Kashyap's wife. 13 in number. The names are Aditi, Diti, Danu, Kashtata, Avishta, Surasa, Ila, Muni, Prodavasa, Tamara, Subrahi, Sararama, and Timi. All aquatic creatures were the offsprings of Timi, and all wild animals of Sararam. O king, all buffaloes, cows, and other 2-hoofed animals were born of Surabhi, while all birds like kites, vultures, etc. were the issue of Tamara. The Asparas were born of Muni. Rodavasa's children were the terrible poisonous snakes. The vegetable kingdom formed the offspring of Ila and Yatudanas and Surasha. The Gandharvas were the offsprings of Parishata, and all the single-hoofed animals like horses of Kishata. Danu had 61 issues. Here are the names of the important ones among them. These were Dvidampada, Sambara, Arishta, Hayagriva, Vibhavasu, Ayomukha, Sankushirasas, Swayambhu, Kapila, Aruna, Puloma, Virashvaharava, Ikachava, Anuttapana, Drumraksheta, Virupakasha, Viprachiti, and Duricharya. From among the above, Valampuya's daughter, Stuprava, was married by Namuchi, and and Virashapa's daughter, Sarmishtha, by the powerful Yayati, the son of Nahulasha. One of these sons of Danu, known as Vishvanara and Upandavi, Harasyara, Puloma, and Kalaka as daughters, noted for their beauty. O king of these, Upandavi was married by Hiranyasha and Hirasha by Kratu, while the other daughters, Puloma and Kalika, became the wives of Kashyapa Prajapati. Kashyapa married these two according to the directions of Brahma. For these marriages were born two clans of powerful warlike Danavas, well known as Polamas and Kalpiyas, numbering 60,000. Your grandfather Arjuna, O king, destroyed single-handed the whole lot of them, desegregators of sacrifices, and thereby became very dear to Indra. The Dana name Viprajati begot by Simhaka, Rahu, and 100 other sons known by the collective names of Ketu. Rahu became a planet. Next here, the enumeration of the famous line originating from Aditi, the all-powerful Lord Narayana incarnated in the line with a part of these.
Aditi had 12 sons named Vivaswan, Aryama, Pusta, Dwapta, Savita, Bhaga, Dharta, Vidata, Varuna, Mitra, Sakya, and Urukrama, Swaman. O pious one, Vivaswan begot by his wife, Sansma, and one named Shraddha known also as Vivaswata, and the twins and male Yama and the female Yami. Afterwards, taking the form of a man on earth, the same Sanshna, or who went on as Vindevas, also known as Nasatyas. Afterwards, Sanshna became Chaya and bore Vivaswan, three issues, Sami, Manu Savarni, and daughter Kapati. He chose Sama Varna and her husband. The wife of Aryama and Matrika, they had an issue of group called Churchanists, who were endowed with powers of introspection, of knowledge of karma and moksha. Lama modeled human species on them. Pusha had no tissue. He was fruitless and had success on rice flour. He laughed at Rudra, showing his teeth when the lector was incensed by Laksha. This was what led to the loss of his teeth. Twashta had for his wife, Vachana, a younger sister of the Daityas. By her was born Vishvarupa and Samivesha of great chieftains. When Brihaspati, smarting under an insult, abandoned his priestly services to the Devas, they adopted this Vishvarupa as their priest, even though he was the nephew of their enemies, the Daityas. Skanda 6, chapter 7, Indra down. Bhakti Parikshit said, for what reason did Brihaspati, the Acharya of the Devas, abandon his disciples? What was the offense on the part of the disciples that made him do so? Please explain this to me, O old one. Shuka said, O king, Indra was one day sitting on his throne with his consort Palombi, sharing half of it. He was sitting inflated with pride, born of his mastery over the resources of the three worlds, forgetting even the bounds of courteous conduct. He was sitting in audience, surrounded by his retinue consisting of 49 mothers, 8 Vasus, the Rudras, Adityas, Ribus, Vishvadevas, Sadyas, and Ashwini Devas, and he was being attended on and extolled by the Siddhas, Puranas, Nava, Rishis, Vidyadharas, Apsaras, Kinnaras, Patagas, and Sattvas. While he was thus sitting on the throne with his consort Palomi, having a white moon-like ceremonial umbrella held up and other royal insignia like chamara flying his waist, Brihaspati, the guru of all the devas, and of Indra himself, entered the audience hall, but Indra did not rise up to offer his seat by way of honoring that sage who was universally respected by celestials, asuras, and all others. Therefore, seeing that Indra did not move even an inch from his seat in spite of observing it, that all-powerful sage came out of the assembly hall immediately, and understanding how Indra was swollen with pride due to his prosperity, returned home without uttering a word. Immediately after, Indra realized his offense of having insulted the Guru and began to criticize himself in that assembly for the same. He said, "Alas, I have done a great wrong, targeted and fucked up with the pride of wealth. I've insulted my Guru openly in the assembly." Whoever possessed of true wisdom and learning would desire to have this kind of affluence derived from the rulership of all the three worlds that I have, if it were to lead to such disastrous results, for though I am the head of the Devas, noted for their gentle nature, affluence has made me behave like an asura. Those who explain away this offense by saying that the king sitting in audience on his throne need not rise up to honor him, do not know anything about the highest duty. Those who follow the teaching of these people, who themselves steeped into ignorance, give such perverse advice to others, will sink down instantly to their destruction like men trying to cross the sea on a slab of stone, mistaking it to be a boat. So without any conspiracy or reservation, I'm going to placate that learned teacher of the Devas by touching his feet with my hand. While Indra was thinking in this way, the worshipful Brihaspati, using his extraordinary psychic power, disappeared from that place. Even after much reflection within himself and consultations with other celestials, Indra was not able to find out the whereabouts of the teacher Brihaspati. He was much worried on this. Coming to know about the situation, arrogant Asuras, advised by their teacher Shukra, took up arms and started a fight with the Devas. Severely wounded all over the bodies with the sharp arrows of the Asuras, the Devas headed by Indra took shelter at the feet of Brahma in all humility. Seeing the Devas in distress, Brahma, who had origin from the Supreme Being, was all pity of them and spoke consolingly. Brahma said, "O leader of the celestials, you have indeed done a great wrong. Alas, infatuated with pride of wealth, we fail to show proper regard to a holy man like Brihaspati, who has conquered the senses and is established in Brahma. O celestials, it is as a result of this offense of yours that in spite of being powerful, you have had to suffer this defeat from a weak enemy. O Indra, look at your enemies, the Asuras. They were once weak because of their spurning their guru, Shukra. Now, because they have propitiated him by service, they have again grown in power and wealth. Devoted as they are now to Brigu, Shukra, they might now take over even my state. When they are so powerful because of the guidance they get from Shukra and the strength instilled into them by mantras, the heaven of Indra is quite easy for them to take over. Calamities do not overtake saints who are devoted to the Lord and to holy men, and are kind to all creatures. So goes soon to Vishwarupa, the son of Twashta, who is a Brahmana of great austerity and insight and high to please him. Overlooking his learnings to the side of the Asuras due to his karma, if you please him and get him on your side, he will fulfill your objective. Vishnuka said, "O king, instructed in this way by Brahma, the Devas were relieved of their sorrow. They went to Twashta's son. Vishwarupa embraced him and said as follows. The Devas said, "We have come to your ashrama as your guests. May you be happy, dear one. There is one favor we seek of you out of our present need. It behoves you to fulfill the same like a son. Service of their parents continues to be the highest duty of men, even after they have children of their own. It is still more so of persons who are unmarried. The Acharya is a replica of Brahma, a father of Prajapati, the brother of Indra and the mother of the earth deity. The sister is a replica of Daya, mercy. A guest is the very embodiment of Dharma. A visiting traveler is a form of fire, and all creatures are expressions of the Lord. Therefore, it behoves you, who are like a son to us, to help us overcome, by virtue of your austerity and by proper advice, the difficulties we now face on account of our defeat at the hands of our enemies. We desire to choose you, a wise and enlightened person, as our teacher, so that by your power we may overcome our enemies without any difficulty. On serious occasions, there is no impropriety in an elder person prostrating at the feet of one younger. O learned one, one's knowledge of the Veda is a real mark of one's superiority and not mere age. Sri Sukha said that Vishwarupa of great austerity, being thus implored by the delegation of Devas, replied to him, highly pleased in sweet words. Vishwarupa says, priestly office, which ends in the wastage of one's spiritual power, is deprecated by people who know the sacred laws. But how can I, who am like a disciple to you, the masters of the world, refuse a request made by you? In the fulfillment of the wants of a preceptor or master lies the fulfillment of the life of a pupil or a servant. Regarding those who have taken the vow of poverty and non-possession and practice exclusive devotion to Lord, their only income consists in the fallen grain that they collect from the fields and streets. O Lord of the three worlds, how can I, who am now discharging the noble duties of a householder's life, with the sacred materials collected in this way, take to the ignoble profession of a priest? So I am not going to refuse your request. After all, what a trifle due my superiors are asking for. I shall devote all my resources, including my life, for the achievement of your purpose. Sri Sukha said, on being thus chosen by the Devas, Vishwarupa, famous for all his great austerities, offered his services to them in their place. He thenceforth discharged his priestly duties with wholehearted attention. By the power derived from meditation on Vishnu, in the practice of Narayana Kavacha, he deprived the Asuras of their good fortune, safeguarded by Shukra's occult sacrifices, and transferred it to him. The high-minded Vishwarupa imparted to Indra this meditation known as the Narayana Kavacha, the armor of psychic potency relating to Narayana. Protected by it, Indra with 1,000 eyes easily overcame the armies of the Asuras. Skanda 6, Chapter 8, parting of Narayana Kavacha. Indra. The Raja said, it behoves you to tell me that the occult armor of mantras called Narayana Kavacha is protected by which Indra was able to conquer as easily as he played enemies who were equipped with all vehicles and weapons and wrest from them the suzerainty of three worlds. You ought to explain how under its protection Indra could conquer his well-armed enemies. Sri Sukha said, after choosing a Vishwarupa, the son of Twashta, as priest, Indra asked him to impart to him the Narayana Kavacha, and Vishwarupa did so. Now listen attentively to what he said. Vishwarupa said, the Narayana Kavacha should be repeated and meditated upon when one is faced with a dangerous situation. Washing hands and feet, doing achamana, sipping water ceremonially, and putting on the pavitra, the grass ring. A person should sit facing the north with a pure mind and controlled speech. With the two mantras, the 8th syllable and the 12th syllable, he should perform aganyasa and karanyasa before he meditates on Narayana Kavacha. In the aganyasa, the 8th syllable mantra, Om Namo Narayana, should be spread over the body by the touch of the fingers, along with this repetition of each of the syllables in their order on the 8 parts of the body: feet, knee, eye, thigh, abdomen, heart, chest, face, and head. Utterance of each syllable should be prefaced and followed by the sound Om. or the order of the parts touched and the syllables uttered may be reversed also. In Karanyasa, the 12-syllable mantra, Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya, should be spread by touching the fingers and the phalanges of the thumbs in due order, uttering the syllables of the mantra from the pranava to ya in the order with each touch. Each syllable should be prefaced and ended with the utterance of Om. Next is shouted vinyasa of the mantra Om Vishnave Namah. The syllable Om should be placed on the heart, V on the head, between the brows, Na at the top. The syllable should be placed in the eyes, Na in all the joints, and Ma meditated upon a powerful weapon, Astra, representing the deity of the mantra, with whom the worshipper should get identified. Then, using Visarga with Ma and adding Kut to the sound, he should utter the formula Ma Astraya and project it in all directions, snapping the thumb and middle finger together in each of the directions to ward off evil spirits. One should then meditate on the Supreme Being, the one object fit for meditation by all, possesses all his powers like lordship, Asparya, and having the form of the consciousness, energy, and austerity. He should then repeat the following mantra, constituting a Narayana Vacha.
Om, may Hari, who is seated on Garuda, who is endowed with 8 powers, who has 8 arms, and who holds in them his 8 weapons, horn, pincers, shield, sword, mace, arrow, bow, and robe, ensure my protection in every way. In the water, may he protect me as a gateway from Varuna's weapons. In the land, let him protect me as a mystic wall. In the sky, may his universe encompassing 3D Karma form protect me. In danger zones like the battlefront, the forest, and the like, may he protect me as the man lion, the destroyer of Asura hosts, whose terrific roars pierce the quarters and cause the fetus in females to abort. In my travels, may the divine boar, whose body represents sacrifice and who lifted the earth on his tusk, protect me. On the top of mountains, may Rama with the axe protect me. During sojourn in foreign land, may Rama, the elder brother of Bharata, along with Lakshmana, protect me. May Narayana protect me from the destructive incantations of enemies, as also from my own listlessness. May Nara save me from pride. May Jata, the master of yoga, save me from fall from the path of yoga. May Kapila, the master of the gunas of Prakriti, save me from the. May Sanat Kumara save me from the influence of Cupid. May Hayagriva save me from the folly of offering insults to divinity. May the great Deva Rishi Narada safeguard me from showing negligence in the worship of the Supreme Being. May Hari, as a divine tortoise, save me from conduct leading to hell. May the worshipful Dhanvantari protect me from the unwholesome food. May Rishabha Deva, noted for his conquest of the senses, save me from the miseries arising from the pairs of opposites. May Yajna protect me from the scandalous criticism of men. May Bala Bhadra protect me from the attacks of the populace. And Ajit Sekha, the king of the serpents, from the fear of deadly serpents known as Krodha Vasas. May the worshipful Dvaipayana save me from ignorance. May the Buddha save me from atheism and indolence. May Kalki come as a powerful incarnation for the protection of Dharma. Save me from evils of the age of Kali. May Kesava protect me with his mace as daybreak. May Govinda with flute protect me during the second watch of the day. May Narayana, assuming all his powers, protect me during forenoon. May Vishnu, with the discus in hand, protect me during the noon. May Madhusudana, armed with his powerful bow, protect me in the afternoon. May Madhava, who has become the Trinity, protect me in the evening. May Rishikesha protect me in the first watch of the night. May Padmanabha protect me both in the second watch of the night and at midnight. May the Lord with the Srivatsa mark on his chest protect me during the watch following midnight. In the pre-dawn watch may Janardana wielding the sword protect me. May Damodara protect me during the Sandhyas. And may Vishvara, the embodiment of time, protect me at dawn. May the sharp-edged discus, Sudarshana, fiercely destructive like the fire of cosmic solution, and speeding anyway on being released by the Lord, burn up the enemy forces as dry grass by fire. O mace, thou, the favorite weapon of the Lord, emitting fire and having the impact of the thunderbolt, may you pound all evil forces like the Kushmandas, Yakshas, Rakshasas, Vinayakas, Bhutas, and Pretas. Smash all enemies to smithereens. Oh, the famous font, Panchajanya, blown by the Lord, frighten, and drive away by your terrific sound and evil influence like Rakshasas, Pramatas, Pretas, Matris, Pisachas, and Brahma Rakshasas. O sharp-edged sword, used by the Lord, cut to pieces the ranks of my enemies. O shield with the mark of 100 moons, cover the eyes of sinful enemies, blind them who have evil eyes. Whatever beings and influences they are causing us fears and standing in the way of our progress, be they planets, comets, men, serpents, wild animals, bhutas, or one own sins, may they all disperse and be destroyed. O Lord, by thy name, form and presence. May the worshipful Garuda, the all-powerful, the embodiment of Veda and the object of adoration by Sama chants, protect us. May Vishwaksena protect us in all difficult situations by the power of his name. May Hari's name, form, vehicles, weapons, and chief attendants give protection to us, our intellect, senses, mind, and pranas. If the truth is that worshipful Lord alone is all existence, gross and subtle, may all troubles and difficulties of ours be dissolved by the power of that truth. So the Lord is without any differentiation for those who are experiencing the unity of all existence. Still, by his Yoga Maya, he assumes various powers, forms, weapons, and adornments. It being the truth that he is a substance in everything. May he, the all-powerful and the all-knowing one, protect us always and everywhere, presenting himself in forms appropriate to the situation. May the Lord of Nrisimha protect us above, below, and around, on four sides, and in the four corners, within and without, by driving away all causes of fear by his laws, and by extinguishing the powers of all others by his unmanned puissance. O Indra, I have now imparted to you that psychic armor called Narayana Kavasha. Protected by it, you can easily conquer all the leaders of the Asuras. Wearing this, if you look at or touch with your foot anyone, that man will at once be rid of all fear. He who protects himself with this armor has nothing to fear from kings, thieves, planets, or wild animals like tigers. Once a Brahmana of Kaushika's lineage invoked this mantra in a desert without any water to do purificatory rites, and by the application of the yogic technique, left the body then and there. Over that region where this Brahmana left his body, Hitrarata, a leader of Gandharvas, once passed in his elder car, surrounded by many Gandharva women. As he passed over the spot, the vehicle was upturned, and all the occupants came down topsy-turvy to the ground. On the advice of the saints known as Balakriyas, Chitrarata collected the bones of the dead yogi, consigned them to the Sarasvati where the river flows eastward, took his bath in it, and went home. Sri Sukha said, whoever hears this or meditates upon this with full faith, he receives the homage of all living beings. He is free from all kinds of fear. Having obtained the knowledge of this meditation from Vishvarupa, Indra obtained victory over the Asuras and became the master of the resources of all the three worlds. Atha no more Dhyayaya, the appearance of Ritra. Sri Sukha said, we have heard that this Vishvarupa had 3 heads, through each of which he conquered each of the 3 soma, liquor, and food. O king, Vishvarupa, whose father was a deva, always made offerings to devas with humility and loud utterance of the mantra. But drawn by the affection for his mother, who came from the ranks of the Asuras, he secretly gave a part of the offerings to the Asuras too, whenever he sacrificed to the Devas. Indra was aghast at this unrighteous deception practiced on the celestials, and in great anger cut off Vishvarupa's head. The head that drank the soma became Kapinjala. That which took liquor became Kalawinga, and that which consumed food became Tittiri. By this, act Indra, though a powerful personality, had to incur the sin of Brahmahatya At the end of the year, in order to rid himself of it, he transferred and partitioned that sin among the four, namely the earth, water, trees, and woman. 1/4 portion of it was accepted by the earth in return for the boon that any pit dug on the ground will be naturally filled up. The deserts seen on the surface of the earth are the effect of that sin inherited by the earth. So in such desert regions, the study of the Veda and performance of sacrifices are prohibited. The trees accepted another fourth portion of the sin for the boon that their branches would grow again, even if clipped. What is seen as exudation in trees when cut is a sinful expression of Brahmahatya. Women receive the 3rd quarter of the sin, accepting as boon that there will be no obstruction to their love life, even in pregnancy. That sin expresses in them through the monthly menstrual flow. Water receives the remaining fourth of the sin on being given the boon that its addition to anything will swell its bulk. The bubbles and foams seen in water constitute that sin. So people take water only after removing the dirty portion that represents the sin.
Now, Krishna, the father of the slaughtered Vishwarupa, was grief-stricken by the death of his son, and he began his sacrificial rite in order to produce a person powerful enough to kill him. O enemy of Buddha, grow into mighty proportions and slay him and be soon, so great was that. Therefore, from the sacrificial fire known as the Sakshi Agni, a terrific being came out, like the all-consuming form of their appearing at the time of the total destruction of the Pralaya. A being emerged from the Dakshina. Every day, the all-round growth of his body was equal to the dimension of a bow. His complexion was black like that of a mountain burned by forest fire, mingled with the glow of a clouded sunset. The hair on his head and his face looked like a heated copper, while his fierce eyes resembled the midday sun. He was wildly dancing to the accompaniment of tumultuous roars and earth-shaking treads, holding an uplifted trident with 3 dazzling points, as if he were lifting up heaven and earth impaled on it. Everyone fled away as he stood yawning, exposing the extensive cavern of his mouth, with a terrible and protruding tongue, as if he were going to lick the stars and drink up the sky, and swallow the tree world. That extremely cruel and sinful being came to be known as Vritra, because he, the offspring of Twashta's mantra, was the very embodiment of tamas, covering the world with the darkness emanating from him. On seeing him, the devas with all their following rushed at him and struck him with their divine weapon. But Vritra swallowed up all those weapons. The devas, who were stunned at this, found simultaneously that they had lost their puissance. Overcome with grief, they became introspective and prayed to the Supreme Being as follows. The devas said, "Time which swallows everything is the dread of us all. The 5 elements like air, sky, fire, water, and earth, the worlds formed by their combination. Brahma, who directs the process, and we his subordinates. In him who is the dread even at that time, we seek refuge. He indeed is a simpleton who seeks the shelter of others, leaving aside him, the unconditioned, self-satisfied, the passionless being. He who does so is a fool like the one trying to crop the ocean with the aid of a dog's tail. Thou, the great fish on whose antenna Manu Vaishvaja was tied his boat of the earth, and thus overcame the great danger caused by the universal flood. May thou save us, thy dependents, from the fear facing in the form of the flood. In the beginning of creation, Brahma found himself falling from his solitary situation in thy navel lotus, amidst the limitless expanse of cosmic waters rendered all the more forbidding by the furious winds that raged away. May he who saved me in that dire situation be our Savior too. Be the one Lord of all, who out of his Maya brought us into existence to carry on the creative activity by his blessing. He who even without us, in awful being the creator of everything, though unperceived by us on account of our infatuated feeling of being mighty lords. He who saves us, his own people, whenever we are under the threat of enemies, by becoming incarnate among devas, rishis, men, and lower creatures, in spite of his being the eternal one. He who pretends himself as our chosen deity in different aspects, though he is the supreme cause, who is both the Purusha and the Prakriti, who is transcendent to manifest, though manifest as the world, in whom we seek shelter. May he, the supreme being, do what is auspicious unto us. Sri said, O king, as the devas recited their hymn, the Lord sporting the conch and the discus in hand, manifested himself in their heart. Seeing him with eyes resembling the petals of an autumnal lotus, accompanied by his 16 close associates, who were exactly like him, except that they had no Kaustubha and Srivatsa, all the devas were overcome with bliss and fell before him in prostration like so many rods. The devas said, Salutations to him whose prowess is displayed through yajna, conquering heavenly felicity. Salutations to him who is also the destroyer of everything as time. Salutations to him who released the discus Sudarshana against the transgressors of the sacred law. Salutations to him who has many names in different of his attributes. O Creator, thou hast brought into existence the three realms, the heavenly region, the earth, and the netherworlds. Thy supreme state, which transcends all these, is beyond the understanding of all of us who are subsequent to thy created world, which brought us into existence. Only thy grace can help us know it. Salutations to thee but one, to thee Narayana, the indweller of all, to thee Vasudeva, the support of all, to thee the source of self-effulgent self-consciousness, to thee the original being, to thee the supreme person, to thee the home of all greatness, auspiciousness, goodness, and mercy, to thee the pure being and the pure witness, to thee the basis of the whole world phenomenon, its master and its director, to thee the Lord of Lakshmi, to thee the pristine consciousness bliss that shines in the heart of the Paramhamsas, from whom every trace of ignorance has vanished by the service of thy sacred feet, with intense concentration derived by long practice. It looks as if this, thy cosmic play, will ever remain inscrutable, for without any aid, without a body, without anyone to assist, thou, who art both with attributes and without, dost create, preserve, and dissolve this universe, undergoing no change or transformation in thyself in the process. It is a mystery beyond our understanding whether thou art, like the jiva, involved in the evolutionary process of Prakriti, dependent on external factors and subject to the good and evil fruits of one's own actions, or whether thou art only the witness of the whole cosmic process, abiding in thy own bliss, actionless, and overseeing. In the Bhagavan, the Supreme Lord, possessed of inscrutable greatness and inexhaustible glories, these alternatives are not contradiction. Thou art beyond the understanding capacity of the modern controversialists, whose minds have been made turbid by a system of sophistry based on false authorities, on mere guesswork, and on false argument. When thy Maya ceases to function, everything subsides, and thou alone art. And when thy Maya is functioning, what is the impossible for her to achieve? In transcendence and world manifestation, there are no true beings. Thou alone being both, without suffering, and diminishing of thy nature and entity. According to the nature of the minds perceiving, whether they are poised in equanimity or agitated, thou dost manifest differently, as a piece of rope is manifested to different people as a snake, a garland, or a streak of water. He alone is the truth in all things. He is the Lord of all, and is the ultimate cause out of which all materials and agents of creation have sprung. By his indwelling, the whole world is in manifestation and stands as a pointer to his existence. He alone remains on everything besides his institution. How can those wholehearted devotees of time, who have become oblivious of the pseudo joys provided by the sensuous objects of this and the higher world on account of the constant flow of bliss produced in their minds by the contact of a single spray from the nectarine ocean of thy glory, and whose minds have attained to the peace that is in thee, the soul of all being, how, O destroyer of Madu, can such holy men devoted to truth, having thee as their only friend and dear one, and ever wakeful in their quest of thee as the highest goal of their life, how can they forget the service of thy lotus feet, attaining which there is no return to this transmigratory man? O thou the soul and resident of the three worlds, thou the measurer of the three worlds by the three stripes, thou the director of the three worlds, thou the bestower of joy on the three worlds, thou the Asuras, the sons of Iti, pure manifestations of thy will. The present not being the time for their ascendancy, thou didst suppress the Asuras by assuming through thy Yoga Maya various forms in thy incarnations among devas, men, subhuman species, and aquatic creatures, and punish them according to their offenses. In the same way, deign to destroy the son of Krishna, too, if it pleases thee to do so. O Father, O Grandsire, we, thy dependents, thy votaries, have our hearts chained to thy lotus feet through constant contemplation. By granting thy vision, thou hast made us thy own, and now deign to assuage in the intense grief gnawing out of our hearts, by casting on us thy looks lit up with a loving and sympathetic smile, and accompanied by the sweet continuous flow of thy nectarine speech. O Lord, creation, preservation, and dissolution of the universe forms, by sport of thy Yoga Maya, within all beings, thou art present as Brahman, and as the indwelling self, and outside is nature, and according to the requirements of time, region, and embodiment, thou, as the material cause and revealer, art the witness of every experience of theirs, without being attached and released like the sky. To thee, the Supreme Being and the Supreme Self, who thus knows the hearts of all, what are we to represent? We who are standing before thee like sparks before the contemplation. Therefore, deign to know by thy insight into the hearts of all the objects with which we have come to see thee, seeking shelter at thy feet, which save beings from the travails of transmigratory existence. O Lord, deign to destroy the Sritra, the son of Krishna. He is consuming the three worlds. He has consumed our prowess along with our weapons. Salutations to Hari, the eternally pure, the resident in the sky of the heart, the witness the existence, knowledge, bliss, the son of undimmed fame, the eternal being, the one grasped by holy men as their support, and the divine goal which all beings involved in the travails of samsara ultimately reach. Sri Sukha said, Sri Hari was propitiated by the fervent hymn addressed to him by the Deva, and he said to him, highly pleased, the Lord says, Holy and celestial, I am pleased with you for having expressed the truth about my nature through your hymn. From your hymn, people will get an idea of my attributes and powers, and their mind will be filled with devotion for me. O great celestial, what is there difficult to attain if I am propitious? But a wholehearted devotee, a knower of the truth, anchors for nothing else but me. One who is involved with the sense objects is pitiable because he does not understand his own reality. Those who allow for for petty objects, and those who grant you are bound to be pitied. One who knows what constitutes the supreme good of man never induces the ignorant man to the path of desire prompted karmas. A good physician will never allow his patient to take unwholesome food, even if the patient likes to do so. Indra, may good befall you. Approach the great Rishi Dadichi, beg of him to give you his body, which has been fortified by meditation, vows, and austere practices. The sage Dadichi is a great knower of Brahma. The path is infinite. He taught the meditation on Brahman, known as Asvasila, to Asvini Devas, which gained for them the status of immortals. The Maharshi, Dadichi, who is an expert in Atharvana Veda, gave instruction on this unbreakable psychic armor known as Narayana Prabhajan, which is ensouled by him to Krishna, who in turn gave it to his son Vishwarupa, from whom you have acquired it. Sage Dadichi is a knower of the rules of Dharma. If you make a request to him through this Ashwini Devas, his disciple, he will certainly give you his lumps, out of which Vishwakarma can make a unique divine weapon. But that weapon of thunderbolt, augmented by my power, you will be able to cut off the head of Brita. And when Brita is dead, you will recover your prowess, missiles, weapons, well.
Atha Dashmo Adhyaya. Hari, the cause of the whole universe, now disappeared from the sight of the selectors after having advised Indra and Viva. When the Devas approached the great sage Dadiki, in expert in Atharvana Veda, and requested him as instructed, he looked pleased and replied jestingly as follows: "O selector, are you not aware of the intensely paralyzing fear that human beings have for death? Jivan in whom love of life is instinctive, cling to this dear body with passionate attachment." The Devas replied, "O great ones, for personage like you, greatly reputed for holiness, for the nobility of your action and for your universal love, what is there too difficult to give away as gift? Men who are interested only in their own well-being never understand the suffering of others. If they did, they would never beg in this way as we are doing. And one who has the resources and the inclination to make a gift would never refuse to oblige." The Rishi says, "I refused your request at the first in order to hear from you what is Dharma. I shall now give up for your sake this body, which one has to give up one day or the other. O Devas, those who do not strive for fame and attainment of merit through the sacrifice of this impermanent body out of one's love of living beings, unable to be looked upon with pity even by inanimate objects. The eternal path of virtue followed by men, famous for their holiness, consists in their feeling sorrow for the sorrows of others and joy for their joys. It is indeed a tragedy. It is indeed a pity that man fails to do good to his fellow being with this body, which is ever threatened with death and is bound to be food for dogs, and with his wealth, children, and other resources which are transient and intrinsically worthless." Sri Sukha said, resolving thus, Dadichi united his spirit with the Supreme Lord and Brahman, and thereby left his body dead. with the senses, pranas, mind, and intellect controlled, and with his consciousness concentrated exclusively on the reality, he broke all bonds through supreme yoga and left his body without even being aware of his passing away. Next, Vishwakarma made the thunderbolt weapon with the bones of the great rishis, and Indra endowed with the power of the Lord to keep up out with it, and seated on his elephant Arauvata, he shone amidst celestials and rishis who sang his praises, expressing the joy of all the three worlds. Like Rudra rushing and Antaka, the god of death, Indra now charged violently at Vritra, who was surrounded by his army of asuras in order to bring about his destruction. A fierce battle now took place between the Devas and the asuras on the banks of the Narmada at the beginning of Tretya Yuga, of the first Chatur Yuga, of the present Manvantara. Great was the wrath of Rita and of the other asuras at the sight of the luminous form of Indra, the lord of Maruts, accompanied by the Rudras, Vasus, the Adityas, Aswini Devas, Pitris, Maruts, Vibhus, Siddhas, and Vishwadevas. The army of the asuras consisted of leaders like Namuchi, Sambara, Anarva, Remurta, Rishabha, Ambara, Hayagriva, Sankuhiras, Viprachiti, Ayomukha, Puroma, Rishya, Parva, Prahiti, Heti, Utkala, Mali, and Somali, and a huge host of other asuras, yakshas and rakshasas. That asura host adorned with various decorations, unperturbed and raising fierce war cries, caused great distress in the ranks of the formidable force of the Devas by their steady and fearless charges with their weapons like mace, clubs, arrows, prasas, hammers, and tomaras. They rained on those Deva chiefs volleys of weapons like tridents, battle axes, swords, shatakshmis, and pusundi, covered by the vast number of arrows shot in such quick succession that each arrow touched the back end of one of the fronts. The Devas looked like the moon, and the other celestials luminaries hidden by the gathering clouds in the sky. But the expert archers on the side of the Devas shattered the volley of arrows into bits even before it had reached their side. When all the arrows and other weapons were exhausted, the asuras began to shower hillocks, trees, and boulders at the Devas, who pulverized them in no time as they did with the weapons. Great fear seized the asuras, the followers of Rita, when they saw that not even a scratch was caused on the bodies of the Devas by all the weapons, hillocks, trees, boulders, etc., startling them. Just like the vulgar, harsh words used by silly men and household spiritual personators, all attacks that asuras direct at the Devas recalled ineffectably. The ungodly asuras who had no faith in hurry now found that all their previous strength was absorbed by their enemies. Their lust for battle therefore subsided, and they got ready to run away from the leader and the battlefield, finding that all the struggle was in vain. the courageous and intelligent Vritra, on finding his defeated and terror-stricken followers ready to take to their heels, smiled and addressed them. Vritra addressed his men in words appropriate to the occasion and sweet to the ears of heroes. O Viprachiti, Namuchi, Kulama, Maya, Anarva, and Shambhara, hear me. That is sure and certain of one born as a mortal. There is no remedy laid down for it in any text. That being the case, who could not cover a death that would bring reputation in this life and happiness in the next. There are two types of death approached by the wise, but difficult to have. One being the exit from the body, where the pranas control and the mind in equal poise and concentrated on Brahman. And the other, death in the field of battle, without taking even a footback from the enemy. Adya ka dasho yaya. Shri Shruta said, the frightened and dispirited asuras who were on the point of flight refused to be moved by the words of right conduct spoken by their master. O king, finding his army in complete disarray, fleeing leaderless under the attacks of the devas and the adverse influence of time, Rita became desperate with grief and anger and railed at the devas thus. Of what avail for you is this pursuit and slaughter of these fleeing asuras, who have proved to be the very dirt secreted by their mothers? For those who claim to be heroes, slaughter of flying enemy contributes neither to fame here nor to their welfare hereafter. O mean cowards, dare to stand before me for a moment if you are really warlike and courageous, and provided you have also had all your pre-death worldly cravings fulfilled. The powerful Brita thus frightened the devas by his fierce form and his terrific roar, which shook and paralyzed the whole world. Like men struck by lightning, the devas fell down unconscious by the stunning effect of Brita's roar. As an elephant in rut tramples over groves of reeds, so did the irresistible Brita dance and trample over the stunned bodies of devas, with his trident held aloft in hand, and causing tremors on earth by his powerful stride. Seeing Brita thus attacking his forces and charging at himself, the enraged Indra threw his powerful mace at him. But Brita fought it with his left hand as in play with utmost control. Fierce and courageous as he was, Brita struck the elephant of Indra on his forehead with his mace. A feat for which, O king, both friend and foe alike acclaimed him. With Indra seated on him, his elephant Airavata, when thus struck with a mace, receded by a distance of 7 bow lengths, his face shattered and bleeding profusely like a mountain hit by lightning. The chivalrous Brita, on seeing Indra discomfited and his mount disabled, did not strike again with his mace. In the meantime, Indra, by the touch of his nectar-raining palms, healed and resuscitated Ravata and stood ready for fight. O king, Brita, on seeing Indra, the cruel-hearted enemy responsible for the murder of his brother Vishwarupa, standing ready for battle, said as follows, with a mock laughed in a mood of grief and amazement in the enormity of Indrasana. It is indeed a piece of great good fortune that you, who are guilty of slaughter of one of so holy as my brother, and a guru of yours to boot, should stand before me for battle. O evil genius, I shall be freed from the debt I owe to my brother, when today your stony heart is pierced with my trident. Just as a heaven-seeking ritualist decapitates a sacrificial animal, you, practicing a confident trick, mercilessly cut off the heads of my brother, who was at once a holy man, your teacher, a sinless person, an observer of vows, and a knower of the Atman. You worry, as you are, of modesty, grace, kindness, and a good name, the abomination of even cannibals. You shall, with your body pierced easily by my trident, soon lie uncremated on the battlefield for vultures to tear open and consume. And whoever there be ignorantly following your cruel heart of doubt and traveling weapons on me, their bodies too, with heads chopped off with my sharp trident, shall be made an offering to the lords of elementals and their following.
But, O Indra, if, however, it is I whose head happens to be chopped off with your thunderbolt weapon, then I would thereby be freeing myself from the bondage of karma, and attaining to the realm of the heroes after having offered my body as food to the birds and beasts. Indra continued, O Indra, why do you hesitate to strike me, who am standing before you with your unfailing thunderbolt? Thou not that it will be effective like a measure used strikes will be, even as a prayer for favors addressed to me, wisely and person. This thunderbolt weapon, O Indra, is powered by the energy of Mahavishnu and the austerity of Rishi Davichi. Commissioned as you are by Mahavishnu himself, destroy me, your enemy, even now, with that thunderbolt weapon. Wherever hurry is, there victory follows, and prosperity and virtues too. And my chosen deity Sankarsana has commanded me, I shall hold my concentrated mind at his lotus feet, and with all the bonds of my body generating karma, Prarabdha, cut asunder with your thunderbolt weapon, where you destroy my body. I shall go the way of all saintly contemplatives. The Lord does not generally grant the riches and felicities of heavenly realm, or the earth, or Rasatana, to his servants who have wholehearted devotion to him. For where wealth is, there also thrive animosity, fear, worry, pride, quarrel, greed, and tiresome toil. O Indra, our Lord and Master, the Supreme Being, causes obstruction to the efforts made by devotees for the attainment of heaven, prosperity and enjoyment, dharma, and karma, in order to divert them to the path of devotion. From such obstruction, one should infer the operation of the Lord's grace on all renouncing devotees, a favor that the others of little devotion can never obtain. O Hari, may I be born in successive births as a servant of thy servants, who have reared their sole support in life. May my mind ever contemplate on the attributes pertaining to thee, the master of my life, and may my word be always devoted to the description of thy glories, and my body to thy service. O thou, the home of all auspiciousness, I do not aspire for the state of the Creator Brahma, or for the sovereignty of Rasatana, or for the yogic power, or even in the state of freedom from samsara. If the attainment of these means separation from me. As fledglings eagerly await their mother's return, as hungry calves long for their parents' other, and as faithful wife anxiously await the return of a long separated husband. Thus, so that my mind, O lotus-eyed one, yearn for, and wait in eager expectation of thy best vision. To me, who am talked about on this wheel of transmigratory existence, may there be opportunities of intimate relationship with the devotees of the Queen of Holy Faith, and may I have nothing to do with those whose minds are bound by Yoga Maya, the body, children, wife, house, and the land. Skanda 6, chapter 12, destruction of Vitra. Sri Sukha said, O king, resolve in this way to embrace death in battle rather than to fought victory in the more meritorious cause. Vitra rushed Indra with his trident in hand. Just as the Asura Kaitava charged at Mahavishnu from the water of cosmic distinction, the hero Vitra will probably strive, and the step was as fiercely brilliant as the fierce cosmic solution, and treated Indra, yelling out, "Death to you, O felon!" Unshaken by the sight of that weapon approaching through the sky like a planet or a brilliant meteor, Indra cut it with his thunderbolt weapon, having innumerable joints. It is also one of Vitra's arms, stout and fleshy, like the body of the king of serpents. Though bereft of one hand, Vitra charged furiously at Indra with an iron club in the remaining hand, and struck at the cheek of Indra, the holder of the thunderbolt, and at his elephant vehicle, hit in this way. The thunderbolt weapon fell from the hand of Indra. All the celestial souls, Devas, Sura, Charanas, and Siddhas acclaimed the wonderful skill of Vitra, but at the same time raised anxious cries at the detriment of Indra. Ashamed of himself, Indra hesitated to take up again the thunderbolt weapon that had fallen from his hand. Thereupon Vitra said, O Indra, take up your thunderbolt weapon and kill me, your enemy. This is not the time for regrets. No warrior fighting with weapons can expect victory always and never defeat. The fortunes of war vary, except in the case of the infinite being, the master of creation, preservation, and distribution. The ultimate cause of the success and failure of human effort is the Lord manifested in his time. With him who snapped all the world and their lords function in absolute subservience, like birds entangled in the fowler's net. The ignorant world, without knowing the Lord functioning as time, on whom the powers of the senses, mind, and body depend, who manifest his energy, life, death, and immortality, attribute success and failure to themselves, identifying with the physical body. Oh, Indra, know that just like a wooden door, figuring a woman on a mechanically worked animal, all creatures in this world are subject to the control of the Lord. Neither Prakriti nor Purusha, nor the great element, Mahatattva, nor Igoti, Ahankara, nor elements, Bhutas, nor senses, Indriyas, not one of them can project this universe without his grace and blessing. Man, ignorant of this, considers his little self as a master in himself. He is in truth only an instrument in the hands of the Lord. He makes him an instrument for procreating other beings and for destroying others too. When time is favorable, man is blessed with longevity, prosperity, fame, plenty, and the goodwill of all. And when time is unfavorable, the opposite is the case, however much he may strive against it. Therefore, one should remain unperturbed in all situations, whether in fame or in disrepute, in success or in failure, in life or in death. Sattva, rajas, and tamas, and all the effects pertain to Prakriti alone, and not to the Atman. He is free from bondage who realizes that the Atman is only the witness of all the bodily and mental transformations, and is not involved in them. O Indra, look at me who, though defeated and deprived of an arm and of weapons, am still standing facing you for battle, determined to do whatever I can to destroy you. This battle is a gamble, in which the stakes are the lives of the people, the arrows, the dice, and the vehicles of the fighters, the game board. No one knows who will be victorious or who will be defeated. Shuka said, Indra, claim these words of Vitra, free from any touch of hypocrisy. Picking up the thunderbolt and without being too much pride in Vitra's attitude, he said, smiling, Indra said, O Dhanava, Whoever has the outlook you have described has certainly attained to the great spiritual eminence. What a great good fortune it is that we have taken wholehearted refuge at the feet of the Lord, who is the universal friend and master of all things. We have indeed transcended the whole deluding yoga maya of the Lord, for you have discovered your innate nature and attained to the state of an exalted sage. It is indeed most surprising that a person like you is endowed with the Raja Guna or Prakriti, has developed firm and settled devotion for the worshipful Vasudeva, the embodiment of pure sattva and the Lord of all. What use is there for the dirty water of muddy pit for one who sports in a limitless ocean of bliss? As a result of his having cultivated deep devotion for Vasudeva, the Lord of all and bestower of liberation. Sri thus exchanging thoughts on spiritual matters, the warrior leaders Vritra and Indra great prowess fought. O great king, Vritra, the suppressor of enemies, now whirled the destructive Indra and now begat Indra with his left arm. Indra then cut with one stroke of his thunderbolt weapon of 100 joints, both the club and Vritra's other. It was stout and strong like the trunk of an elephant. The Asura, with both his arms, cut at their base and bleeding profusely due to Indra's throat, looked like a mountain bowl down after its wings were cut. Possessed of a huge body and fangs, examining death itself, he looked as if he were going to swallow the free world. He moved like a mountain chief, causing tremors on hilltops and crushing the earth into powdery dust by the might of his stripes. Opening his mouth so as to touch the heaven with their upper jaw and the earth with the lower one, he rushed at him, the wield of the thunderbolt, and swallowed him and his vehicle by his mouth as wide as the sky and a tongue resembling that of a serpent. Great in strength and in power, he swallowed in rise of 500 swallows and elephants, Prajapatis, Maharishis, and Devas raised a hue and cry, and remained stunned with swallow. Though swallowed by the Asura, Indra did not perish in his stomach, as he was protected by the Narayana Kavacha and his own yogic power. The resourceful Indra cut open the abdomen of Vritra by force. Emerging from the Asura's body, he cut off his head as if leveling the top of a mountain top. The thunderbolt weapon of tremendous speed whirled round and round the neck of Vritra for the period of 1 year. The time required for the sun to traverse through the snow void severed and hurled the head of Vritra in the appointed hour on the exhaustion of his Prahlada. Thereupon, cattle drums sounded in the heavens. The heavenly choir consisting of Gandharvas, Siddhas, and Charanas extolled Indra for mantras highlighting the powers he shows in the destructive of Vritra, and showered a profuse rain of flowers. O valiant king, all witnessed a spiritual effulgence in me emerging from Vritra's body and entering the realm that transcends all the manifested levels of existence. Skanda 6, chapter 13. Purification of Sri Shuka said, O generous king, all in the 3 worlds felt free from their woes and were filled with joy, with the sole exception of him. All of the assembled Deva, Rishi, Pitris, Buddha, Asura, and Gandharvas, besides Brahma, Parameshvara, and Indra himself, returned to their respective abodes. The Raja said, O sage, I am desirous of knowing why Indra failed to be happy. While all the other celestials were happy, why was Indra alone unhappy? Vishuka said, terrorized by the might of Vritra, all the Devas and Maharishis had appealed to Indra to destroy him. But Indra had been reluctant to do so because of the fear of Brahmahatya, or son of killing and harming. Indra said, in order to help me, women, earth, water, and trees divided and appropriated them among themselves the sunlight derived from killing Vishwarupa. Shuka said, hearing these words of Indra, the Rishi said to him, make good fortune before thee. We shall help you to perform an Aswamedha sacrifice. Entertain no fear of the sin committed by you. If you adore the Supreme Being Narayana, the Lord and Master of all, the soul of all souls, you will be free from the sin of slaughtering even the very world. By chanting his names and excellences, even killers of holy men, of cows, of their fathers, of their mothers, of their teacher, etc. There's also those who eat dog's flesh and are most degenerate, are purified, by the devoted word of him, supreme being, by means of a horse sacrifice that we propose to perform. You will be unaffected by the sin of killing even all beings in the world, being who are none but expressions of the Lord himself. What then to speak of the slaughter of this cruel one? You should have continued. Thus from the family rishis, either I have killed Krishna, and now the son of Brahmatya overtook me. He had to undergo very great suffering on account of the sin. For even virtues does not bring joy to one who has done something that makes him ashamed of himself and despicable in the eyes of others. He saw Brahmatya following him in the form of an old shivering outcast woman, infected with pieces and wearing a blood-stained cloth. He had great disheveled hair, and she was polluting the air everywhere with her breath, emitting the smell of rotten flesh. She followed Indra, calling out to him to stop. O king, the 100-eyed Indra rushed in the sky, and all reporters without getting peace anywhere. At last, going in the northeastern direction, he took shelter in the Manasa lake, revolving in his mind on the way to getting rid of the son of Brahmahatya. He believed for 1,000 years in water, in the delicate fiber within the stalk of lotus flower, without the enjoyment he usually derived from the sacrificial offering. For being hidden in water, fire is the conveyor of such offering, could not reach it.
During this period of Indra's absence, Nahusha, who was endowed with the strength born of meditation, austerity, and yoga, ruled over heaven. But when out of infatuation resulting from wealth and power, he made indecent advances to Indra's wife, he was reduced to the state of a servant. In the meantime, the virulence of Indra's sin was mitigated by the influence of Rudra, the presiding deity of the region where Indra hid, and by the grace of the consort of Vishnu. Further, purified by meditation on Mahavishnu, Indra was invited by great Maharshis to return to the heavenly region. O scion of Bharata's house, the Brahmarshis then came and made Indra perform a horse sacrifice in adoration of the Supreme Being. When Indra, under the direction of the great Vedic scholars and Uchias, performed the Ashwamedha sacrifice in adoration of him who has assumed the forms of all the deities, the whole of the sin of Brahmahatya that had affected him dispersed like dew before the sun. Thus, by that horse sacrifice, conducted by great rishis like Marichi, according to the rules of the ritualistic code in adoration of the Supreme Being, the bestower of the fruits of all action, Indra became cleansed of all his sins. This narrative concerning the victory and the redemption of Indra obliterates the sin of those who hear it. As it extols the Lord and describes the doings of his devotees, it enhances devotions in those hearing it. Let the people read it time after time, and especially hear it read on days considered holy. Wise men will derive from the study of it a great strengthening of their faculties, as also prosperity, fame, longevity, and freedom from sins and enemies. It will bring them all that is auspicious. Skanda 6, chapter 14. The story of Chitraketu. Raja Parikshit said, O illumined one, how did this Vitra, whose nature was rooted in Raja and Tamas, and who was very sinful, obtained such firm devotion for the worship of Narayana, the inner pervader of all beings. Even in Deva, who are endowed with the quality of sattva, and in great rishis who have attained purity of mind, this kind of unalloyed devotion is not found. Living beings are countless in this world like grains of sand. Among them all, in the human species, there are only a few here and there who aspire and strive for spiritual development. O Holy One, even among them still fewer are aspirants for mukti, and among such aspirants, only a very limited number succeed in abandoning earth and home and realizing the Atma. O great soul, among a floor of such liberated and spiritually illumined beings again, persons who have perfect equipoise and single-hearted, ecstatic love for Narayana are extremely rare. How then does this Vritra, and sinful oppressor of all the worlds, come to have such firm devotion for Krishna, the existence, knowledge, bliss absolute, even when engaged in a fierce battle? O revered Sir, we have great doubt in this matter, and we are therefore very much desirous of having a true understanding of it. This Vritra won the admiration of Indra by his prowess. His resignation to the Lord could not therefore have been caused by fear. Shruta said, Sri Shukha, the son of Badarayana, on hearing these sincere and earnest words of Parikshit, praised him for putting such a question and began to answer it. Sri Shukha said, Listen, O king, to the traditional account on this subject, which I heard from Vedavyasta, Narada, and Jvala. In the land of Surasena, there was a famous emperor named Chitraketu. In his region, the earth yielded all the requirements of man. That king had many wives, but every one of them was barren, and the king was therefore without any issue. Though possessed of all desirable endowments like beauty, generosity, youth, high birth, learning, lordliness, and wealth, he was very much worried over his wife being barren and he without issue. Neither wealth, nor his numerous beautiful wives, nor his vast empire could give him happiness under the above circumstances. Once the worshipful Rishi Angiras happened to arrive at the king's place in the course of his peregrinations all over the world. After receiving him standing and offering him an honored seat in ceremonial worship, the king seated himself with a restrained mind near the rishi. O king, addressing King Chitraketu, he was seated near him on the floor in all humility. The rishi returned the courtesies and said to him as follows. The rishi Angaras said, I hope yourself and your subjects are healthy and happy. Just as man is protected by a defensive wall of 7 aspects of Prakriti, namely Mahatva, Ahankara, and the 5 Tamatras, so also a king's defense consists of the 7 constituents of the state: the preceptor, ministers, inhabited villages, fortresses, treasury, machinery of enforcement, and allies. The king thrives by putting confidence in these constituents of state, and they by rallying around the king. I hope all of your household and state functionaries are obedient and faithful to you, your wives, subjects, ministers, executive officers, servants, vassals, and children. He who has been able to control the minds, to him all the above mentioned are obedient. Not only that, all the world's real rulers come to him with tribute, unfailing arts. You do not seem to be happy with him. Why is it so? Is it due to some internal worries, or due to some extraneous cause? That I see you as one with his cherished desires unfulfilled. Your face is overcast with worrying thoughts. O king, being thus questioned by the sage who could, if he liked, intuit anything he wanted to know, Chitraketu, in his eagerness for a son, replied to him as follows, making prostrations in all humility. King Chitraketu said, O all-knowing one, for yogins who have overcome all evil tendencies through austerity, knowledge, and meditation, what is there unknown about a person's inside and outside? You know the minds of all. Yet, since you have now put the question, I shall give out the cause of my worry. Even though enjoying the power and plenty of an emperor, unattainable even by the world's overlords, none of these pleases me, who am eager for an issue. Just as a man hungry and thirsty is not satisfied with anything but food and drink. O great one, being issueless, I, along with my ancestors, will be consigned to hell. By helping us to have an issue, deign to save us from this fate. Sri Shuka said, the learned, merciful, and all-knowing Andhura, the son of Brahma, made the king prepare some sacrificial food offering and perform a sacrifice to Twashta. O king, the Maharishi gave their sacrificial remnant to the senior-most of the king's wives, named Kridadyuti, to eat. Afterwards, the Maharshi Angura, son of Brahma, told the king that he would have a son who could be the cause of both joy and sorrow to him, and departed. That queen Kridadyuti, by consuming that sacrificial remnant, bore a son from the seed of Chitraketu, as the goddess Kritika from the fire deity Agni. O king, the fetus that originated from the virility of the king of Surasena developed in Kridadyuti as the disk of the moon in the bright fortnight. When in due course the time for delivery arrived, a boy was born, bringing great joy to all the inhabitants of Surasena who heard about the thing. Rejoiced at it, Chitraketu took purificatory bath, put on decorations, got the blessings of holy men for their infant, and got its birth rituals performed. He presented them with gifts of gold, silver, clothes, ornaments, villages, horses, elephants, and above all, 60 forms of cows. As clouds shower rain, so the high-minded king made gifts very liberally to all for the prosperity, fame, and longevity of his son. The king's attachment for the son, whom he had obtained with such great difficulty, grew day by day, and the miser's attachment for hard-earned wealth. The mother, Kridadyuti, too, developed towards her son attachment that verged on infatuation, while the grief of her co-wives for their childless condition also began to intensify. Chitraketu now ceased to have for his childless wives the same degree of love that he developed for the one whose child he could now fondle with affection every day. These co-wives suffered intensely from the combined effects of their envy towards Kridadyuti, their inferiority complex, their childlessness, and the king's neglect of them. Woe unto the woman who is childless, unfortunate, devoid of her husband's confidence, and looked down upon as a maidservant by her wife, who has become a mother. Maidservant, who receive the recognition of their masters again and again for service, have no cause to be aggrieved. But alas for us, unfortunate beings who are like maidservants are maidservant. So these co-wives grieved. Great was the fire of anger and jealousy generated in them at the sight of their co-wife's treasure of a child, while their indifference, which the king developed towards them, helped to fan the flame of that violence. Deprived of all goodness and discriminative intelligence due to jealousy and animosity, and prompted by their intolerant hatred for the faithless king, these cruel-hearted women administered poison to the infant. Crida Duty, unaware of the wicked acts of her co-wives, was under the impression that the child was sleeping and kept herself busy with domestic work. But later, the intelligence of Crida Duty felt that the child was asleep for too long a period, and so called her maid to bring the child. On approaching the child on his bed, the maid was shocked to see the infant with pupils turned up and his vital forces, senses and mind not functioning. He fell down screaming, "Alas, alas, dead I am!" Hearing the loud and piteous cries of the woman who was beating her breast, the queen, Crida Duty, went to her side, only to be shocked to see her child most unexpectedly lying dead. Immediately she fell down and swooned out of overwhelming grief, her hair disheveled and clothes in disarray. Hearing the cries, men and women living in the palace all came to the spot and joined the others in crying with an equal measure of anguish and sorrow. Those responsible for the dastardly act also shed crocodile tears and joined the party of mourning. Stunned with uncontrollable grief on hearing about the most unexpected and inexplicable death of his beloved son, the king, attended by his officers and advisors, came to the spot with great difficulty and was blind with grief, and often stumbling and falling on the way. The king, whose locks and garments had become loose, fell at the feet of the dead child. He was sighing deeply, and his voice was choked and stops. Seeing her only child dead, and her husband overwhelmed with grief on account of that, the queen began to lament earnestly, recounting her woes and causing great anguish in the hearts of the ministers and other people. The torrential flow of tears, mixed with the colonium in her eyes, fell on her breasts and mingled with the red satin fly thereupon. With her hair disheveled, and flower leaves falling, and garments in disarray, she began to moan aloud in a voice like that of the bird. Gulabi, O Creator, you who function contrary to your own creative activity must indeed be unbelievably foolish. The death of a very young person, while old individuals are left behind, was an instance to the point. If you are doing this deliberately, you will be distinguishing yourself as an enemy of your own creatures. If it is said that rebirth and death, there is no such rule based on the age of individuals, then being determined by karma or kuchilas, when you are cutting asunder the bond of affection which you yourself generated for the multiplication of the species. For
People will abstain from having children if such dire consequences depend on having them. O son, it does not befit you to devote me, your mother, but wicked and happy. Look at your sorrow-stricken father also. With your help, you could have easily got over the hell which issueless people cannot cross. Do not go far away with the merciless Yama. Oh, my dear child, get up. Other children are calling you to play. You have been sleeping rough and mostly hungry now. So take food, have your feet washed, and come to us. Run near and dear ones. O son, my own personal Sarah notices your face with its charming childlike and placid look. Having been taken by captive Yama to that land from which there is no return, I am not able to hear your sweet in this speech. Shripa said, following with his wife, who was indulging in such words of lamentation, and Chitraketu burst forth into laughter. All the relatives and women, all the relatives, men and women, gathered there, joined the couple in their wailing. Everything bore the impress of death. Seeing that group of sorrowing people, withered and reduced to the state of inertness, the two sages, Angirat and Narada, appeared on the scene. Chapter 6, chapter 15. Consolation of Chitraketu by the sages. Sri Sukadeva. Instructing the king, who was lying on a corpse at the side of the dead body of his son, the sages spoke to him the following words of wisdom. They said, O great king, he for whom you are mourning, what is he to you? In this flux of creation, how were you related to your dead child in the previous birth? And what is to be the relation in future birth? Just as grains of sand come together and separate in the current of water, so are living beings united and separated by the flow of time. Just as sprouts may sometimes grow from seeds and sometimes not, so do offspring come sometimes out of parents and sometimes do not, as dictated by the Lord's Maya. Just as I, you, and all these creatures do not exist before birth and will not exist after death, so they do not exist even now. The Lord of all, the unoriginated being, brought out of himself and created categories by the exercise of his inherent power. And with these categories that are dependent on him, he performs the work of the creation, preservation, and dissolution of all beings held absolutely under his control. In creation, he has no object to gain as a child in play. Okay, a man is born to the body of a father, to the body of the mother, just as a seed is grown from an early seed. Thus, the body changes while the indwelling soul remains the same, like the causal categories in objects. Just as the distinction made between the universal and particular is an assumption, so also the distinction between the spirit and the body and the coming together is an assumption. The soul alone is the abiding reality. The concomitance between the two is no proof that the spirit died with the body. Sri Buddha said, thus comforted by the sages, King Kshetraketu wiped his sorrow-stricken face and said, who will you be that have come here, disguised as wanderers, but possessing the highest wisdom and deserving the first rank among those called great? Holy men, dear to the Lord, move about in the world, hiding their greatness under the veil of abnormal looks and ways, in order to bless worldly-minded persons like myself. Sanat Kumara and his crew, Narada, Tribu, Angiras, Devala, Asita, Pankararahma, Vyasa, Markandeya, Gautama, Vashishta, Parasturama, Kapila, Visuka, Durvasas, Yeshnavalkya, Jatuparnya, Aruni, Ramasa, Chiyavarna, Dattatreya, Asturi, Patanjali, Vedasiras, Bodhya, Panchasiras, Yuvanya Nava, Kaushalya, Sukadeva, Ritatwaja. These and many other sages go about the world in order to bestow spiritual knowledge on others. Therefore, it is befitting that you hold this lamp of wisdom and remove the darkness of one like me, walking in ignorance like a village swine. The Rishi Angira said, O king, I am that Angiras who helped you to obtain a child. This is the all-knowing and worshipful sage Narada, the son of Brahma. We have arrived here thinking of you and to bless you, who are now submerged in grief, arising from the loss of a son, a fate which a votary of holy men and a devotee of the Lord like you does not deserve. Even when I learned you earlier, I wanted to impart knowledge to you, but finding that you were then more intent on having issues, helped you to get well. We have now understood the kind of sorrow that people with children are likely to suffer. All kinds of worldly relationships and attainments too, whether they be related to wife, houses, wealth, power, objects of enjoyment, land, kingdom, and its majesties, army, treasury, servants, ministries, and allies. All are causes of sorrow, pride, fear, and worry. They are fleeting phenomena like a castle in the air and have no ultimacy as in the case of experiences caused by dream, magic, and reverie. All these objects of enjoyment, which have no substantiality, are merely creations of the mind, for they are experienced one moment and are gone in the next. It may be said that they are products of one's meritorious and evil actions. No, it is from the mind engaged in the constant thoughts arising from the tendencies acquired from previous actions and various future actions, and their results spring. This body of man, constituted of material substances, sense organs, and organs of action, is the cause of difficulties and sorrows of various kinds. Therefore, meditate on the Atman with a peaceful mind, on the Atman with a peaceful mind, and get rid of the idea of permanency you have in regard to the world of duality. Srinadara said, receive from me with one pointed mind the mantra that I shall impart to you. It brings about the highest good of men and gives the experience of Shankarshana to those who meditate on it with concentration for a week. O King, it was by taking refuge at his feet that the great one like Parameshwara got over the ignorant form identification with the body and attained to that state of spiritual power and glory, unequaled and unsurpassed, that is his. You too will attain to it if you worship him with the devout heart. Kanda 6, chapter 16, Enlightenment of Chitraketu. Ritsuka said, next, Devashi Narada, by the exercise of his yogic power, showed the subtle body of the good child to his sovereign relative, and said to it, Narada said, O Jiva, may you be happy. See you not your father and mother and other relatives following for you. Assume your previous body and succeed to the throne. Surrounded by your relatives, spend the rest of your life in enjoyments provided by your father. The Jiva said, I have been going from birth to birth in the transmigratory cycle among devas, these creations, men according to my karma, in which birth of mine have these been my father and mother? In the succession of birth, anyone might have been anyone's kinsman, consanguineous relation, enemy, unrelated neighbor, protector, or stranger. Just as objects of sale like gold and ornaments later would pass from one hand to another in the course of transactions, so does the jiva pass from one room to another of individuals belonging to the species of devas, men, and brute creations. Relationships, even with any living object, say that one's domestic animals is found to be impermanent. So long as anything is considered one's own, there is relationship. When anyone's domestic animals are sold away, we do not look upon them as ours anymore. Even in the embodied state, the jiva is the eternal and non-egoistic spirit. He has a continuous existence even after death, but has no continuous identification with his previous embodiment or his associates of that birth. Only as long as a jiva is in a particular state of existence due to his karma, only so long will the relationship pertaining to it subsist. In his real nature, the jiva is a part of Ishvara, who is eternal, undecaying, subtle, the basis of all, and self-certifying awareness. In his real nature, this Atman has none specially dear or inimical to him. None is one's own, and none another's. Without the attachment as a friend or a foe, he is the one being that stands as the witness of all who do good and bad actions. He is an unconcerned witness of all that is high and low, ever free. He does not share any enjoyment of suffering, nor does he accept anything as the fruit of his actions. Sri Shuka said, saying so, the jiva of the dead child departed. Then all its relatives were astounded, and cutting asunder the bond of attachment, they became free from grief. The relatives of the child then cremated the body and performed the prescribed obsequies. They somehow succeeded in abandoning attachment
which is the prime cause of sorrow, infatuation, fear, and worry. O king, those cruel women who lost their luster because of the sin of infanticide became extremely ashamed of themselves. Remembering the words of the rishis that all worldly entanglements like children are causes of sorrow, they abandoned jealousy and other vicious proclivities and performed on the banks of the Yamuna the rites prescribed by priests as expiation for their sin. As for Chitraketu, the spiritual consciousness was roused by the words of the rishis. And just as an elephant emerges from the mud and mire of a lake, he emerged from the dark well of household life. He took his bath in the Yamuna, performed the rites for the Pitrins, controlled the senses through concentration on the Supreme Lord, and prostrated himself before the holy sages Narala and Angiras, both offspring of Brahma. Pleased with the devout king, who had surrendered himself and ingathered his mind, the sage Narada communicated to him the following meditation. Om, salutations to thee who has manifested thyself for worship by devotees of the four Vayusas, Vasudeva, Sankarshana, Pradyumna, and Aniruddha. O thou of the form of consciousness, O thou of the form of supreme bliss, O thou immersed in thy inherent bliss, O thou the ever peaceful, O thou devoid of vices consciousness, salutations to thee. He in whom bliss consciousness has abolished all materiality, passions and activities arising from Maya. He who is the great being that directs the powers of all the senses, he of whom the universe is an expression, to him our salutation. When mind and speech, failing to reach their source, relapse, he, the pure consciousness beyond name and form, shines. May he, the source of the dichotomy of cause and effect, protect us. He from whom all the universe is born, in whom it is established, in whom it dissolves. He whose presence persists in it through all these transformations, just as that of the clay in objects made of clay. To that Brahman our salutations. He whom the mind, intellect, senses, and the organs of knowledge are unable to comprehend, whom pranas and the organs of action are not able to contact. I salute that being pervading inside and outside like a Khalsa. It is because of his penetration into them by a part of his that the body, senses, prana, manas, and intelligence are able to function. Without his presence, these cannot function, just as iron cannot be molded without being heated. In all the three states of consciousness, waking, dream, and sleep, he is present as the witness of the jiva, but the jiva knows him not. Om, salutations to thee, O Bhagavan. O thou, the highest being, O thou, the Lord of all. O thou, whose feet are served by the lotus buds of the hands of all devotees. Our salutations to thee, the Master of all divine majesties, the Lord of infinite glories and excellencies. Sri Shuka said, O monarch, after teaching this meditation to the devoted and resigned king, Narada went along with Anguras to the realm of Brahma. For 7 days, Chitraketu practiced concentrated meditation on the mantra communicated by Narada, taking in nothing but water. Afterwards, he practiced the same meditation for 7 days more, and the subsidiary result of which he got the permanent leadership of the Vidyadharas. Again, for 7 days he practiced meditation with very great ardor, and, helped by a mind that had attained to a state of great refinement, he approached the feet of the Lord Adisesha. He saw Adisesha of serene face and eyes of reddish tint, white in color like the inside fiber of lotus wool, dressed in blue cloth, and wearing a brilliant crown, armlets, girdle, bracelets, etc. Free from all his sins, Chitraketu's mind now attained to the state of extreme purity on account of his blessed vision. With devotion swelling in his heart, tears of spiritual joy flowing from his eyes, and horripilations all over, he took shelter in the Lord and made prostrations to him. Tears of love flowing from his eyes moistened the Lord's footstool again and again, and for long he could not utter even a word in praise of him, as his voice was choked by intense emotion. Soon he managed to control his emotions by the exercise of his intellect. Having recovered the power of speech, he ingathered all the outward-going tendencies of the senses, and concentrating all the powers of the mind on the Lord, addressed the following hymn to that manifestation of him as the Adishesha, described in the text of Bhakti. Chitraketu said, O unconquerable one, thou hast, however, been conquered by great devotees who have conquered their minds, and are established in that unperturbed outlook resulting from seeing thee in everything. And they, the desireless devotees too, have been conquered by thee, who dost annex them to thyself completely, by giving thy all-embracing self to them in unitary consciousness. The creation, preservation, and dissolution of the universe are expressions of thy spiritual joy. Those deities are concerned with such cosmic functions are only parts of thy part, but not understanding them and considering themselves independent entities, they struggle against one another in vain. Thou, the being without a beginning, middle, or end, art verily in the beginning, middle, and end of everything, of entities from atomic to cosmic dimension. What is persistently present in an entity at its beginning and at its end is only what exists in the middle also. This cosmos is encased in 7 sheets of earth, water, fire, air, sky, things, and the great element, each succeeding sheet being 10 times vaster than the earlier one. Amidst countless such world systems, this cosmic shell or world system of ours is whirling about like an atom in the infinitude of thyself, the Ananta, or the Endless One. Men full of animality, and therefore thirsting for sensuous enjoyments, worship deities like Indra, who are the expressions of thy glory, but not thee, the supreme truth, in thy fullness. The rewards that such persons get in the heavenly regions of these deities cease at the end of their period of supremacy, just as the dependents of a king lose everything when the king loses his throne. O Supreme Being, if man directs his desire nature to thee, who art luminous consciousness beyond the luminous of beauty, he will not be affected by tendencies that create weeping. Just as fried seeds do not germinate, desire nature is burnt and transformed through communion with thee. It is desire nature turned to the sense object that causes the bondage of duality. O victorious one, when thou didst promulgate the flawless Bhagavad Dharma, then didst thou become truly victorious. For all the great sages like Sanat Kumara and others, who have no possession but thee, and who delight only in the spirit, follow that dharma with for the attainment of the spiritual samaguna. Those who follow the Bhagavad Dharma are not self-centered and are therefore free from that partial output which makes such distinctions as I and you, mine and yours. The desire-prompted works are vitiated by the passions of the mind. They are therefore impure, impermanent, and full of moral defect. What good can come out? What achievement can there be by practicing Vedic ritualism, the performance of which causes sufferings to one's bodies and to others? By torturing one's body in the performance of rituals, they incur thy displeasure, as that thou art residing in all, and by inflicting suffering on others like the sacrificial animals, they become guilty of unrighteous actions. No, thy law can never be futile. The noble ones who see thy presence in all beings, moving and unmoving, follow this law of divine worship, the Bhagavatam. It is not in the least impossible that by thy vision all the sins of aspirants are dissipated. For even the most degraded man is liberated from samsara by hearing thy sacred name even once. O worshipful Lord, by thy vision we have become extremely pure, as all the evil tendencies of our mind have been effaced by thy vision. What has been said by thy devotee Sri Narada cannot but come to pass.
Thou, without a beginning or an end, to thee who pervadeth everything, the thoughts and actions of all things are known. There is nothing that we need make known to thee. It would be like fireflies revealing things to the sun. Salutations to thee, who worship the Lord, who is the master of creation, preservation, and dissolution of the universe. To thee, the transcendent being, who is beyond the understanding of perverse yogis, dominated by dualistic consciousness. He following whose will done all the protecting deities of the universe make any move. He by whose functioning alone all the sense powers function. He on whose head the earth rests like a mustard seed. To him, the worshipful Sankarsana, endowed with 1,000 heads and with all the divine powers, my salutations. Sri Sukha said, O King of the Kurus, extolled thus the worshipful Lord, Ananta, was much pleased with Chitraketu, who had now become the head of the Vidyadhara, and said to the wrath, Lord Phil, O King, by the practice of meditation communicated to you by Narada and Angiras, and by my vision thereby, you have become great in spiritual attainments. All the objects within the universe are myself. Within them all I am witnessing self. I am also the cause of the origin. The Veda and Prakriti are my two eternal bodies. Know the Atma to be pervading the world as its experiencer, and the world to be spread in him as the object of experience. Both the world and the Atman are pervaded by me, and both are established in me. It happens that the dreamer dreams that he is fast asleep, and in that sleep He dreams mountains, forests, etc. within himself. Shortly, he dreams he has awakened, and in that waking in dream, he perceives himself as lying in the corner of a room. To the sleeping man, all these dreams and that waking in dream are mere projections of his own thought. So are the waking, dreaming, and sleep of everyday experience projections of the Lord's power of Maya. One should identify oneself as he who is the witness of his faith, and not be the victim. That consciousness by which a man who is fast asleep knows himself to be asleep and experiences blissfulness and non-awareness of any object. Know that to be myself, the Brahman transcending the Buddha or Prakriti. When one reflects on both the waking and the sleep state, one is aware of the persistence of the same principle of consciousness through both. From this, one should draw the conclusion that this concomitant consciousness is the witness, different from the text. It is identical with Brahman. When the spirit forgets its identity with me, he becomes subject to birth and death in the transmigratory cycle. No peace can be had by one who, having obtained a human body, a state in which one can have intellectual knowledge and spiritual intuition, fails to make any effort in that direction. Seeing on the one hand the prospect of pain in worldly desires and work for their attainment, and also the temporary nature of the satisfaction they give, and on the other, the way to peace and fearlessness in the renunciation of desire and desire-oriented work, man should abandon resolutions based on desires prompting him to work for the enjoyment of their goods. Men and women undertake various kinds of work for the attainment of happiness and freedom from pain. But as a matter of fact, they attain neither freedom from pain nor happiness. Observing the opposite results, including two people who take pride in being wise and clever, knowing the subtle truth of the Atman is the witness of complete states of waking, dream, and sleep, cultivating extreme detachment in respect of all experiences of the senses, and seeking satisfaction in the knowledge of the scripture and in the realization of the truths that they inculcate. Man should cultivate supreme devotion to me. The realization of the Supreme Being as the one sole existence is the truth that should be known without any doubt by any persons whose mind has attained to purity, to spiritual communion. If you heed to this word of mine with serious attention, then you would before long become endowed with knowledge and realization. Sri Dukkha said, Sri Hari, the soul of the world and the teacher of all, taught and consoled Chitraketu in this way, and this appeared as the letter looked on. Skanda 6, chapter 17, how Chitraketu became Putra. Sri Sukha said, Chitraketu, who had now become a Vidyadhara, traveled through the sky in the direction in which Adisesha disappeared after making salutations in that direction. Endowed with inexhaustible power of the body and senses on account of his great yogic attainments, extolled by hosts of munis, siddhas, and charanas, Chitraketu, the great yogi, spotted for several lakhs of years in the wish-yielding valley of the Mount Mahameru, making his Vidyadhara women sing hymns in praise of Sri Hari. Once, in an aerial vehicle presented to him by Mahavishnu, he went to see Parameshwara, the master of the mountain, accompanied by a vast host of siddhas. There, seeing Shiva sitting with his consort Parvati on his lap and embracing her, Chitraketu laughed aloud and spoke as follows in the hearing of the lady. Chitraketu said, "He, Sri Rudra, is the most important among embodied beings and the teacher of the whole world, and yet he sits in public assembly in the embraces of his wife while he explains Dharma to others. Wearing matted locks, reputed for great austerities, and the president of the family of learned theologians, he nonetheless puts what is right on his legs, shamelessly as a vulgar person. Even a vulgar person will hold a woman's right, but only in privacy. And this one, reputed for his great austerities, is doing so in public. Shisuka said, "O king, Lord Rudra, whose mind was deep and unperturbable, only smiled at us a little, but remained silent. The members of the family too sat silent, following the example of the Lord. When Chitraketu, ignorant of the Lord Shiva's greatness, uttered highly unbecoming remarks, Sri Parvati roused to anger, spoke thus to that impertinent Vidyadhara, who insolently prided himself upon his self-control. Sri Parvati said, "Is this meant that primitive authority to criticize, restrain, and punish shameless and wicked beings like ourselves? He speaks as if he were. Is Brahma, the lotus born, a stranger to Dharma? Abhrigu, Narada, and other offspring of Dharma, other offspring of Brahma, ignorant of it? Do not the Kumaras, Kapila, and Manu understand its principles? Are they not all honoring Hara, the so-called transgressor of Dharma? Who then is the small right to do so? This degenerate fellow of a Kshatriya who dares to override the views of all great men and criticize Rudra in this way. Rudra, whose feet are fit to be contemplated upon by Brahma and others, who is the teacher of the whole world and who is the holiest among holy beings. That impudent man deserves punishment. And the man so conceited and arrogant does not deserve to go anywhere near the Lord of Vaikuntha, who is served only by persons of great holiness, devoid of this kind of egotism. So, O arrogant one, you wanted child, may you have an evil embodiment as an asura, in order that you may not do the kind of things great men. Sri Sukha said, when cursed thus, Chitraketu descended from his aerial vehicle and humbly making prostrations to Sri Parvati, trying to pacify her. Chitraketu said, O goddess, I accept your curse with both arms, whatever divinities bestow on one, whether it be favorable or unfavorable, is all the result of one's own karma. The jiva, and overpowered by ignorance, and moving about in this cycle of transmigratory existence, enjoys the pleasurable and painful experiences wherever he may be born. Neither oneself nor others are responsible for one's happiness and misery. The ignorant man alone thinks that he himself and others are the cause. In this perpetual movement of Prakriti, what is the place of a curse, of a blessing, of pain, of pleasure, of heaven, or hell? They are all insoluble. The impartible one, the Lord of all, creates everything in the power of his Maya and bestows on them joy and sorrow, liberation and bondage. No one is especially dear to him or inimical, none specially related or friendly, none his own or alien. For him who is always unaffected and alike to all, there is no incentive for pleasure, much less for anger. Yet his Maya in the form of karma makes for pleasure and pain, bondage and liberation, birth and death. In fact, for the entire involvement of the jiva in the cycle of transmigratory existence. Therefore, O angry one, I desire to pacify you, but it is not for release from the curse you have pronounced, O great ladies. It is for asking pardon of you for what I said was improper. Is to conflict, O subjugator of soul, thus specifying Parvati and Parameshwara. Shikshaketi went away in his aerial car, as all watched and in wonder. Then the worshipful Rudra said as follows to Sri Parvati in the hearing of all the Devas, Rishis, the Suras, Siddhas, and the Kindris. Sri Rudra said, O Jinseman, do you now see the greatness of Heaven, the servant of the servants of Sri Hari, of wonderful deeds? Of those men who are great in their devotion and in the absolutely desired state of their mind, whether it be in the enjoyments of heaven, the freedom of liberation, or the sufferings of the purity, these great devotees of Mahavishnu see him and him alone, and are free from every kind of fear. It is due to the sportive action of the Lord's power that the jiva get body and all the contrary experiences of life and death, happiness and misery, curse and blessings. The distinction of objects as good and bad, desirable and undesirable, is a kind of valuation made in our minds on the basis of our ignorance. It is like mistaking a flower of the snake. For those who have supreme devotion to the worshipful Vasudeva and are therefore endowed with the power of knowledge and renunciation, there is no need to depend upon anything in this world. The Lord is the support in all conditions. All of us, including myself, Brahma, Palaskumara, Narada, and other offspring of Brahma, Indra, and other devas, are part of Mahavishnu, the divine self, but being actuated by the feeling that we are by ourselves, sovereign powers, we are not aware of peace or endorsing war, and we being worked out through us. Much less are we aware of his presence everywhere. For him there is none who is especially dear
an enemy, or a stranger, being the self in all beings, honey is dear to all alike.
This great man, Chitraketu, is a devotee who loves the Lord intensely. He is even sighted everywhere, ever peaceful. Being myself a devotee of Mahavishnu, I feel no displeasure towards him. Therefore, there is nothing to wonder at in any matter connected with the peaceful and even-sighted devotee of Mahavishnu, for they are beyond all our speculation. Sri Shuka said, hearing these words of Lord Shiva, the goddess Parvati was specified. He no longer wondered at the conduct of Chitraketu. The great devotee Chitraketu, though capable of cursing the Devi in return, submitted himself to the curse without any reaction. Such conduct is a sign of holy will. Assuming the form of an asura, but endowed with knowledge and devotion, this Chitraketu was born as Ritra in the Dakshinangi of Tvashta, who sacrificed in it for creating an agent for destroying Indra. I have now answered your question how Vritra and Asura could have constant remembrance and love of the Lord. By hearing the holy story of this great devotee Chitraketu and listening to the great excellences of Lord Vishnu's devotee, man is liberated from bondage. A man who gets up early in the morning and studies this narrative every day with faith, self-control, and constant remembrance of Sri Hari will attain to the highest spiritual stage. Atam Shashtra Aksho Jaya. The birth of the monks. Sri Shuka said, Christy, the wife of Salita, gave birth to 3 daughters, who are the deities presiding over Kaya tree, Vyavitri, and Veda, and to 9 sons who preside over the sacrifices known as Agnihotra, Vasu, Soma, Chaturmasya, and the 5 daily obligatory yajnas. O dear king, the wife of Bhaga, named Siddhi, gave birth to 3 sons, Mahima, Vibhu, and Prabhu. She had also a daughter of great beauty and virtue named Aksis. Raja had 4 wives named Kuhu, Sinivali, Raka, and Anumati, and in them he had 4 sons, Sayan, Darsham, Rata, Purnamasa, respectively. Vidatta, the 8th son of Aditi, begot by his wife Kriya, the 5 presiding deities of the 5 fires known as Purishas. Varuna had Chashani as his wife, and of her was born Brigu, the offspring of Brahma reincarnated. The great sage Valmiki, reputed as having emerged from an anthill, was also a son of Varuna. The sages Agastya and Vashishta were sons of Mitra and Varuna. Mitra and Varuna happened to emerge in their seed due to sexual excitement in the presence of the heavenly nymph Vasi, and they deposited it in a pot, wherefrom was born the sages Agastya and Vasishta. Besides, Mitra begot by his wife Revati 3 sons named Utsarga, Harishta, and Ipala. We have heard that Indra, led by his wife Sachi, 3 sons named Jayanta, Ishaba, and Vidwan. The Lord in his incarnation in the assumed form of Vamana, led by his wife Kirti, a son named Richaloka, who in turn had several sons like Subhaga and others. About this incarnation, Vamana, born as the son of Kashyapa and Aditi, of these actions, excellences, and prowess, we shall describe later, we shall describe in detail hereafter. Now I shall tell you about the issue of Kashyapa led by his wife Diti. It is one of these lines that the great devotee Prahlada and Bali were born. Diti had 2 sons, Hiranyaksha and Hiranyakshipu, who were respected by all the Daityas and Danavas and who became famous. Of these, Hiranyakshipu, led by his wife Prayaju, the daughter of Chamba, 4 sons named Samblada, Anu, Glada, and Praglada. They had a sister named Simiha, who was married to Viprachiti, by whom she had a son named Rahu. It was this Rahu's head that Mahavishnu cut off when Rahu slyly drank Mrita. Samblada, led by his wife, Viti, a son named Panchajana. Radha's wife, Tamani, had 2 sons, Vatapi and Ilvala. Of these, Ilvala, it is said, cooked Vatapi to feed their guests Agastya. Anulava, led by his wife, Stulmya, 2 sons, Vashkala and Natisha. The largest son was Virochana, who led by his wife Jehu, a son Bali. By his wife, as a son Naya, Bali had 100 children, including Bana. By worshipping Sri Parameshwara, Bana attained to a very high place among the devotees. And even to this day, Sri Parameshwara stands guard for the protection of his palace. And Diti had, in addition, 49 sons who are well known under a common appellation as the Maruts. They had no issue. Indra converted them into Devas. Raja Parikshit said, O teacher, how did Indra change the Maruts, born as Asuras, into Devas, transforming their nature? What merit had they to make themselves eligible for the same? O Holy One, like me, all these assembled rishis too desire to be informed about this. So we request you to enlighten us on this theme. The sutta said, O Saunaka, thou the leader of the Satra, hearing the request of the king, modest and brief, Sri Sukha expressed his approval of it and spoke with his mind deeply concentrated. Sri Sukha said, Diti's offspring, Hiranyaksha, and Hiranyakashipu being destroyed by Mahavishnu, the ally of Indra, he thought as follows, burning with anger. When shall I sleep soundly after effecting the destruction of this Indra, sensuous, cruel, hard-hearted, and guilty of matricide? Even the body of a proud king is reduced on death to worms which feed on it, to the excreta of animals that eat it, or to ashes when cremated. What can a person who oppresses others for the sake of such a body understand about his own real good? Only hell awaits him. How can I have a son who will be powerful enough to put an end to the overweening pride of this Indra, whose ego is bloated because of his false notion that this body is something permanent? With this end in view, she did everything to please her husband by service, humility, love, and sense control. O king, quick in understanding the mind of man, she captivated her husband's mind by devotion to him and by her sweet speech and smiling looks. It is no wonder that Kashyapa Prajapati, the all-wise man, became excited and overpowered by the charms of a woman and agreed to satisfy her wishes. For Brahma, the Creator found his creatures at first to have no worldly attractions or attachments. So he made one half of his body into that of a woman. Women thus began to draw the mind of man out of him.
O king, pleased very much by Devi's faithful and devoted service, the worshipful Kashyapa appreciated her very much, said to her smilingly. Kashyapa said, "O handsome and noble lady, I am very much pleased with you. Seek whatever boon you want. When the husband is pleased, what is there, here or hereafter, that a woman cannot achieve? The husband has been declared as the deity for women. Vasudeva, the concept of Shri, resides in the heart of all beings, and it is therefore him that the woman serves through the husband. It is him, Vasudeva, that men worship in images under different forms and names. It is him alone that women worship through the form of husband. O handsome lady, therefore devoted wives who aspire for blessedness worship the all-pervading Supreme Being through service of him in the shape of a husband with unfailing devotion. O graceful lady, I have been served by you well in the spirit with great devotion. Therefore I shall grant you the boons you desire, which women without such devotion cannot have." India said, "Childless as I am, I seek, if you are pleased to give me a boon, the birth of a son, free from death, who will be able to destroy Indra, who has been the cause of the destruction of both my children." Hearing this, the Prajapati became very much repentant. He said to himself, "Alas, I am guilty of a great transgression today. Alas, for following myself, for allowing myself to be infatuated by Maya in the shape of a woman, and for delighting in sensual pleasures, I shall be consigned to purgatory. In this matter, the woman, who is only following her nature, has no fault. It is I, who have been thoughtless about the great purpose of life, that deserve condemnation. None can know the intention of a woman. Her face may be smiling like an autumnal lotus. Her words may be sweet to hear, but her heart can nonetheless be sharp as a razor's edge. For a woman who seeks her selfish ends None is really dear, and love is a mere pretense. Sorry. For her selfish purpose, she can kill. For her selfish purpose, she can kill or bring about the death of anyone, husband, son, or brother. He further thought, my promise should not be falsified. It should not be equal. O king, thinking thus, Kashyapa felt annoyed with himself and said a little angrily. Kashyapa said, O good lady, if you sincerely follow the practices and vows I give you for observance for 1 year, you will have a son capable of killing Indra. But if you break the vows, the son will be born, will be a friend of Indra in the Devas. Deity said, O learned one, I shall observe the vow. Please tell me what are allowed, what are prohibited during its observance, and what are neutral and therefore not leading to a break in the vow. Kashyapa said, no injury should be done to living creatures. No curse should be uttered on anyone. No untruth should be spoken. Nails and hair should not be cut. No unclean thing should be touched. One should not take a dip in running water. One should not get angry. One should not speak with wicked people. Unbleached clothes should not be worn. The garland once worn and rejected should not be worn again. One should not eat the leavings of another. The offerings made to Chandika should not be eaten. Meat preparations and food brought by a low-born man should not be taken. Food seen by a woman in her periods should be avoided. Water should not be drunk from palm's cup. The following rules must be observed, especially when one goes out of the house. The mouth should not be unwashed after taking food. The hands and feet should be washed. The head should not remain disheveled in the evenings. One should wear jewelries and the like. One should be controlled in speech. One should be properly dressed. One should not go to bed with feet unwashed and undry, with mind uncontrolled, naked, with another in bed, or with head towards the north or west. One should not be sleeping in the morning and evening twilight hours. The following must be practiced: wearing newly washed clothes, observing rules of cleanliness always, and adorning with auspicious substances like onions and sandal paste. One should before breakfast offer worship to a cow, a holy man, Sri Devi, and Achita. One should offer worship to women who have husbands, with garlands, sandal paste, food, offerings, decorations, etc. So one should worship one's own husband, praise him, and think that he has entered into one's womb. This vow called Sawana, the observances leading to the birth of a son, is observed for 1 year. You will have a son capable of killing Indra. O king, agreeing to this, the high-souled deity bore the seed of Kashyapa and then began to practice the vows of Sawana assiduously. Now Indra, hearing soon about the resolution of his aunt Diti, came to her hermitage and took upon himself the duty of serving her during the period of her vow. According to her need, he daily brought from the forest such requirements as flowers, fruits, roots, sacrificial fuel, leaves, sprouts, earth, water, etc. The cruel-hearted Indra, who was intent on causing a breach of her vow, continued to serve her, disguising his real intentions, just like a hunter who has put on an animal's form as a camouflage. O king, Indra was not able to bring about any break in Diti's vow, despite all his keen interest in effect. So he began to think very seriously about the ways and means by which he could preserve himself. In the meantime, as destiny would have it, Diti was very much weakened by the observance of the vows, fell asleep one day at the evening twilight when her mouth, hands, and feet were unwashed after meals. This was a breach of the vow, and taking advantage of it, Indra entered into the abdomen of the sleeping deity by his yogic power and cut that golden-colored fetus with his thunderbolt weapon into 7 pieces. The 7 pieces of that fetus then began to cry, whereupon Indra, as if he were going to pacify them, told them, "Do not cry," and cut each of them into 7 again. O king, all these cut pieces cried out to Indra in all humility, "O Indra, why do you want to kill us? We are Maruts, your brothers." Indra thereupon told them, "Do not be afraid, as all of you are indeed my brothers and are to be my exclusive attendants." Though they were cut into pieces, the fetus in deity's womb did not perish, owing to the grace of Mahavishnu, the abode of Shri, just as you, Parikshit, was saved by him from the missile of Ashwatthama while you were in your mother's womb. By adoring him even once, man attains salvation. Deity had, however, been worshipping him for nearly 1 year, so she was bound to have his protection. These Maruts became 50 in number, including Indra. By the Lord's grace, the Asura nature derived from the mother was erased, and they were made fit to drink Soma, like the Devas. Purified by worshipping the Lord, Deity on awakening was very much pleased to find her children, fire-like in splendor, in the company of Indra. She said to Indra, "Dear one, I undertook this difficult vow, desiring a son who will be a terror to all the offspring of Aditi. I desired for only one son. How is it that now I got 49 of them? Please tell me the truth if you know it. Do not prevaricate." Indra said, "O mother, knowing your resolution, I got close to you, and in order to abort the pregnancy, I cut the fetus into pieces. I am not a follower of Dharma, but one who cares only for the achievement of my selfish purposes. I cut the fetus into 7, and they became 7 children. Each of these I cut again into 7, still they did not perish. I concluded that this astonishing phenomenon was only a subsidiary effect of the worship of the Supreme Being. Those who know their own real interest are persons who worship the Lord, entertaining desire for nothing, not even mukti. Would any man with a modicum of intelligence have a desire for sense enjoyments, which could possibly be had even in purgatory, after being established in the adoration of the Supreme Mahavishnu, who gives even himself to a devotee, and who is the soul of one soul? O mother, may you kindly excuse this offense I have foolishly done to a great personage. Your fetus, which has been destroyed, has fortunately come to life." Vishnuka said, Deity was pleased with Indra for his frank admission. He prostrated himself before her, and taking her permission, returned to his heaven along with the Maruts. I have thus finished narrating to you the story of the birth of the Maruts. Is there anything more that you are interested to know? Adhyatana Vinsho Adhyaya, observance of Pumsavana. Raja Parikshit said, "O learned one, you spoke of the vow called Pumsavana, by observing which Mahavishnu is propitious. I wish to know more about it." Sri Shuka said, "From the first day of the bright fortnight in the month of Margashirsh, December, January, a woman should begin the practice of this vow with the permission of her husband. After listening to this story of the birth of the Maruts, she should take the blessing of holy man, having beforehand cleaned her teeth, taken bath, decorated herself, and put on clean clothes. Before breaking her fast in the morning, she should worship the Lord Mahavishnu along with his consort Shri. She should salute the Lord with the following mantra: O Lord, thou art self-fulfilled and without any wants. To thee, the independent, my salutations. Salutations to the consort of Shri and the master of all powers. O Lord of all, thou art possessed of all divine powers and attributes, like mercy, lordliness, brilliance, greatness, vigor, etc. And therefore, thou art the master of all and the object of worship for all. O thou consort of Mahavishnu, O thou great creative power, O thou invested with all powers like the Lord himself, O thou great mother of all, be propitious unto me, my salutations to thee. Mantra for worship. Om Namo Bhagavate Mahapurashaye Mahanubhavaye Mahavibhuti Padeye Saha Mahavibhuti Bir Bali Mupaharani Iti. Om. Salutations to thee, the possessor of all six majesties. Salutations to thee, the possessor of infinite powers. Salutations to thee, attended by the Mahavibhutis, divine powers personified as attendants. I make thee this offering. Uttering this mantra with great devotion and concentration, should one perform all items of worship like invocation, offering water for washing hands and feet, for sipping and bath, and presenting cloth, sacred bread, ornaments, sandal paste, flowers, incense, food, offerings, etc. With the mantra, Om Namo Bhagavate Mahapurashaye Mahavibhuti Padateya Swaha. With this mantra, oblations should be made 12 times in the sacrificial fire with the sanctified remnants of the food offerings made to the deity in the worship mentioned earlier. If one is desirous of great wealth, one should adore every day with devotion both Lakshmi and Narayana, who can grant all boons and are the cause of all prosperity and wealth.
With mind full of humility arising from an excess of devotion, one should make a full prostration, falling like a stick. Repeat the mantra at least 10 times, and then recite the following verses in praise of Lakshmi and Narayana. You together form the ultimate cause of the universe and the power that controls it. It is this goddess who is thy Maya Shakti that operates as primordial nature of extreme subtlety, whom no one can overcome, whom none can overcome. Thou, the Supreme One, art the master of this power. Thou art of the form of all darshanas, and the goddess Shri is the world to perform behind it. She is the sacrificial rite, and thou art the enjoyer of the fruits. This Devi is manifested nature, and thou art its manifestor, its time, and its enjoyer too. Thou art the Atman in all embodied creatures, and the Devi is their body, mind, and senses. All name and form are the Devi, and thou art their support and manifestor. And so far as thou art the master of the universe and the granter of all their desires, may my prayer to thee be fruitful. After thus extolling Mahavishnu, the abode of Shri and the granter of all boons, as well as Shri herself, the food offering should be removed in the water for Achamana be given. Next, one should chant hymns extolling Sri Hari with great devotion and humility. Then, partaking of the remnants of the food offerings by mere smell, one should continue the worship. The woman should also make offerings of pleasing things to her husband with great devotion and awareness that she is worshipping the Lord through him. The husband too should be loving towards her and be giving her cooperation and and support in the performance of all ordinary and special rites. Between couples, in what one does, the other becomes a sharer. So when the wife is incapacitated to do a rite, the husband should do it with great attention. One who adopts this vow of worship of Vishnu should perform it every day without break. A person observing it must offer daily with great devotion, garland, sandalpaste, food offerings, and decorations to holy men, women with husbands, and to the Lord himself. The deity should then be put back into his abode, and afterwards one should partake of the food offered to him along with others, for the purification of the mind and the fulfillment of all prayers. A pious woman should adore the Lord in this way for full 12 months of a year. And then at the close, fast on the last day of Kartika. Early next morning after the fast, she should bathe and worship the Lord Krishna as before. Her husband should then make 12 oblations of rice cooked in milk and sprinkled with ghee according to the procedure described for Pakayajna. He should receive the blessings of highly pleased holy men, making humble prostrations to them, and take his food with their permission. Afterwards, he should stand in silence with all relatives before the Acharya and give the remnant of the sacrificial offerings to the wife to consume for her happiness and the birth of worthy children. By observing this vow properly, a man will get the fulfillment of all his wants. A woman observing it will be blessed with good fortune, prosperity, progeny, good reputation, a comfortable home, and a long-lived husband who will survive her. An unmarried girl will get a worthy husband. Childless widow will get over all her sins and attain moksha. A woman whose children have died will get long-lived issue. One wealthy but unfortunate will be attended by good fortune. An ugly woman can hope to have seemly appearance. A sick man will be free from even a severe ailment and gain a healthy body with powerful senses. If one studied this account at the time of auspicious rites, he will have the blessings of the Pitris and the Devas. By reciting this at the end of the whole month, the sacred fire, Sri Devi and Sri Hari will be pleased and grant all that one desires. O King, I have narrated to you now the sacred account of the birth of the Maruts and the austere discipline that deity observed.
Iti Shatha Skanda Samapta Triyom Tatsa.
Saptatama Skanda Acha Pachamo Jyaya. And the 7th chapter 1, the Lord is free from partiality. Raja Parikshit said, O learned one, the Lord is the same to all. He is the dear one and the friend of all. Then why did he act like a partial person? Why did he kill the Asuras in order to favor Indra? For the Lord, who is ever blissful, there is nothing that is to be achieved to Indra and the Devas. He who transcends the gunas of Prakriti has nothing to fear from Asuras and cannot in any way be inimical to them. Love and hatred are to be found only in those who identify themselves with products of Prakriti. How can these be in the one who is above gunas, O great one? Grave doubt of this kind regarding the nature of Lord Narayana is disturbing our mind. Please be gracious enough to clear this doubt. Visuddha said, O king, you have put a very relevant question about the Lord's wonderful sport, for in it is involved the greatness of his devotees too. After making obeisance to sage Vyasa, I shall narrate to you these deeds of the Lord, which bring out the greatness of devotees like Prahlada, extolled by Nanda and other sages, and having the power of enhancing devotion in its lessons. It is true that the Lord, who transcends the gunas, is birthless, free from all passions and partialities common to all embodied beings. But he assumes his yoga maya, or power of manifestation, with which he manifests as the two opposing forces, the attacker and the attacked. Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas are the qualities of Prakriti and not of the Atman. So, the Atman is not affected by the modification of the gunas of Prakriti. O king, the dominance and decline of these two forces do not take place simultaneously, but one after the other is regulated by time. When Sattva is dominant, he is found to favor the Devas and the Rishis. When Rajas is dominant, he is seen on the side of the Asuras. And when it is the turn of Tamas, he is for Yakshas and Rakshasas. Though the Lord transcends Prakriti, he is reflected in the medium of the attributes of Prakriti, like the sun reflected in water, and the fire appearing in the fuel. But this reflection of the spirit is seen only in identification with the medium of Prakriti, namely the body in which it reflects. He is not apprehended in his distinctiveness with ordinary people, but wise men, by churning, as it were, their whole being with a churning rod of discrimination, discover the Atman residing within themselves. When the Supreme Being desires to create bodies in order that jivas may enjoy the fruits of their actions, then he augments the Raja's aspect by his yoga maya. When he wants to sustain the creation and delight through playful manifestations, then he augments the sattva. And when he goes into his forceful slumber, he favors the domination of tamas. Thus he is the master of the gunas, not they of him. O king, the Lord who, by the mere assertion of his will, can bring into being everything, creates through the instrumentality of Prakriti and Purusha, giving them as their ally in support his manifestation called time. When the process of time favors the expansion of Sattva, then Mahavishnu will also seem to promote the progress of Sattva by allying himself with the Sattva-dominated Devas in destroying their enemies, the Asuras, who are full of Rajas and Tamas. In connection with this, there is a traditional narrative which is given out by Sri Narada during the Rajasuya sacrifice of Yudhishthira. The latter questioned him for the clarification of a doubt. When Yudhishthira, at the great Rajasuya sacrifice, saw with astonishment how the totally undeserving Shishupala, the king of the Chidis, gained union with Krishna, he questioned the divine Rishi Narada, seated there as follows, hearing of the assembled sages. Yudhishthira said, "It is a wonder to me to see how this Shishupala, an arch enemy of the divine Krishna, attained union with him, the Supreme Being, Vasudeva, a fulfillment which is difficult to obtain even for men of wholehearted devotion." All of us are eager to hear the explanation of this. How Vena, who insulted the Lord, was consigned to purgatory, while Shishupala, a traducer of the Lord, deserving hell, attained salvation. The sinful Shishupala, the son of Dharmakosha, and this Dhanpatra had said nothing but in glorification of the Lord Govinda ever since they began to lust as infants. Those tongues of theirs, which indulge even in cursing Mahavishnu, the immaculate Brahman, how were they spared from white leprosy? How were those traducers of the Most High spared from hell? On the other hand, even while all were looking on, they were united with the Lord's will and consummation that is typical for one to achieve. This is an intriguing doubt which puzzles me and agitates my mind as wind flickers flame of light. Please explain the rationale of it. Sri Sukha said, listening to those words of Yudhishthira, the worshipful Rishi Narada was very much pleased, and he said, addressing him in the hearing of all assembled there. Sri Narada said, then what state, which is the consequence of the inability to distinguish between Purusha and Prakriti, is meant for the experience of such contrary conditions as insult and praise, welcome and rejection. O King, living beings feel injured when subjected to physical sufferings or insults. They also feel killed when threatened with physical death. This is due to their identification with the physical body, feeling that I am this body. The Supreme, who is the one without the second, who transcends Prakriti and is the soul and controller of everything, and have no particular identification, anything or attachment to anybody. How then can cruelty and violence be attributed to him when he chastises persons for disciplining them? Therefore, what is important is that the mind is constantly fixed on him. It does not matter whether it is due to antagonism or friendliness, fear or love, lust or any other passion. For any of these, one should cease to be aware of anything but him.
It is my view that through the ordinary communion of love, mind does not get identified with him to the extent that it does the constant antagonism. The worm confined to the mold on the wall by the wasp and constantly made to think of it in anger and fear becomes converted into the shape of the wasp itself. In the same way, the antagonism made persons like Shishupala constantly think of Krishna, the Supreme Being who had assumed the shape of man, to Maya. By such constant thought, the mind was purified and they attained to him, being cleansed of all their impurities by fixing their minds on the Supreme Lord through lust, anger, fear, affection, or bhakti, devotion, properly so called. Many have attained to his being, the gopis through lust, Kansa through fear, Shishupala and other kings through hatred, the Brishnis and other allies through kinship, you through affection, and we sages through bhakti. These, O great king, are examples of the above mentioned doctrine. The example of Vivena you mentioned does not come within the 5 forms of relationship possible for man as mentioned above. His was the indifference of a skeptic, and his mind was in no way fixed on the Lord. O son of Pandu, the Shishupala and the Dandavaktra, the sons of your mother's sisters, were originally the attendants of Mahavishnu and Vaikuntha, who happened to fall from their exalted place by the curse of sages. Yudhishthira said, who gave this curse, and of what nature was it, that it should affect even the servants of Sri Hari? It is unbelievable that such devotees with wholehearted devotion to him can ever get involved in the transmigratory cycle. The residents of Vaikuntha have no material body, senses of pranas. How then would they get embodiment? This requires explanation. Narada said, once the great sages Sanaka, Sanatana, and Sanat Kumara, the sons of Brahma, in the course of their peregrinations through all the spheres of the universe, happened to go to Vaikuntha, the divine realm of Mahavishnu. These sages, more ancient than the most ancient, looked like children 5 or 6 years old. They were sky-clad, absolutely nude. The gatekeeper of Vaikuntha did not let them in, taking them to be mere infants. Angry at this, the sages cursed them, saying, you do not deserve to stay in the realm of Mahavishnu, which is of pure sattva, void of the touch of rajas and tamas. So you too will soon have a downfall and will be born in the species of asura. But feeling pity on these attendants, faced with degradations from their exalted place, the sages also gave them a blessing that they would be fit to come back to their original state after 3 births in lower regions. They both were born as asuras in the womb of Diti, the mother of the asuras. The other one was known as Hiranyakasipu and the younger as Hiranyaksha. They commanded great respect among all grades of asuras. Hiranyakasipu was killed by the Lord, taking the form of the man lion, and Hiranyaksha, when he incarnated himself as a cosmic boar to look up the earth. Hiranyakasipu perpetrated many atrocities to kill his own son Prahlada, who happened to be a great devotee of the Supreme Being. But he was not able, by all his efforts, to kill Prahlada, who was established in the perception of Brahman in everything, who had become one with the soul of all beings, who was full of peace, and was permeated by the power of the Lord. In the next birth, they were born in the species of the Rakshasas, the sons of Vishravas, by Kesani, under the name of Ravana and Kumbhakarna, and became the terror of the worlds. Born as Rama, in the line of Raghu, the Lord destroyed them for effecting their release from the curse. O king, you will hear about the prowess of Rama from the sage Markandeya. He said you have now been born among Kshatriyas as the sons of your mother's sister under the name of Situpala and Jandavakta. Meeting death with Krishna's discus, they have been purified and freed from the effect of the curse. Concentrating the mind with great intensity on the Lord in the form of inveterate hatred of him, they have got dissolved in Achyuta and regained the place by Sri Hari's side as his attendant. Yudhishthira said, O learned sage, it behoves you to tell me how Hiranyakasipu happened to entertain such intense antagonism to his dear son of great excellence, and how he, Prahlada, came to have deep-rooted devotion to the Lord. Consolation of Diti. Narada said, O king, when his brother Hiranyaksha was destroyed by the Lord in his incarnation as a cosmic boar, Hiranyakasipu became agitated by both anger and sorrow. Trembling with anger, biting his lips, looking at the smoky sky with his eyes, glittering with anger, and his face too terrific to look at, owing to its sobering brows, fierce eyes, and awe-inspiring fangs. Hiranyakasipu, with his pride and held aloft, said as follows, addressing to the Danavas. Hiranyakasipu said, O Dvimurda, O Triyaksha, O Sambara, O Satabahu, O Hayagriva, O Namuchi, O Paka, O Ilava, O Viprachiti, O Kulama, O Sakuni, hear you all with attention, O Daityas and Danavas, to what I say, and act upon it without delay. My unworthy enemies in the Devas have brought about the slaughter of my dear and loving brother with the help of Hari, who, though in himself impartial, has been placated and won over by these Devas by their prayers and offerings. Though he is called the Lord of all, he is like a fickle-minded child, abandoned that status by taking sides and favoring those who flatter him. Besides, abandoning his naturally luminous nature, he has come to masquerade himself as an animal, a wild boar, following some crooked medical device. My sorrow will not abate until I have offered my dead, bloodthirsty brother libations with abundant blood of bliss. Hari's neck pierced with my trident. When this Hari, whose trade is deceit, is destroyed, the Devas, whose life breath is constitute of him, Vishnu, will also perish, like trees whose roots have been cut. You, Asura, go to the earth, whose prosperity depends on the proper functioning of the Brahmanas and Kshatriyas. You go and kill all of them, and those who perform austerity, sacrifices, vows, Vedic studies, chanting, charities, etc. Vishnu had his roots and his sustenance in the rites and rituals performed by the Brahmanas. His form is Dharma. He is the institution of sacrifice itself. He is a refuge of the celestials, the seers, the men, and other living beings, and the final goal of the righteous. Wherever Brahmanas perform sacrifices, wherever they are cows, wherever the laws of Varna Ashramas are observed, go to such villages and towns, set fire to everything you see, and cut down all trees and destroy all vegetation. Accepting these directives of the master, these asuras, who are always fond of oppressing others, began to harry people with their depredations. He started on a campaign of incendiarism, setting fire to towns, villages, and cowherd settlements, to flower gardens, cultivated lands, orchards, parks, and settlements of rishis, to mines, hamlets of farmers, cowherds, and forest tracts, and even palaces. With pick and spade, they demolished the bunds of irrigation tanks, wells, and city gates. Some cut down fruit-bearing trees, forming the livelihood of people. Others set on fire with flaming torches buildings inhabited by men. Distressed repeatedly by the minions of the king of Daityas, the Devas abandoned their heavenly homes and wandered incognito on earth among men. Hiranyakasipu was grief-stricken by his brother's bereavement, performed the obsequies for the dead, and comforted his nephews. To his dead brother's son, Sakuni, Sambara, Drishta, Bhuta Santapana, Vrika, Kalanapha, Mahanabha, Hari Smarus, Smastru, and Uttacha, and to their mother, Rusha Bhanu, and his own mother, Diti, the Sura king Hiranyakasipu, was master of the art of conversation, spoke as follows in soothing tone. Hiranyakasipu said, O mother, O sister, O children, for heroic men, death in combat with an enemy is both pain-enhancing and self-satisfying. Sorrow not for the departed hero. The life of living beings in this world, brought together by providence through their karma, is like those of people gathering in and dispersing from a caravanserai. Atman is eternal, he is changeless, he is pure, all-pervading, and all-knowing. To the power of Maya, he projects bodies, and first comes to have the subtle body. In the extremely tremulous water surface, even tree seems to be moving. When the vision gets distorted, even the earth seems to whirl. This way, when the gunas of Prakriti create disturbances in the mind, Purusha, who is in himself perfect, gets identified with that mind and its movement. Then the Purusha, though he is really bodiless, appears to be one possessed of a body. The attribution of body for the bodiless Atman is a misapprehension. Because of this misapprehension, there is attachment to dear objects, revulsion to unfriendly ones. There is also the bondage of karma, involvement in samsara. It is again because of this misapprehension that there is birth and death, sorrows of various kinds, the inability to distinguish the Atman from the body, obsession with worldly objects, and lapse of discrimination. Here an ancient legend in illustration of this, the form of a conversation between Yama and the relatives of a dead man. In the kingdom of Kusinara, there was a famous king called Suyajna. He was killed in battle by enemies. Many of his relatives came and gathered round his dead body. His body was lying in the battlefield, his jewel-studded armor shattered to pieces, his heart pierced through with an arrow, his ornaments and garlands all disarrayed, his hair disheveled, his teeth pressing on the lower lip in anger, his eyes mutilated, his face covered with dust, and his arms holding weapons severed. Seeing the king of Kusinara brought to this plight by a cruel providence, his sorrow-stricken wife came and fell at his feet, beating her breasts and crying aloud, "Alas, we are undone!" Weeping profusely, they washed the feet of their husband, with their tears turning crimson by the saffron powder of their breath. With their hair and ornaments in disarray, they wept and wailed aloud, stirring pity in the minds of men. They said, "O Lord of our lives, the merciless Brahma, the ordainer of the destiny of all, has chosen to take you away from our sight. You, who were till now the bestower of their livelihood to the people of Kusinara, have now become the giver of sorrow to them."
O King, how can we live without you, who were the best of our well-wishers and who appreciated our service with gratitude? O hero, permit us to go with you wherever you are, to be by your side as your servants. Holding their husband and mourning in this strain, they continued to sit there till it was sunset, without allowing the body to be cremated. Yama, god of death, hearing the laments of these wives of the dead king, now appeared on the scene in the form of a boy and said as follows. Yama said, "Oh, how wonderful is the ignorance of these people! They are so much elder to me in years, and therefore must be well acquainted with the way of the human life in this world. Futile is this mourning for those who have but returned to the unknown wherefrom they came, while others whose destination also will be the same very soon. We, for our part, are more blessed in this respect. But though we have been discarded by our parents, we are not in the least worried over it. Weak though we have not been eaten by wolves. For he who protects us in mother's wombs is always there as our protector. The Supreme Lord, the indestructible and unchanging being, by his mere will creates, sustains, and dissolves this universe. Oh, ladies, this whole world, with all its moving and unmoving beings, provides only a sport for the Lord. He is the master of protection and destruction. Things fallen on the wayside are sometimes recovered intact if he favors it. Things preserved in the house are lost if the divine will is not favorable. protected by him, one can live safely in the forest, and even well protected in a home. Man will only perish if that is his will. Guided by their karma, remaining latent in the linga sarira, all jivas get embodiment, and they perish too in course of time. In every birth, though the bodies partake of the nature of the species in which they are born, the spirit remains separate and unaffected by the bodily qualities. Just as a house one lives in is separate from oneself, so is the body of the jiva, which is born out of superimposition caused by ignorance, separate from the jiva, it being an object of perception to him like a house. Just as bubbles, pots, and ornaments formed of water, earth and gold respectively perish and dissolve into their elements, so will this body undergo dissolution into its elements. Just as fire in fuel, air in the body, and the all-pervading sky in the objects remain distinct from the fields of their manifestation, so is the Atman distinct from all the vestments of nature like the body, with which he is found associated. O foolish woman, this Suyajna, for whom you are mourning, lies here before you beyond the shadow of a doubt. When he heard you and replied, you saw this body alone doing it and not the real he behind it. That body is still here before you. If you identify the principal prana functioning in his body as the one who hears and replies, it is wrong, because the prana and the indriyas are as much unconscious entities as the body itself. It is the spirit, the Atman, associating with the indriyas, prana, body, etc., that makes them conscious entities, and he is distinct from them. The spirit assumes high and low bodies formed of elements, senses, mind, etc., and he throws them away also by the exercise of the superior power of discrimination. Only so long as the Atman is in association with the Linga Sarira will he have the sufferings and the wailing by ignorance. The acceptance of the reality of the experience of joy and sorrow, as well as the sense objects that cause it, is as false a mental aberration as accepting the reality of castles in the air and dream experiences. Anything that is experienced as a sense object is false. So those who know the truth about what is permanent and what is impermanent never grieve for the eternal self or for the impermanent body, for the nature of things cannot be changed by grief. A hunter, a born killer of birds, once spread his net in the forest and caught several birds, enticing them with baits. A couple of birds of the Kulinga species were moving about that place. The hunter was able to entice the female of that bird couple. As ill luck would have it, the female was entangled in the meshes of the net. Seeing his helpmate sorrowing in that tragic situation, and himself helpless to come to her rescue, the male bird, out of love for the other, felt extremely afflicted and began to lament pitiably as follows: Alas, Providence is too cruel. What will he who holds the destiny of all in his hands get by depriving the life of a poor and pitiable female bird that is lamenting for me? Let the god of death take me away too. For why should I live on, deprived of my wife for the rest of my life and sorrowing for her with half my body cut away, as it were, from me? How will I bring up my unfledged young ones, motherless as they are? Those helpless chicks of mine will be awaiting the arrival of their mother in the nests. As the Kulinga male bird was thus bemoaning the separation from his wife, the hiding hunter, prompted by the spirit of time, shot an arrow from a distance and killed it. So without any awareness of your own end, you are foolishly mourning over your dead husband. Even if you do so for 100 years, it shall all be in vain. Hiranyakashipu continued. When they heard the boy speaking like this, the king's relatives were astonished, and the awareness that everything in this world is fleeting and therefore unreal dawned upon their minds. After instructing them like this, Yama disappeared from sight. The relatives of King Suryajna then performed his funeral and obsequies connected with it. Therefore, you should entertain no sorrow about yourself and others, apart from the ignorance-born sense of distinction made by creatures between self and others, who in reality is the self and who the other, who is really one's own and who of others. Narada said, hearing these words of Daitya king, Hiranyakashipu, Diti along with her daughter-in-law gave up grief for her dead son and fixed her mind on spiritual verities. Ata Tritiyo Adhyaya. Representation to her. Narada said, O king, Hiranyakashipu desired to make himself invisible, helpless and unraging, and the unchallenged sovereign all over the world. For this he performed the most terrible forms of austerity in the valley of Mandara mountain. Holding his hands up and with gaze fixed on the sky, he stood on his toes, the matted hair on the crown of his face, the matted hair on the crown of his head sent forth gleams of light which made him look like the sun at the time of cosmic dissolution. While he was performing tapas, the devas who had been expelled used the chance to go back to their heavenly bodies. From his head emerged the fire of tapas along with smoke, which, spreading up, down, across, and around about, burned the worlds. The rivers and the oceans swelled up and became turbulent. The earth with its mountains and continents experienced tremors. Planets and stars seemed to fall down. All the 10 directions seemed to be aglow with fire. Scorched by the fires of tapas, the devas left their heavenly abodes, resorted to the realm of Brahma, and represented him to him thus: O Lord of Lords and Protector of the Lords, the tapas that is performed by the Asura is making it impossible for us to remain in the Swarga Loka. If you want to save the world and its inhabitants who offer you tribute, be gracious enough to do so before it is too late. Before they all perish in the fire of the Asura's tapas. Why is he performing this kind of fierce and difficult form of tapas? It is not a matter unknown to your all-knowing self. Yet may you be pleased to hear the following representation of his object. Having created this whole universe of moving and unmoving beings by his tapas and spiritual power, Brahma is residing in the first and the most superior of the regions he has created, namely Satyalokam. That region I will gain by the power of my tapas, communion and concentration. It does not matter if my present body dies before this result is achieved. For time and the Atman have no end. I will therefore attain this goal through repeated births if need be. By my power, I will transform the whole world order from what it is today by making it topsy-turvy, making celestials into asuras, and asuras into celestials, virtue into vice, and vice into virtue. What is the use of attaining to perishable realms like those of Dhruva, related to Vishnu, which will need the dissolution at the end of the karma? We have heard that it is with such determination that he is performing this extreme form of tapas. It is better that you, who are the Lord of all three worlds, take steps sufficiently early to meet this situation. It will indeed be a pity if he overruns your realm of Satyaloka, for it is the refuge of all holy and innocent jivas, a place where they can have happiness, prosperity, welfare, and progress. On being supplicated thus by the Devas, the worshipful Brahma, the self-born, accompanied by sages like Brigu, Raksha, and others, went to where the Asura was performing tapas. At first, the Asura, who was as it were burning the world by tapas, could not be seen as his body, of which a great part of fat, skin, muscle, and blood had already been eaten by ants, was hidden beneath a mold of ant hills, grass, and reeds. Catching sight of him of careful observation by the sun behind the clouds, Brahma, the swan vehicle deity, was astounded and said, smiling, Brahma said, O son of Kashyapa, your tapas has come to its fulfillment. You may abandon your austere posture now. I've come here ready to give you whatever boon you ask for. Choose the boons you want.
I am astonished at your wonderful determination, because of which, even when ants have eaten away all the flesh of your body, you are still sustaining your vitality, prana, on your bony skeleton. No rishi in the past practiced such austerity, nor can anyone today. Who can retain life for 100 divine years without taking even a drop of water? I have been conquered by you on account of the tremendous determination you have displayed, which no sage of disciplined mind can rival. O leader of the Asuras, I am therefore ready to grant you everything you want. The vision of an immortal like me shall not be in vain for a person like you with a limited span of life. Narada said, saying so, the Brahma of all beings, who possessed powers that never failed, sprinkled the celestially potent water from his Kamandula water pot on the ant-eaten frame of Hiranyakashipu. The Asura immediately arose from the mold of earth, a young man in full mental and physical vigor, with all organs intact and the body as hard as adamant. Like fire emerging from fire sticks, he emerged from the bush of the reeds and earth with the glow of molten gold. When he saw Brahma in the sky seated on the swan vehicle, he fell down in prostration before him in great joy. Shedding tears of joy and saluting him with folded hands, he began to extol Brahma in a hymn, with his voice faltering and hair standing on end. Hiranyakashipu said, when time had engulfed everything in darkness at the end of the previous cosmic cycle, thou, the self-luminous consciousness, again manifested it by thy light. With thy three aspects of Rajas, Sattva, and Tamas, thou createst, preservest, and destroyest this universe. Salutations to thee, the support of the three gunas of Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, and the highest being who impels everything. Salutations to the primeval seed, Salutations to him who has the knowledge of the unity of existence and of the multiplicity as established in the unity. Salutations to him who comes into clear manifestation as the prana, indriyas, mind, intellect, and the like. As the mukhya prana, principal vital energy, otherwise known as Sutra Atman, one pervading everything like a string through beads. Thou art the master and controller of all living and non-living beings. Thou art the master of their consciousness, life force, mind, and senses. Thou art the great being that controls and directs matter, external sense organs, and the internal instrument of knowledge. Through the Veda, which constitute thy body, wherein sacrifices requiring 4 priests are expounded, thou hast given to the world the 7 types of sacrifices: Agnishtoma, Adhyagnishtoma, Ukta, Shodasi, Atiratra, Atoriyama, and Vajapeya. Thou art the one soul of all living beings, the eternal and the limitless one, and the knower of all. Thou art the wingless time, who, in the form of moments and longer measures, dost reduce the lifespan of all beings, and ultimately bring them to their death. Though thou art the creator of everything, thou art not in the least affected by thy work of creation. Unmodified spirit, Lord of all, and beginless and partless being, thou vivifiest all with life. There is nothing whatever as cause and effect, as the moving and unmoving, that exists apart from thee. All knowledge, sacred and secular, the Vedas and the art, are thy forms. Thou art the vast, all-comprehending being, who is beyond the pradhana, and is described as Hiranyagarbha, the mystic, golden air, who holds the whole universe in seminal condition within himself. O Great One, this universe with which thou enjoyest the functions of the senses, pranas, and manas, remaining at the same time in thy transcendental realm, is thy gross body visible to the eye. Why? As the indweller in all and the eternal being, thou art the unseen. He who pervades all this by his limitless and imperceptible presence, to that being, having matter and spirit as his 2 powers, my salutation. O thou, the greatest amongst boon givers, if it pleases thee to give me the boon that I desire, grant that none among thy creations shall be able to kill me. It should be impossible to kill me during night or day, on the earth or in the sky, by man or animal. No weapon, too, should be capable of killing me. I should not meet with death from entities with life or without life, from devas or asuras, including serpents. Grant that no opponent will be able to face me in battle, and that I shall be the emperor of all the worlds. May I have that imperishable glory and splendor which thou and the protecting deities possessed naturally, and which great men acquire by tapas and yoga. Atha Chaturthadhyaya, Hiranyakashipu and his son Prahlada. Narada said, when Hiranyakashipu prayed like this to Brahma, the latter, who was much pleased with him for his great austerity, granted him those extraordinary boons he prayed for. Brahma said, O dear one, it is not usual for people to be granted the type of boons we have asked for they are so extraordinary. Yet I am granting them to you. After granting these boons, the worshipful Brahma, whose blessing will never fail in its effect, departed, receiving the praise and worship of the Asura and of the Prajapatis. The Asura had now a body golden in complexion. Straightened by the boon, he now resolved to wreak vengeance on Mahavishnu for killing his brother. The great Asura conquered all the three worlds and brought them under his control. The leaders of the Devas, Asuras and of men, of the Gandharvas, Garudas and serpents, of the Siddhas, Charanas and Vidyadharas, of the Rishis, Pitrus and Manus, of the Yakshas, Pisachas and demons, of the Pretas, goblins and other species of beings. All were conquered and brought under control by him, appropriating to himself the power and the status of the guardian deities of the quarters also. He now claimed himself to be the conqueror to all the worlds. He moved his residence to the realm of Swarga, Indra's heaven, which was blazoned by the glory of the heavenly gardens of the celestials. Then he stayed in the palace of Indra, which was built by the celestial craftsman Vishwakarma, and which was the home of all beauty and prosperity in the universe. There could be seen terraces of emerald, reached by flights of steps made of coral. There's also walls of crystals and rows of pillars made of Vaiduria, lapis lazuli. There could be seen canopies with artistic designs, seats made of ruby, beds as white and clean, as soft as the foam of milk, festooned with strings of pearls. There went about handsome women of sparkling teeth, whose anklets tinkled as they moved, and who saw their own faces reflected in the surfaces set with precious stones in several places. The Asura, powerful in body and mind, was now the unchallenged and supreme ruler of all the worlds, and enjoyed life in Indra's residence, served by all the Devas, subdued by the rigors of his fiercely oppressive rule. O dear one, all the divinities except the Trimurti waited with presence on him, whose eyes were red under the influence of wrong drink, and who possessed extraordinary vigor of body, senses, and mind augmented by the power of tapas and yoga. O sign of Pandu's line, on him who had thus occupied the seat of Indra by virtue of his power, we sages like Vishwavasu, Tungura, and myself sang panegyries. So did Gandharvas, Apsaras, Siddhas, Vidyadharas, and other species of beings. He began to be worshipped by the follower of Varna Ashrama Dharma, Vedic social system, by sacrifices in which great amounts were paid as dakshina, sacrificial present. By his power, he appointed for himself the sacrificial portions set apart for various deities. The earth, with its 7 continents, began to yield on him. The earth, with its 7 continents, began to yield him all her products without any agricultural operation. So also the heavens gave plentiful showers of highly desired rain, and the upper regions of air revealed many kinds of wonders. The rivers and the 7 oceans of salt water, liquor, ghee, honey, curds, milk, and pure water, all brought tributes of precious gems with their wavy arms. The mountains prepared their caves for his sports. The trees yielded flowers and fruits in all seasons. He took upon himself all the powers of the great guardian deities of the waters. Thus, he conquered all the worlds and became the suzerain over them all. But he failed to conquer his own senses. Consequently, though indulging in every form of pleasure, he felt no satisfaction. Infatuated with wealth and power, arrogant, and a law unto himself in complete transgression of all spiritual injunctions, he attracted on himself the curses of all holy men, but nonetheless ruled the world in this way for more than 71 yugas. Writhing in agony under his oppressive rule, all the worlds with their rulers at last took refuge in Achyuta, the indestructible being, having failed to get relief from any quarter. They prayed. Salutations to that realm where the all-pervading Hari manifests in a form and attaining which there is no return to samsara for holy men of great purity and tranquility. Praying like this with a pure and concentrated mind, with the senses under control, and giving up food and sleep, they invoked Mahavishnu, the master of the senses. While they were so humming, they heard all of a sudden a disembodied voice, deep and reverberating like the sound of thunder, which evoked joy and confidence in the minds of good people.
The voice said, O leaders of the celestials, do not entertain any fear. May you be happy and prosperous. My communion, through sight or hearing, works for the all-round good of beings. I am already aware of the wickedness of this most degenerate Asura. I shall curb you, but you have to wait a little more. When anybody comes to entertain hatred towards celestials, Vedas, holy men, innocent creatures, Dharma, God, etc., know his ruin to be near at hand. Though he is fortified in his strength by the wounds he has received, I shall bring about his destruction when he persecutes his son Prahlada, who is free from antagonism, who is tranquil and high-souled. Narada said, after they had received the Lord's message through this embodied voice, the celestials made prostrations and returned without any more fear, as they felt that the Asura was as good as dead now. Thus Hiranyakashipu had 4 sons of extraordinary nature. Of these, Prahlada was noted for his great virtues. Devoted to the holy and the learned, exemplary in his conduct, truthful, and having mastery of the senses, he was as dear to all beings as their own self. And everyone found in him his closest friend. He attended on wise and holy men like a servant. He was loving to the poor and the afflicted like a parent. To his equals he was like a brother, and he viewed his teachers as God himself. Though endowed with learning, wealth, beauty, noble birth, etc., none of these swelled his ego or filled with him with pride. Being intensely aware of the transitoriness and hollowness of all enjoyments, Prahlada could remain unmoved in difficulty, free from aspiration for any attainment in this world or the next. devoid of sexual desire, and establishing the control of the senses, prana, body, and intellect. He was an asura without any of the qualities of asura. O king, the great qualities of Prahlada are extolled again and again by wise men. Just like the excellence of the Supreme Being, his virtues are remembered even to this day. In assemblies or recitals on great and holy personages, even devas, the natural enemies of asuras, cite Prahlada the Asura as a glorious example of a great personage. That being the case, men like you will surely appreciate his greatness. All his numberless virtues noticed above do not exhaust his excellence, but are a mere indication of his indestructible greatness, indescribable greatness. For he was one whose mind naturally flowed towards the worshipful Vasudeva. Even as a child, like one insensitive and dull, he evinced no interest in toys, as his mind was absorbed in the Lord. Like a man possessed by Krishna, his mind remained so absorbed in him that he saw not the external world as we do. As he was ever in the embrace of Govinda, he was like an automaton, unconscious of his own physical activities, like sitting, walking, eating, drinking, lying, etc. Sometimes he wept, his mind overpowered by the love of the Lord. Sometimes he laughed, being reminded of his sportive actions. And sometimes he sang in great joy, his mind filled with memories of his excellencies. Sometimes he loudly chanted the names of the Lord. Sometimes he danced about without any bashfulness. Sometimes he filled with him through imaginative identification. He would imitate the sportive actions of the Lord. Sometimes, being steeped in the thrilling joy of divine contact, he remained speechless in complete absorption, his hair standing on end and his half-closed eyes shedding tears, stimulated by the inward bliss of unshakable love for the Lord. He gave peace even to the minds of persons distressed on accounts of evil worldly associations by the spiritual joy he radiated, the joy which he derived from the service of the Lord, the same reward which he got for keeping the company of holy men, devoid of any worldly possessions. O king, it was on this son of his, a devotee of the highest excellence, and a truly great and fortunate soul, that Hiranyakashipu inflicted cruel tortures. Yudhishthira said, O great ascetics, O great ascetic, I would like to hear from you why Hiranyakashipu practiced cruelty on a son so noted for his purity and holiness. Even loving parents are, no doubt, seen to threaten and reprimand their rebellious children to bring them round to the path of virtue. But no one behaves cruelly like an enemy even towards them. O learned one, it is needless to say, therefore, that no parent will, in the natural course, practice such cruelty towards a son who is obedient, free from desire and hatred, and serve the parents as representatives of the divine. How could a father, even though angry at his son, go to the extent of planning to kill him? Atha Panchamahu Adhyaya. Narada said, it is well known that the Asuras had chosen the sage Sukra as the chief priest. Sukra's two sons, Sanda and Amarka, had their residence near the palace of Hiranyakasipu, the king of the Daityas. The Asura king put his son Prahlada of acute intelligence under these teachers for instructions in what he considered fit for him to learn along with the other Asura children. Whatever the teachers taught, he heard and learned, but he did not accept the soundness of much of their teachings, which were based on the sense of difference between oneself and one's interest on one hand, and the others and the interest on the other. Both sides of Pandu's life. One day the Asura king took his son on his lap and asked him, "Oh dear one, tell me what you consider to be true and good." Prahlada said, "O Lord of the Asuras, all embodied beings are overpowered by body consciousness and are consequently subject to sorrow and suffering. I therefore deem that the ultimate good lies in abandoning their homes, which have caused a spiritual downfall by imprisoning them in darkness of infatuation, like a discarded and dried up well. Let them therefore abandon it and resort to some sequestrated forest where they could take complete shelter in Sri Hari, the destroyer of all the sufferings of life." Narada said, when he heard these words of the boy conveying his unbounded faith in Sri Hari, his invertebrate enemy, Hiranya, laughed at first, thinking that the boy's mind had been perverted by the persuasions of some undesirable persons. And he warned the teachers to see particularly that devotees of Vishnu did not come incognito to their home and pervert the boy's mind. When Prahlada was brought back to their home, the teachers, Sanda and Amarka, called him to their side and patting and praising him, asked him gently, "Dear boy Prahlada, may you be happy. Tell us the truth. How did you get this outlook, which is quite alien to boys generally? Is this contrary way of thought inducted into you someone, or is it natural to you? Oh, the delight of your tribe! Tell us the truth about it to us, your teachers, who are keen to know the facts." Prahlada replied, "Salutations to the merciful Lord. By the working of those Yogamaya men, can the ignorance-born distinction between oneself and another, a distinction which only minds perverted by ignorance would make. When the Lord is propitious to you, then this vain, brutish distinction felt between one's interest and another's interest will disappear. It is He alone, the Supreme Being of inscrutable ways, that is distinguished by ignorant men as I and He, as friend and foe. There is nothing to wonder at in it, for in trying to understand Him, even Brahma and the knowers of the Veda fall into utter confusion. It is His grace that has raised in me this outlook of seeing a difference between myself and another. Just as before a magnet, iron pieces are naturally moved and attracted. So in the presence of the disharmed Lord, my mind automatically runs to Him, abandoning everything else. Narada said, the high-minded Prahlada, having said this much to the teacher, remained silent. That pitiable teacher, pitiable because he had no freedom of thought as servant of Hiranyakashipu, scolded the boy angrily and said, "Who is there? Bring the king. This boy is going to bring us disrepute. A dangerous firebrand to our tribe, and evil-minded to the core. Nothing but corporal punishment can do for him. In the sandalwood forest of this Asura race, This boy is a thorny tree. For Mahavishnu, the axe that cuts down the trees of the forest, the boy has become the veritable handle, brandishing threats of this kind. He taught Prahlada only subjects dealing with three ends of life, namely dharma, artha, and kama. Sometimes after, when the teacher was sure that the boy had mastered the four divisions of diplomacy, conciliation, subsidy, internal dissension, and force, he took him to Hiranyakashipu, favored, well-dressed, and well-decorated by his mother. The Asura lifted the boy who prostrated himself at his feet, embraced him for long, and enjoyed the highest bliss thereby. O Yudhishthira, seating the boy on his lap, kissing him on the crown of the head, and shedding tears over him, the Asura said with a blooming face, Hiranyakashipu said, O Prahlada, dear boy, may you be long lived. You please tell me about the best lessons from the vast body of instructions you must have been receiving from your teachers during these days. Prahlada replied, hearing about Vishnu, singing about him, remembering him, serving him, worshipping him, saluting him, being his servant, being his comrade, and surrendering oneself and everything that is one's own to him. These are the 9 aspects of bhakti or God love. If man could be trained to practice devotion characterized by these 9 features, that indeed would be the highest education he could have. That is what I have understood. Hearing these words of his son, Hiranyakashipu said to his teachers, son, in great anger, his lips trembling in emotion.
Hiranyakashipu said, "You are worthy and fervent teacher. How is it that taking the side of an enemy, you have totally discarded me and put absurd ideas into my boy's head? There are wicked men in this world who approach you in the disguise of strength, just as disease takes time to afflict sinners as the wages of their sins. The evil wrought by enemies in the disguise of friends will take time to manifest clearly." The preceptor's son said, "O thou antagonist of India, what your son is saying has not been taught to him by me or anyone else. This bent of his mind, O king, is natural to him. He is good enough to control your anger and not to try us with this offense." Narada said, when the teacher said, like that, the Asura asked his son again, "O evil fellow, if it is not from the Guru's instruction, how did you come to have this perverse outlook?" Prahlada replied, "For lack of control over the senses, jivas go round and round in the wheel of samsara, chewing the cud of the same enjoyments and sufferings again and again without cessation. Their thoughts are even ever confined to their homes, property, and other domestic concerns. They can never develop this devotional proclivity of mind towards Krishna, the Supreme Being, either naturally or through the teachings of others or from mutual influence. People of deep pure nature, whose minds are always outward going, because of their domination or by the notion that what is true and what is enjoyable lies outside, are never able to know Mahavishnu, who is apprehended only by the inward going introspective vision. Those extroverts immersed
in Vedic ritualism are like a group of blind men led by another such group by ego. This is the fifth row of Vedic ritualism to which these extroverts are bound by the several strings of practices, rituals, beliefs for the fulfillment of desires here and hereafter, as cattle are to the main row of the third row. So long as one is not able to bathe his head with the dust of the feet of his great devotees, who have no possession of any kind except him, the mind of man does not take a serious turn towards the feet of the Lord. And the cessation of samsara does not come about until the mind is thus turned towards him. Saying thus, Prahlada stopped Hiranyakashipu was mad. Saying thus, Prahlada stopped. Hiranyakashipu was mad with terrible anger on hearing these words of his son. Immediately, he pushed him from his lap to the floor. Moved by irresistible anger, he exclaimed with bloodshot eyes, "Oh, you Rakshasa gods! He deserves to be executed. Take him away from here. Kill him without any delay. This fellow who has rejected all of us, his own friends and well-wishers, and seeks to be a servant attending on Vishnu, the killer of his own uncle, must himself be considered that killer. Such an untrustworthy fellow like him, who, even at the age of 5, could break and throw overboard the natural and unbreakable affection for parents, of what good can he be even for Vishnu? Even an unrelated person can be considered as one's son, if, like a medicine, he serves your interests well. One who does the opposite must be considered a disease, even if he be one's son, born of one's own body, and he has to be eradicated by the disease. When a limb of a body is diseased and becomes a threat to the whole body, that limb has to be cut off for the safety of the rest of the body. Therefore, we deserve to be killed somehow or other through poisoned food, or while sleeping, or while awake. For as an attractive sensuous object is a danger to an ascetic, so is an enemy in the disguise of a friend. When the master ordered them thus, the Rakshasa guards with sharp fangs, fierce faces, and copper-colored beard and hair began to shout, "Fierce cut," etc., and struck Prahlada on his vital parts with their tridents. Just as all the pious rites done by unbelieving persons are fruitless, so were all the efforts of these asuras to kill Prahlada, whose mind was ever immersed in the supreme Lord, at the center of all power and excellences, the soul of all, the indefinable absolute. O Yudhishthira, when all their efforts to kill Prahlada failed, Hiranyakashipu grew extremely anxious and seriously began to think of some extraordinary means of killing him. He tried various measures, such as having him trampled by elephants, bitten by serpents, attacked through black magic, rolled along the mountainside, imprisoned, poisoned, starved, and exposed to severely inclement weather and to fire, to storm, and to water. When all these failed, killed his son, Hiranyakashipu began extremely worried and perplexed. He thought, I have heaped abuses on him, and I have tried in many ways to kill him. All these persecutions and even the magical arts I tried have all been set at naught by him, by his own puissance. Though a mere boy, and though standing in my presence, he is without the least fear of nervousness. This powerful chap, like Stepa, is not likely to forget the atrocities I have committed on him. He seems to be of inscrutable nature, fearless and deathless, and I likely to meet with my death because of my enmity towards him. In no other way can I die. To Hiranyakashipu, who sat brooding with his luster face turned down because of their depressing thoughts, Skanda and Amarka, the sons of Acharya Shukra, said as follows in private: By your own prowess, unaided by anyone else, you have conquered these three worlds. A mere quivering of your brow is enough to strike terror even into the hearts of the guardian deities of the quarters. O Master, to one such as you, we do not find anything to worry about. And as for Prahlada, he is yet a boy who has not reached the age of discretion. In order to prevent this Prahlada from running away out of fear, let us keep him tied up with Varuna's noose until the return of our teacher, Rishi Shukra. As one's age advances and as one gets more chances of association with and instruction from the wise, men gradually change in their character and are agreeing with the advice of his teacher's son. Hiranyakashipu said to him, instruct the boy in the dharma of kings and of household. O king, accordingly, they instructed the humble and obedient Prahlada in matters concerned with the pursuit of morality, power, and pleasure. The instruction given to him by the teachers on the three ends of life, dharma, artha, and kama, was not considered by him as sound, for they were the teachings given by worldly minded people for others of similar outlook. Whenever the teachers went out on their own household purposes, Prahlada's classmates, who then got time for play, would call him to join them. On one such occasion, this enlightened Prahlada spoke to them lovingly for their instruction, depicting the very pitiable condition of men steeped in worldly life. The boys whose minds had not yet been corrupted by the word and examples of the extremely worldly minded fellow, Asuras, were powerfully attracted by the weight and seriousness of Prahlada's words. They threw away their playthings and gathered around him, concentrating their looks and their hearts on him. To them, the great devotee Prahlada spoke as follows, with a mind full of love and pity. Prahlada said, White men should begin the practice of devotional disciplines from their very boyhood, for human birth is which alone devotional disciplines can be practiced is extremely rare, and it is uncertain how long life lasts. The highest and noblest act for a man to do in life is to surrender himself at the feet of the Lord. For he is the dear one, the soul, the master, and the friend of all beings. Just as all creatures having a body experience naturally a measure of sorrow, happiness also accrues to them naturally without their effort. The prarabdha or the karma that has brought the body into being yields them both these types of experience, and no special effort is required for them. Beyond exhausting life's span, nothing is achieved by efforts put forward for the attainment of pleasure and the avoidance of pain. A man full of desires never attains to that state of bliss which one who serves the Lord attains. Therefore, one entangled in the fearful state of samsara, if he is really intelligent, should in every way strive for the attainment of the divine before the fall of this short-lived human body, even while it is in its full vigor and power. Man lives for 100 years at the most of the span of life. If a man is of uncontrolled senses, half is rendered in sleep at night when he is in the state of darkness and inertia, almost like that of a dead body. Of the remaining half, the first 20 years are spent in the ignorance of childhood and the playfulness of early youth. Another 20 are spent in the decrepitude of old age, which reduces man to a helpless condition, changed to domestic life, and oblivious of the ultimate purpose of his existence. The rest of man's life, too, is wasted in the pursuit of insatiable sexual enjoyments and under the domination of overwhelming infatuation.
Raise a man among those attached to their homes, enslaved by the senses and bound by the strong cords of affection to the near and dear ones, that can make even an effort to liberate himself? Who can give up the hankering for wealth, which is dearer to man than his life itself? Wealth for earnings, which thieves, servants, merchants, and others pawn their very lives? How can a man renounce the intimacies he has been having with his dear wife in privacy as well as her loving prattle, his close friends, and his lisping infants to whom he is bound by cause of affection? How can he renounce his sons, daughters, brothers, sisters, and sickly and pitiable parents, his attractive furniture, and other household articles, houses, cattle, servants, and hereditary vocations, when powerful memories of them are attracting his mind, unsatisfied with enjoyments, and imprisoned by greed in the cocoon of bondage generating works? Man considers indulgence in sex and gluttony as a main purpose of life. How can a man in this condition, overpowered as he by such an increasingly infatuated outlook, practice renunciation? Therefore, if a person is to tread the path of devotion, he must practice renunciations of early life before all kinds of tendencies and entanglements have become finally established. The heedless man who exhausts his whole lifeline for the maintenance of his family fails to perceive that the ultimate purpose of his life is thereby getting defeated. He fails to cultivate renunciation even when afflicted by the three kinds of miseries on all sides. For such is his attachment for the family and the joy it gives. A householder whose senses are uncontrolled and whose craving for pleasures is never satiated will have unbounded greed for wealth too. And he will indulge in stealing and misappropriating others' properties in spite of being acquainted with the harm it will do to his life here and in the year after. Oh, comrades, even though a householder may be learned and know all this philosophy, still he is incapable of attaining the Atman. For he cannot get over the distinction between his self-interest and the interest of others. And therefore, he continues to be in the darkness of transmigratory existence like any other ignorant person, becoming the pet monkey of lustful women who hold him by the chain of progeny he has generated in them. The pitiable slave of the senses is never able to free his spirit from their clutches unless he seeks shelter in the Lord, and the Lord helps him to break the chain. For this reason, O Asura, you should shun association with such compatriots from early life and seek shelter in the time of our being, Lord Narayan. For he is that beatitude sought after by people who have overcome worldly attachments. O children of the Asuras, it is not at all difficult to please Achyuta, for he is the innermost spirit in all and can be communed with anywhere. In all beings, from immovable objects to Brahma, the creator, in high and in low creatures, in the primordial elements, in Mahatattva, and evolutes, in the gunas in the state of equilibrium, and in gunas in agitation, in all his entities and conditions is present that one supreme spirit, the all-powerful divine person, Lord of all, unchangeable substance, while battling definitions and remaining undifferentiated, manifests as the indwelling spirit and as the object of perception, as a pervader and as the pervaded. For thus he, the Supreme Lord, in the undiluted fullness of self-conscious bliss, holds his transcendent supremacy in abeyance during creation, exercising his power of Yoga Maya and manifest himself as the many. Therefore, be kind to all creatures and extend your friendship to them, abandoning your Asura nature. By this, the Supreme Lord, who is beyond the purview of the senses, will be pleased. When the Lord, the infinite and the primeval being, is pleased with a devotee, what is there attainable by him? But of what concern are such attainments to us? These material values of dharma, artha, and kama, which automatically fructify according to one's karma, and pray, of what interest is moksha, which everyone aspires for? To us who serve his feet and who ever chant about his excellences and enjoy the bliss of his services, of his service, the Vedas do indeed deal with the three worldly values of morality, wealth, and pleasure, with philosophy and ethics, with sacrificial rites, with statecraft, and with various accomplishments useful for man. But I regard that the dedication of oneself to the Supreme Being, the friend and well-wisher of all, is their real teaching. Or alternatively, the Vedas do indeed deal with the three worldly values of morality, wealth, and pleasure, but they all become true Vedic teaching only to the extent they help man to make an absolute surrender of himself to the Supreme Being, the friend and well-wisher of all. This doctrine of enlightenment, pure, pristine, and unadulterated by any compromise with worldly value, was imparted by Rishi Narayana, the friend of Nara, to the sage Narada. It will shine to those who have the good fortune to be bathed in the dust of the sacred feet of those who have renounced worldly values absolutely and cling to the Lord with undistracted devotion. From that Narada, who had the realization of the Lord, I received the gospel of enlightenment in its theory and practice, which is the same, the nine-limbed doctrine of the practice of devotion to the Lord, Bhagavata Dharma. Asura boy said, O Prahlada, neither you nor we have had any other instructors than these sons of the Guru of the Asura. They are our sole masters and custodians, and we have no access to anyone else. Can it also be that when you were still in the woman's quarters before coming here, you had contact with any great soul? O gentle comrade, if there is any convincing explanation for this, please tell us and solve our puzzle. Atha Saptamo Dhyaya. Chapter 7, Prahlada's lesson on self-knowledge. Narada said, being thus questioned by the children of the Asuras, the great Asura devotee Prahlada recalled to memory what had been taught by me on the subject and said with a smile to those curiously expectant children. Prahlada said, when my father went away to Mandara mountain to perform tapas, the Devas thought, the Lord's grace, this wretch is dead. As ants eat up serpent, his own sons must have eaten up. Indra and other Devas therefore made extensive preparation for a war on the Asuras. Incapable of staying the massive attack of the huge army of the Devas, the Asuras ran away in all directions for fear of death. Afraid for their own lives, they fled in hot haste, without any thought for the protection of their teeth and king or properties. Their wives, children, relatives, friends, animals, household equipment, and the like. In the flush of victory, the Devas pillaged the royal palace, and Indra even took away my mother, the queen, as a captive. Trembling and weeping like a frightened Kurawa bird, she was being led off when by chance the great Devarshi Narada met her on the way. Narada said to Indra, O noble-minded Indra, release her, release her. This woman is guiltless, and she is the devoted wife of another person. It does not befit you to take her away as a captive. Indra said, she has within her the most formidable embryo from the Sura seed. I shall release her after it is born, and I have attained my objective in this child. Narada said, this child is to be born is sinless. He will be a great soul and a devotee and a servant of the Lord, equipped with the great power of the Spirit. You will not be able to destroy him. Indra thereupon released my mother, honoring the words of a celestial rishi. Out of his devotion to the Supreme Being, Indra circumambulated my mother because I, the Lord's devotee, was within her, then departed to his heavenly abode. Rishi then took my mother to his ashrama, comforted her, and said, dear daughter, until your husband returns, you may stay on here. So, free from all fear, she stayed under Narada's protection till the return of the Lord of Asuras from his tapas. That devoted wife spent this period of her sojourn there, serving the rishi with great devotion and praying in her heart for the health and welfare of the child in the womb and for its delivery only when she wished. Having me also in his mind, the merciful rishi of great spiritual power imparted to her instructions regarding the flawless path of devotion and the enlightenment conveyed by it. My mother forgot those instructions, partly due to the lapse of a very long period of time, and partly due to her inherent incapacity to retain them. But owing to the blessings of that rishi, those teachings have ever remained grained in my memory. If you listen to my words attentively, you too will gain the deep faith that dawned on me by the Rishi's instructions. Faith will generate, even in women and children, as in my case, that discrimination of wisdom which puts an end to the travails of samsara. By the action of Supreme Being as time, 6 kinds of transformations come to the body naturally. These being origination, existence, growth, maturity, decay, and destruction. They affect only the body and not the spirit embodied in it. Just as the changes undergone by a fruit do not affect the tree to which it is attached. In contrast, the Atman is eternal, undecaying, the one without a second, pure and unsullied by matter and its attributes, the one distinct from the body, for whom the body is an object and field of expression, the support of everything, pure consciousness without volition, the changeless being, self-conscious awareness, cause of all, pervasive, the unattached, and the uncircumscribed. Understanding these 12 unique characteristics of the Atman, one should give up the false feeling that I am the body or that the body is mine, feeling born of ignorance. Just as gold smelters extract gold from the ore through appropriate processes, so an expert in the science of the spirit extracts through spiritual communion the gold of the Supreme Brahman from the mine of the body in which it is latent. The root Prakriti, Mahatattva, Ankara, and the 5 Tanmatras are spoken of as the eightfold Prakriti, Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, and the 3 Gunas, all constitute attributes of Prakriti. The 10 sense organs, the mind, the 5 gross elements, these 16 categories are also spoken of by the Acharyas as evolutes of Prakriti. From the body mind, formed by the combination of these categories, the Purusha, who is the unitary principle, stands apart as their witness without getting mixed with them, but at the same time forming the integrating principle that holds them together as a complex whole. The body is a complex of all the categories mentioned before. It is of 2 kinds, unmoving like the trees and the moving like other living beings. In this body, the non-Atman categories of Prakriti are to be rejected one after another as not this, not this. And the Purusha or the spirit as the ultimate end of all negation.
Observing the subsistence of the body when consciousness is present and is its decay when consciousness departs, man should carefully investigate the truth of the Atman by discrimination, by purification of mind, and by the scriptural texts on creation, preservation, and dissolution. The states of waking, dream, and sleep are the 3 modifications of the buddhi, the awareness which stands alone from these states as their witness is the Atman. These 3 states, born of the 3 gunas of Prakriti and rejected as not pertaining to the spirit, are the result of karma. They do not contact or contaminate the Atman. As the Atman is seen to run through all these states, he is to be understood as the pervader, distinct from them. He is just like a wind which carries odor, appearing to be one with that odor without being really so. Thus, this samsara is based on ignorance, producing the false identification of the Atman with these modifications of the buddhi, which are a product of guna, of prakriti, and with actions caused by them. Being based in ignorance, it is like the experiencing of the dream state without substantiality. Direct or immediate experience through intuition is needed for this enlightenment. Mere intellectual understanding will not do. Therefore, what you have to do is to destroy ignorance, the seed which manifests as the multi-branched tree of karma actions. Yoga consists in destroying these the speed of ignorance and calming the flow of the mental modifications. Of the numerous ways for achieving them, the easiest is the path prescribed by the Lord Himself, the practice of virtues that stimulate deep devotion to Him. The path of devotion consists in the cultivation of these disciplines, practice of reverence to the Guru through devoted service to him, dedicating all one possesses to the Lord, keeping intimate contact with devotees, leading a holy life, performing worship of the Supreme Being, having faith in the spiritual import of the accounts of his spiritual manifestations, extolling his excellences and by recitals and hymns, practicing meditation on his sacred form, seeing and adoring his divine emblems in the form of holy saints and holy images, and supplying all beings with their needs according to one's capacity, with the attitude that the Lord dwells in them all and that he is therefore the recipient through all his creatures. Those who, through the practice of these devotional disciplines, succeed in conquering the senses and the passions to develop loving attachment to Vasudeva, the Supreme Being. When on hearing about the Lord's exploits in his divine incarnations and about his unparalleled excellences, a devotee gets excessive joy, resulting in horripilations all over, in tremulous voice, and in ecstatic singing, weeping, and dancing, when, like one possessed, he sometimes laughs, sometimes cries, sometimes meditates, sometimes communes, all as the Lord, crying aloud, O Lord Hari, O Lord of all, O Narayana, to the accompaniment of deep breath and utmost unconcern for what the world thinks of him, then is that man liberated from all bondage. Then does he become identified with the Lord in mind and body in the state of ecstatic contemplation of his divine play. Then does he, through the destruction of the subtle tendencies and their basis of ignorance, by the power of bhakti, attain to the Lord in truth and in reality. Wise men say that this embrace of the Supreme Being in consciousness is what destroys the evil tendency of the jiva and saves him from involvement in transmigratory existence. This state is what is called the bliss of oneness with Brahman. Therefore, meditate in your hearts on him who is the Lord of the hearts of all. What great difficulty is there in communing with Sri Hari, who, like the sun, is pervading the hearts of all, including yourself, who is the soul of one's soul, and who is the most genuine well-wisher and friend of all beings. And what special virtue is there in pursuing the vulgar enjoyments of the senses, which can be had even in animal bodies? With his uncertain and short lifespan, what real joy can a man have from such very temporary objects of possession and enjoyment, like wealth, wife, sons, cattle, houses, lands, elephants, treasury, and power? The same impermanence characterizes the worlds that are attained through the performance of sacrifices. Not only are they perishable, but subject to evil passions and to variations in the joy they provide according to the nature of the karma. Therefore, for the attainment of your spiritual samam vanam worship with single-hearted devotion, the Supreme Lord, who is free from any blemish, even seen or heard of. With whatever resolve a man with pretensions to wisdom might perform actions, they all become counterproductive, bringing him opposite results. All work with the idea of warding off pain and attaining happiness. But it is seen that he who has always been doing actions in law or order to ward off sufferings lands himself actually in sufferings, whereas previously when he was doing no such work, he had been happy. The body, for the satisfaction of which man goes after objects of enjoyments, is ultimately the food of dogs and jackals. It is extremely fragile and is seen to be here today and gone tomorrow. How much more transitory are sons, wives, house, wealth, kingdom, treasury, elephants, ministers, servants, confidants, etc. All that men consider as their professions and as their own, but are none the less different from themselves, unlike the body with which one is in identification or as one's very self. For of what use are all these fleeting, trifling, and dangerous objects, including the body, to the externally blissful Atman, in spite of their apparently enjoyable nature? O children of Asura, just reflect what real joy can after all be derived through these so-called enjoyments by the jiva who is suffering from the time of conception to death from the effects of his past karma. The jiva engages himself in actions with the body that is now at his disposal, and the result of the works that he performs now, he gets a new body after death. Both the body and karma are the effects of ignorance. In that short span of time between birth and death, which is called life, how is enjoyment possible? Shri Hari, no doubt, is the support of all worldly values, that dharma, artha, and kama, and he will bestow them on whatever it is who desires them. But pray without caring for these worldly fulfillments. Serve him without any desire, him the self of all and the Lord of Shri Hari dwells as the self, the Lord and beloved, in the bodies of all beings, formed with the primordial elements of his own creation. Blessedness is the reward for anyone, be he a deva, a sura, man, yaksha, or gandharva, who serve the feet of Mukunda, just as in the case of my humble self, in spite of my being an asura. O children of asuras, merely being a twice born one or a deva or a rishi, one cannot win the favor of Achyuta, nor is mere adherence to moral rules or vast learning and neither charity nor austerity, neither sacrifices nor purificatory rites and vows are sufficient to please him. He becomes pleased by pure bhakti, by loving devotion without any ulterior motive. All other practices are an empty show. Therefore, O Asuras, practice devotion to Sri Hari the soul of all, and the Lord, seeing his equal present in all others and in yourself. Asuras, yakshas, disembodied spirits, women, sudras, gopas, birds, animals, and sinful men have all attained him through devotion. The supreme object of human life consists in cultivating exclusive and one-pointed devotion to Sri Hari and saluting his presence in all of Akashtamodhyaya. Narada said, those Asura boys, being pure-minded, accepted the instructions given by Prahlada and not those by the teachers. The teachers now saw how the minds of the boys were becoming more and more prone to contemplation in solitude. They were very much frightened to note this development and to avoid blame falling on them, reported the whole matter to their ruler Hiranyakashipu. Hiranyakashipu's body trembled in violent rage on hearing of his son's unbearable misconduct, and he decided to kill the boy himself. Raining abuse words on Prahlada, who least deserved such harassed treatment. Hiranya, cruel by nature, looked at him with an angry sidelong glance and, hissing like a trampled serpent, addressed the boy who stood before him, saluting in all humility and composure. He said, I shall immediately dispatch you to the city of Yama, the god of death. You who are an audacious fool, a traitor to the family, a debased villain, and a defier of my authority. What is that source of strength depending on which you fearlessly flout the commands of one like me? My angry looks are sufficient to cause trepidation in the hearts of all the guardian deities and generate tremors in all the three worlds. How dare you plot me? Rather say, O king, not only for me, but even for all considered strong, including yourself, the source of strength is he, the supreme being, who controls like his blades all beings, high and low, from Brahma down to a blade of grass. He, the supreme lord of world, measuring strides in time. He is the strength of the senses, of the mind, and of the body. It is verily He, the Lord Supreme, and the Master of the gunas, that creates, preserves, and destroys all beings. Please abandon your asura character. Have even sightedness, abandoning the distinction between friend and foe. There is no enemy beyond one's own mind. It is, if it is uncontrolled and caught in the path of vice, the supreme worship of the Lord consists in keeping the mind even unperturbed, seeing no difference between friend and foe. There are some who consider themselves as the victors of all the 10 quarters without first conquering the enemies within, the 6 senses which rob one of all one's real wealth. To a wise and good man who has conquered his lower self, who has an enlightened mind, who looks on all alike, there can be no enemy, for enemies are the creations of one's own ignorance. Hiranyakashipu said, O fool, you who indulge in such senseless and arrogant thought are facing imminent death. For none but those who are face to face with death will talk such unbridled nonsense. Continuing, Hiranya asked, O hapless fellow,
where is that Lord of the worlds of whom you speak? If there is any such other than me, everywhere, replied Prahlada. Why, is he in this pillar then? Questioned Hiranya. I see him there too, replied Prahlada, looking at the pillar. I, the master of the universe, am now going to sever your head. Oh, you impertinent prattler, let Hari, of whom you speak as the shelter of all, protect you, if he can, said Hiranya, castigating his highly pious son with such angry and abusive words. The powerful Hiranyakashipu jumped up from his throne, sword in hand, and delivered a blow with his very strong fist on the pillar where Prahlada had said he saw Sri Hari. Immediately, a terrific sound arose from that pillar. That sound was so loud that it seemed to crack the cosmic shell. Hearing it, Brahma and other deities thought that the doomsday of the world, including their spheres, had come. Thus, while Hiranyakashipu was making a determined effort to kill his son, he was wonderstruck to hear the strange and terror-inspiring sound, whose sound he could not trace anywhere in the assembly. In order to make the true the words of his devotee that he saw Sri Hari in the color too, and also to demonstrate that he was eminent in everything. The Lord was seen as emerging into the assembly from the pillar in the form that was neither of a beast nor of a man. The Asura, who was looking around for the source of that sound, now saw that form emerging from the pillar, a wonderful form which was neither a whole man nor a whole animal, but lo, a man lion. While Hiranyakashipu was questioning himself anxiously within, there stood before him that very fierce form of the man lion, having glowing and tearful eyes resembling the color of molten gold, and a face surrounded by brilliant matted locks and mane. His fangs were terror-inspiring. His tongue was sharp and quivering like a sword. His carved eyebrows gave a frightful look to his face. His ears stood erect and high. His open mouth and nostrils looked like strange mountain caves, while his cleft cheeks added ferocity to the face. His body touching the sky, and a neck that was short and thick, a chest that was broad, and an abdomen that was slender, were clearly resembling the rays of the moon, covering his body. He had innumerable arms set on all sides, with claws that looked like weapons. The form that stood before Hiranya was so formidable that none could approach him, and the Daityas and Dandavas all fled away in every direction before his special Sudarsana dustas and other weapons. Then seeing him, Hiranyakashipu thought, this is perhaps a stratagem thought out by Hari, the master of all magical arts, to encompass my death. But let me see what this Hari can do against me. Soliloquizing like this, the Asura, armed with a mace, rushed at the man lion yelling. Like a moth rushing into the fire, the Asura was thereupon engulfed in the luminosity of the man lion and became invisible. There is nothing extraordinary or astonishing about this. In the case of Mahavishnu, the pure being of radiant sattva, who at the end of the pralaya neutralizes that world engulfing darkness of tamas by his own brilliance. Approaching the man lion, the great Asura delivered a mighty blow on him with these powerful wings. Just like Garuda catching a serpent, the Lord caught the attacking Asura in his clothes. But the Asura freed himself from the hold of the sportive man-lion as a serpent from Garuda. O descendants of the Bharatas, the Devas and the lords of the quarters, who had all been deprived of their realms by the Asura, and who were now watching the scene from behind the clouds, considered it a calamity that the Asura had escaped from the hold of the Lord. The Asura, too, interpreted this episode as proof of his opponent's fear of him. Soon, without any sign of strain, he approached the Lord again for battle, sword and shield in hand. The fierce Asura, whose eyes were dazzled by the brilliance of the man-lion, was yelling and moving up and down with the speed he felt according to the tactics of combat in order to save himself from falling into the clutches of his opponent. But he was soon caught again by the Lord with a resounding roar. Desperately struggling as the Asura was to free himself from the distressing hold of the man-lion as a mouse from that of a serpent, the Lord laid him on his thighs. Sitting on the threshold of the assembly hall, as the Garuda tears apart a snake, he playfully tore open the Asura's body at the time of sunset, the body on which even a scratch could not be made by Indra's thunderbolt. The man-lion form of the Lord then appeared, forbidding to look at, because of the fury reflected in his eyes. With his tongue licking the two corners of his wide open mouth, the mane of his face and neck reddened by drops of blood, and with the loops of intestine hanging on his neck, and the Lord, as the man-lion, presented a formidable appearance, even as a lion that had slain an elephant. He now attacked the followers of Hiranyakashipu, throwing aside the body of Hiranya with the heart torn out. The multi-armed man-lion went around attacking and killing in hundreds with the stroke of his nails the numerous followers of the Asura who were standing with uplifted weapons in readiness to strike. The clouds were shattered by the movements of his mane. The luminaries in the sky, like the sun, lost their luster in the abundant glory released from his eyes. His breath agitated the seas, and the elephants and the porters trumpeted in fear. Hearing his terrific roars, the heavens, with the aerial cars of the celestials shining by his name, and the earth trembling under the tread of his feet, were both stirred as they did under his powerful impact. The mountains were tossed up, while the luster emanating from him drowned the brilliance of the sky and the waters. Afterwards, he seated himself on the royal throne in the splendorous glory. None dared to approach that all-powerful being of terrific face, which bore marks of anger, because there were no more opponents to be confronted. Hearing that the primal deity, he had the headache of the worlds, had been slain by Srihari in battle, the celestial women, the faces blooming in joy, rained flowers. The sky was crowded with the aerial cars of celestials who gathered to see the happenings. The Devas then sounded their big drums and kettle drums, while the leading Gandharvas danced and their women sang. Then, O dear ones, the assembled representatives of all species of beings, Brahma, Indra, Parameshwara, and other divinities, rishis, pitris, siddhas, vidyadharas, great serpents, manus, prajapatis, gandharvas, asuras, charanas, yakshas, kimpurushas, vedhas, siddhavaras, and kinnaras, as well as the Lord's attendants like Sunanda, and Kumuda, all these standing at the little distance away, with palms joined in reverential salutation, began to extol the Lord, one after another. Brahma said, "Salutations to thee, the boundless being, who art limitless in power, whose prowess is wonder-evoking, whose sportive actions are of such a sanctifying nature that those who hear account of them are purified immensely, and whose sport in the creation, preservation, and dissolution of limitless universes was thy prakriti, without, however, undergoing any change or diminution of thyself as Satchit Ananda in the course of all cosmic manifestations of thy nature." Sri Rudra said, "O friend of devotees, the time of cosmic dissolution is the time for thy fury. Besides, this insignificant being of an asura has already been killed. Therefore, deign to give shelter to thy devotee Prahlada, who is standing by thy side." Indra said, "O Supreme Being, in affording us protection, thou hast but recovered the sacrificial offerings due to thee. For the offerings offered to us apparently are really to thee, the resident of the hearts of all, the lotus of our hearts, which was the residence and which was taken over by the Asura, has been reoccupied by thee, and it has begun to bloom again. O Lord, for those who are enraged in thy service, of what use are these facilities of three worlds, liable to time's degradation? They do not care even of poor moksha. What to speak then of other attainments? The Rishi said, "Thou hast imparted to us instructions about tapas, which constitutes as expression of thy glorious prowess. For it is by tapas that thou didst bring out the vast and variegated universe into existence. But our practice of tapas was obstructed by the Asura. O Savior of refugees, thou who hast assumed a form for the protection of dharma, has now again re-established the practice of tapas." The Bhikshus said, "This Asura had forcibly appropriated to himself the offerings made by our descendants at the ancestral rites, as well as the liberation of water, which offerings of sesame seeds that are made while bathing in sacred waters on holy occasion. Thou hast recovered all that from his abdomen by tearing out the momentum with thy claws. Salutations to the Lord as the man lion, the protector of all dharma."
The Siddhas said, "We salute the Supreme Being who tore open the trunk and impressed, who had deprived us of our psychic powers through the strength of his concentration and austerity." The Vidyadharas said, "We honor so beautiful who has fueled the man-lion force and has slain this Asura. The Asura who had grown so proud and haughty on account of his strength and courage that he obstructed and prohibited our exercise of yogic powers which may have acquired in practice of concentration on different objects in different ways." Naga said, "The Asura had deprived us of our blessed jewel, as also our jewels of women. Salutations to thee, O Lord, who hast, by tearing open his ship, bestowed on his villain continuing happiness. That is languages." The Mandals said, "O Lord, we, your servants, were helpless inasmuch as this Asura had broken all norms of virtue and good conduct by destroying the social order based on varna and ashrama. Now that we have been slain, order us, thy servants, what we are to do in thy service. The Prajapatis, O Supreme Ruler, we who have been created by thee as the progenitors of living beings have ceased to function as such due to the obstruction caused by this Asura, who now lies dead with his chest torn open by thee. O embodiment of Sattva, thy incarnation has brought about the fill of all the worlds. The Gandharvas say, we who are thy dancers and musicians and entertainments have been enslaved by the courage, power, and prowess of this Shiva, who has now been brought into this state at thy hands. Can good ever befall a man of unrighteous conduct? When Charana said, O worshipful Lord, we take refuge at thy lotus feet, which can save men from the transgression cycle. Thou hast now destroyed this Asura, who had been an oppressor of holy men. The Nakshasas said, we who have become thy principal servants by virtue of meritorious birth have been made his palanquin bearer by this Asura. O thou, Lord, in the form of the man lion, thou, the master of the 24 categories, knowing as thou dost these atrocities against the three worlds, thou hast now been gracious enough to slaughter each. The King Purushas said, we are only King Purusha, beings. Thou art the Lord of all, the Mahapurusha, or the Supreme Being. We are therefore incapable of extolling thee adequately. The killing of this Asura is not the measure of thy glory, for the evil one has been killed and normally earned the displeasure of holy men. The Vaita Vikas said, we used to receive great honor and presence by singing about thy glory in assemblies at holy sacrificial festivals. This wicked Asura has deprived us of all these opportunities. The destruction by thee for us a fortunate circumstance and the riddance of the beast for a sick man. O Lord of all, thy servants obeyed my children's to work at his servants without any wages. O Hari, thou our master, incarnate, as man lion, that evil one has now been destroyed by thee. May thou let us be prosper and to grow. The advantage of Vishnu, O Lord, our master and protector, now hast thou revealed thy man lion form, which is both wonderful and auspicious. Never has anyone seen it before. This Asura is none but a servant of thine under the curse of Sanaka and the other holy men. Thy spawn of his destruction is only a blessing. Thy and 7 chapter 9 in of Tralada. Narada said, none of the divinities like Brahma or Rudra did to go near the Lord in his wrathful mood, which made him unapproachable to them. Even Sri Devi was requested by the Devas here to go near him in that wrathful mood of his, unseen and unheard in time before. Thereupon Brahma told Prahlada, standing nearby, oh dear boy, Go near the Lord who has been angry at your father and try to pacify him. Agreeing to do so, that great lover of the Lord, Prahlada, advanced slowly towards him and with palms joined in salutation, prostrated full length on the ground before him. When he saw that were lying in prostration before him, the Lord was clearly made a much search of within the feelings. He lifted him up and placed on his head those divine palms of obedience, of the shepherd of those who are frightened by the trick of the servant of time. The touch of the Lord's palm at once dissipated all traces of ignorance from Prahlada's heart and filled it with the clear presence of the Lord. Overflowing with forgiveness, his heart melted in love. His head to one end, and tears streamed down his eyes. His heart and eyes fixed on the Lord, his mind peaceful and concentrated. He now began to extol Sri Hari in a voice tremulous with love. Prahlada said, even Brahma, Munis, and personages of high spiritual attainment, whose minds are naturally devoted to matters of a sattvic nature exclusively, have not been able to adore thee adequately and please me even till today. In spite of the fact of multiple feelings from them about the expenses, can I, born as I am in the race of Asuras, with a fierce domestic nature, then ever hope to win thy favor? I feel that none of these wealth, fiber, beauty, austerity, scriptural study, vigor, impressiveness, prowess, gender body, human action, intelligence, and practice of concentration is adequate in being. For by mere devotion, the Lord was pleased with the lowly elephant, who had none of these qualifications. I consider even a man of very low birth, a man born in the caste of dove eaters, who has offered his mind, words, hopes, objects of desire, and vital energy to the Lord, as immensely superior to a young of the qualifications mentioned above, but is still indifferent to the Lord's own feet. For the former purified even his tribe, while the latter has only pride and his effort and not purity. The Lord, who is self-fulfilled by his own inherent bliss, does not solicit the worship of ignorant man for any purpose of love. He accepts them only out of concern for the welfare of the worshipper. For whatever offerings are made by people to the worshipful Lord return as blessings to themselves, just as the beauty that the face derives from adornment only goes to beautify its reflection in the mirror. Such often worship the Lord without any consideration of qualification. I, free from all aspiration due to my low birth and asura, shall extol the Lord's majesty to the best of my capacity. Such praise of the Lord is itself the way for the purification of oneself, called the transmigratory cycle created by the Lord's Maya. All these Brahma and the Deva who stand there in utter gratitude are thy servants, carrying out thy will, unlike us Azuras. There is therefore no reason for them to fear thee. All thy incarnations are enchanting, as they are for the welfare of the world and for thy sportive joy. They are never for cause of Therefore, train to diffuse thy wrath. The Asura is not dead, and therefore there is no one here deserving thy anger. Even pious men rejoice at the killing of harmful creatures like scorpions and serpents. Similarly, the world feels relieved by the elimination of the Asura, and all are waiting to see thy anger abate. O thou, of the man-lion form, henceforward, men will contemplate on this form of thine for freedom from fear. O ever victorious Lord, I am not frightened by the terror inspiring form of thine. Thy frightful face, sun-like eyes, floating eyebrows, fierce molars, garlands of infernal loops, blood-stained manes, twisted ears, fierce jaws that startle even the elephants of the fortress, and claws that are open, that claw open the enemy's chest. But, O thou friend of the lonely, I am afraid of the unbearable and frightful sufferings of this transmigratory cycle. Bound by karma, my love has been passed into the midst of hate and blood, given to violence and cruelty. Ready, O thou Lord of abounding charms, shall thou be gracious to summon me to abide at the holy feet, granting me protection and freedom from the thraldom of ignorance. I am being burnt in the fire of birth in successive forms, involving in experiences of pleasure and pain, of union and separation. In this worldly existence, all measures adopted for freedom from suffering bring new sufferings in their turn. Not knowing this, I am instruct of infatuation that makes one take the false for the real, the untruth for the true. Therefore, grant me devotion and teach me to be thy servant. O Lord, thou of the man-lion form, thou being the dear one, the well-wisher and the deity of all, I shall easily surmount the obstacles posed by body, mind, and other limitations of material nature by resorting to the recitals of thy manifestations, which have been glorified with songs, given by Brahman, and by seeking the company of thy great, all renouncing devotees, the holy swans, Paramahasa, who always have their homes at their feet. No remedial measure sought and believed by the suffering in this world can be effective in the case of God and one. They can, at the most, be a palliative of short duration, never an ultimate remedy. They have been deserted by thee, while none but thou can save them really. For, O Narasimha, thou all-pervading one, a child cannot be protected by parents, a medicine cannot cure a patient, and a boat cannot save a drowsing man, if they are all not supported by thy law.
Whatever agent, high or low, be it one's own parents or the creator Brahma, constituted of the qualities of sattva, rajas, and tamas, brings into existence under thy command anything new, or creates any modifications in anything old, that agent and what he accomplishes are in essence thyself. Thou art the only existence, and thine the only will. The power of Maya, when her Triyumvana is stirred into activity by the prompting of time, creates under the blessing of thyself as Purusha, the Linga Sharira, or the supple bodies of the Jivas, which persists from birth to birth. They are the product of the latent effects of the karmas of all previous births. the whole of mind, the principal constituent of this subtle body, has its root in desires which are confirmed and strengthened by Vedic ritualism. Mind is verily the wheel of samsara, having for its spokes 16 types of modifications generated by Maya. O Eternal One, none except those who seek refuge in Thee can overcome it. O Lord of all, Thou omnipotent being, self-limitless, consciousness, as Thou art, Thou transcendent all the gunas of Prakriti and their products, Thou art manifest as time which controls and regulates all objects, entities, and forces, entangled by Maya, Thy power, in the transmigratory wheel, with 16 spokes, I am being crushed like a piece of sugarcane. Deign to draw this refugee of thine away from this wheel towards thee. O Almighty Lord, what men usually aspire after long life, wealth, and the resources of the grander deities of the heavens. I have seen enough of these. All these attainments of theirs were dissipated before the mere movements of the brows of my father when he laughed aloud in anger at these deities. And that father of mine, surpassing all these deities in prowess, has been destroyed by thee. Of what worth are these facilities and powers coveted by people? Therefore, I, who now know these facts, do not desire blessings like sensuous enjoyments, wealth, longevity, glory, etc., after which all embodied beings, from low creatures up to Brahma, are mad. Not only these, I care not for any state or facility that is subject to destruction by thee as time. I only pray that I may be led to the company of thy devotees. Look at the nature of these worldly pleasures, which are very attractive to hear about, but unsubstantial in actual experience, like water in a mirage. Look at also these bodies through which the enjoyments are had, a hotbed of every kind of disease, and yet they are learned men who know all this, but instead of feeling an abhorrence for such a life, vainly attempt to extinguish this flame of desire with the tiny honey drops of pleasure acquired with great difficulty. O Lord, where I am born in a family of asuras having their origin in rajas and dominated by tamas, and where is thy grace that prompted thee to place thy lotus hands on my head in blessing, a condescension that could not be had by Brahma or Shiva or thy consort Rama, thou who art the soul and the well-wisher of all beings in the world, does not look upon anyone as high or as low, unlike ordinary beings. Yet, just as the heavenly wish-yielding tree, the Paka Diksha gives one objects of desire only when one goes under it and prays for what one wants. So thy grace too is bestowed on men through the service of thee. Blessings come according to service, not on consideration of high and low. Never shall I abandon the service of thy devotees. I who, by contact with worldly people, given to sensuous enjoyment, was about to fall into the pit of transmigratory existence, infested by serpents in the shape of birth and death. It was Narada, a holy man, that took me as his own and lifted me up from that predicament. How can such a person like myself abandon the service of thy devotees? O infinite being, I believe that it is in order to prove the truth of the words of rishis like Sanaka, Sanandana, and others who are thy devotees and servants, that thou didst come forward to save me and destroy my father, when the latter, with the evil intentions of beheading me, took up the sword and challenged, saying, Let me see if there is any power other than me to save you. I am going to take off your head. It is thou, the one existence that has manifested as the universe. Before its manifestation, thou wert, and as its dissolution also, thou wouldst exist as before. So in the middle, when the changeful universe is seen in its state of manifestation, thou must have existed uninvolved by thy inherent power, Yoga Maya. Thou manifest this manifold universe through the transmigration of the gunas of Prakriti and abides in it uninvolved and unaffected. O Lord, thou art verily this universe, both in disposal and manifested conditions. Thou art yet different from insofar as thou exist in thy pristine condition at the end as thou wert at the beginning of the series of changes called creation. For one who sees this basic unity of existence, the opposition of interest between that of mine and of another is meaningless. He in whom the origin and the manifestation, subsistence and dissolution of the universe take place must necessarily be one with him, just as in the case of its sheep and its seed, the atoms of their constituent elements in their gross and subtle condition continued to be present unchanged in spite of the various combinations into which they enter. So is the spirit present in all as their substance, without being affected in the least by all transformation, withdrawing this whole universe into thyself and established in thy own inherent bliss, actionless, eyes shut in inward communion, and dispelling the dullness of sleep in the bliss of pure self-consciousness. Thou liest in the cosmic water, in the state of Turiya, which is neither absorption in the oblivion of deep sleep, no involvement in the objective movement of the waking and dream states. This universe is verily thy gross form, like a huge banyan tree emerging from its latent condition, is in seed. It emerges from thee in the form of the cosmic lotus, when thou, thy power, the time spirit, thou spurrest Prakriti into activity and awaking from thy spiritual absorption, stretched on thy bed of infinity in cosmic waters. Brahma, who originated in that lotus, could find nothing else existing except that lotus, whose source he could not discover, though that source is the Supreme Lord, was latent in himself. He searched for him for 100 divine years in the cosmic waters, but could not discover him. How could he? For lo, when the shoot has come out, how can its source, the seed, exist separate from it? Thereupon, Brahma, the self-born, resumed his seat in the lotus, being very much astonished and puzzled at his not being able to discover its source. Then he practiced inward concentration for a very long time and gained purity of mind, which enabled him, O Lord, to experience thy subtle presence in his own being, constituted of the great elements, senses, mind, intellect, etc., just as the presence of the quality of smell residing in the element earth is perceived by a yogi. Brahma was delighted to see that Mahapurusha, the cosmic being, who had thousands of faces, feet, heads, hands, thighs, nose, mouths, eyes, genitals, and weapons, who was the seat of all power, and who was possessed of limbs that correspond with the various regions of the universe, incarnated as Hayagriva. Thou didst destroy Madhu and Kaitava, embodiments of Rajas and Tamas, and very powerful traducers of the Vedas, and retrieving the Vedas from them. Thou didst restore them to Brahma. Thus, thy form of Hayagriva, constituted of pure sattva, which Rajas and Tamas, represented by the Asuras, were destroyed, is described by the wise as thy favorite form, it being conducive to the development of jnana. Thus, O all-powerful Lord, incarnating thyself as man, animal, fish, rishi, and celestials in different yugas, thou dost destroy the wicked and protect the worlds. Thou protectest the Dharma appropriate to every age. Thy presence is hidden in the age of Kali. Thou art therefore known as Triyuga, or one, whose manifestations are confirmed to the three yugas. O Lord of Vaikuntha, evil tendencies corrupt my mind and make it outward going. It is harassed by intense lust, by alternating feelings of joy and sorrow, by fear and the morbid craving for progeny, wealth, and fame. As a consequence, my mind is not able to feel delight into accounts of thy deeds and excellences. Afflicted as I am with this shortcoming, how am I to persist in my quest of thee? O Achyuta, my sense of taste, ever insatiate, drags me in one direction while lust draws me in another. So also hunger, hearing, and smell drive me in certain directions, while the fickle sense of sight and the vigorous organs of actions drive me in still others. I am torn to pieces by their conflicting claims as a husband by his several wives. Unfortunately, there is none among these senses to drive me towards thee. See us, the large numbers of jivas fallen in the Vaitarini, the unformidable river of samsara, by the force of our past actions, and struggling in it amidst the fear of life and death, and the mutual competition of for worldly enjoyments. See them engulfed in animosity and enmity arising from the feeling of difference between oneself, one's friends, and one's enemies. O thou, the resident on the bank of yonder river, Vaitarini, taking pity, save a fool like me from this predicament.
Our Father and Teacher of all, for thee, who by mere will art effortlessly carrying on the creation, sustentation, and dissolution of this whole universe, what difficulty is there in lifting up thy creatures from samsara? Not only there is no difficulty, it is but proper too, for, O friend of the afflicted, thou art reputed to be very gracious to the ignorant. It is no good to say that this grace is confined to those of us who serve thy devotees and tread the path of devotion shown by them. There is virtue in grace only if it is bestowed on the least deserving. I do not mind, O Lord, even if I am consigned to the Vaitarani, the river of hell, as my mind is ever immersed in the ambrosial ocean of the recital of thy divine attributes and sportive deeds. I am sorrowing for the ignorant persons who eschew the path of devotion and for the sake of the petty and short-lived pleasures of the senses, shoulder the great burdens of worldly life. O Lord, sages generally concern themselves only with their own salvation. They strive for it in solitude, without any thought for the salvation of others. But I do not desire salvation for myself alone, abandoning all other creatures to their miserable condition. I find no shelter other than thee, for these creatures fought in the travails of samsara. So if thou art pleased to save me from samsara, I am willing to accept it only on condition that all my fellow sufferers too are saved. The pleasures of sex life and other fulfillments available in household life are very petty. As relief sought by scratching and itching hand only adds a new form of suffering to the old one, these satisfactions only go to enhance the intensity of desire. Still, these pitiable victims of sexual desires are never found to get satiation in spite of many sufferings arising from it. A wise man here and there may overcome sexuality, as a man sometimes escapes from the temptation of the itch to scratch oneself, but that is achieved only through thy grace. O Lord, for those who have no mastery of the senses, all the reputed means of spiritual attainment, like silence, vows, scholarship, austerity, study of the Vedas, discharge of duty, teaching, living in solitude, repetition of mantras, and practice of concentration, get reduced to a mere shadow for earning a living. It is doubtful whether such hypocrites succeed even in this. The Vedas reveal thee under two conceptions, like the seed and the tree. The causal condition in which thou art the source of the manifold, and the effect condition in which thou art the indweller of the manifold. In no way canst thou, the formless, be comprehended. As one fire stick is rubbed with another to bring out the fire latent in the sticks, those who seek thee practice communion with thee in these causal and effect conditions through devotion and concentration. There is no other way. Thou art the fire, air, earth, sky, water, subtle elements, tanmatras, vital energy, senses, mind, chitta, ankara, and all the deities. All that is gross and subtle art thou. Nothing that thought can think or words describe is outside thee. O praiseworthy Lord, none included in Prakriti and its evidence, like intellect, mind, and others, nor devas, nor men are able to know thee, because they are limited by a beginning and an end. Knowing this, the wise ones give up all self-centered efforts for knowing thee, like study of the Vedas and the philosophies, and practice pure resignation to attain thy grace. O worshipful one, without the practice of the six-limbed devotional discipline, consisting of various forms of adoration of thee, like salutation, praise, dedication of all action, service, hearing, and remembrance of thy excellences and sportive manifestations. Without the practice of these, how can that constant and deep-rooted love of thee, the goal of the Paramahansas, sprout in the mind of man? Mere study of philosophy, works, or concentration cannot generate the wholehearted devotion one means for spiritual illumination. Narada said, the Lord, who transcends the gunas of Prakriti, whose excellences were thus extolled by the great devotee Prahlada, lying prostrate at his feet, was now assuaged of his wrath, and being highly propitiated, said to Prahlada as follows. The Lord said, O Prahlada, virtuous boy, may all that is good and auspicious befall you. O the best of asuras, I am highly pleased with you. Ask for whatever boons you want. I grant all that a devotee wants. I can never be seen by one who has not propitiated me. One who has attained my vision shall have never afterwards any occasion to feel sorry that his wants have not been fulfilled. Therefore, all virtuous men who have insight and who aspire for higher evolution seek to please me, who am the bestower of all that one aspires for. Though thus tempted with rare boons that can overpower anyone else in the world, however advanced, that noblest one among the Asura did not go and after any of them, as he was a person of unswerving devotion, seeking nothing but the Lord. Nashamodhyaya, sequel to the story of Prahlada. Narada said, that boy who knew that all these boons were obstacles in the practice of pure devotion to the Lord, said to him smiling. Prahlada said, deign not to tempt me with all these boons, as, being an asura, I am naturally prone to sense enjoyments. It is due to fear of getting involved in the pursuit of desires that I have abandoned them, because an aspirant for release and come to take it is due to fear of getting involved in the pursuit of desires that I have abandoned them, become an aspirant for release, and come to take refuge in thee. O Lord, thou must have offered to me these temptations of desirable enjoyments, which form the seed of samsara and the knot of the heart, in order to show to the world the characteristic of a real devotee. O teacher of the worlds, otherwise this attempt to tempt thy devotee away from the right path is not compatible with thy nature as the most merciful Lord. One who seeks favors and boons from thee is not a true servant, a true devotee. He is only a trader masquerading as a devotee. One who serves another with the idea of getting favors for himself is not a true servant. So also, he also bestows some favors on a servant with the idea of getting some service out of him. He is not a true master. I am a devotee of thine without any ulterior motive, and thou art a master requiring the service of none to secure any objective. We both have no independent purpose to gain by coming together, unlike in the case of a king and his servants. O Lord, O the greatest of boon givers, if thou art very particular about giving a boon, fulfilling any desire of mine, deign to grant the boon that no desire or any boon shall rise in my mind. The growth of desire in the mind causes the destruction of all the noble faculties of man, the strength of his senses, of his mind, of his vital energy, and of his body. With the sprouting of desires in the mind, man loses his sense of righteousness, determination, understanding, good fortune, modesty, prowess, memory, and adherence to truth. O lotus-eyed one, when a man abandons all the desires of the heart then alone he becomes fit for liberation. Salutations to the worshipful Hari in this wonderful form of the man life. Salutations to the Supreme Being, the possessor of all divine majesties, the indweller in everything, the high soul, and the Brahman Supreme. Narasimha said, wholehearted devotees like you do not long for any enjoyments here in this world or in the hereafter. Yet, I bless you that for one Manvantara, you be the head of the Asuras and enjoy the status and powers pertaining to that position. Practice the hearing of the delightful accounts of my sportive deeds. Install me in your mind, me, the one Lord of all, the indweller in all beings, and the bestower of the fruits of all yajna, and worship me by dedicating all actions to me. Karma thus loses its binding power, as a fried grain loses its possibility of germinating. Work off your merits by enjoying their fruits. Neutralize sin by doing good deeds, and let the passage of time consume your body. With your fame for holiness spreading even up to the celestial regions, and all bondages and attachments broken, you will attain me. Whoever recites this hymn of yours, remembering me and you, that virtuous man will in the end attain freedom from the bondage of karma. Prahlada said, from thee, granter of boons, I seek but one favor. My father, without knowing thee as the Lord of all, and looking upon thee mistakenly as the killer of his brother, entertained antagonism towards thee, who art the father and the teacher of the whole universe, and persecuted me, who am thy devotee. By thy grace, may my father be purified from these gross sins that cannot be expiated in any other way. No doubt, when thou dost cast thy glance on him, even then he was purified. Yet, as thou art gracious to the humble and the lowly, I am making this request out of my anxiety.
The Lord said, O pure and sinless one, your father, with 21 generations of his ancestors, has been purified because of your birth in that land. Wherever my devotees, peaceful, even-sided, holy and pure in conduct, stay, those families and those places get sanctified, even if they are degraded and barbarous as the land of the Kikatas and its inhabitants. Those who do not persecute any being in any way, who have lost interest in everything in the world because of the absorption of their minds in me, and who thus follow in your footsteps, they are my great devotees, and they sanctify all the places they visit. You shall be the standard set for my devotees to follow. Through your father's cremation and other post-mortem rites, according to custom, though really speaking, he has been purified by my contact. A holy son like you is an assurance that he will attain higher regions. Ascend to the throne of your father, and with your mind resigned to me, perform your duties as advised by wise and pious men who knows the Vedas. Narada said, O king, Prahlada performed all the funeral rites of his father as directed by the Lord, and he was an anointed king by learned and pious priests. Brahma, now seeing from the gracious look of the Lord in the man-lion form that his wrath had been appeased, approached him with a body of celestials reciting hymns in his glorification and said, Brahma said, O Lord, thou master and origin of all, thou whose existence precedes everything, it is the good fortune of all that this Asura, who was a mass of iniquity and a cause of misery to the world at large, has been destroyed by thee. Obtaining boons from me, this Asura became indestructible by anyone among my creations. Becoming inordinately proud and insolent because of the power he gained by austerity and concentration, he destroyed all the Vedic institutions for the maintenance of dharma. Fortunate it is that his son, who is very good and pious by nature, has been saved by thee from death, and he is now by thy side free from all fears. O worshipful Lord, this form of thine, as the man-lion would save a man who meditates on it with concentration from all difficulties, even from death that threatens to kill him. Narasimha said, O lotus-born one, it behoves you not to give this kind of boons to asuras, for granting them to those who are basically cruel by nature is like feeding a snake with the immortal drink. It will only add to the world's woes. Narada said, saying so, Shri Hari, all-powerful and ordinarily imperceivable by any, disappeared from the vision of all after receiving the worship of Brahma. Afterwards, Prahlada made prostrations to all the devas, Brahma, Bhava, the Prajapatis, and the celestials, who were all parts of Mahavishnu. Next, Brahma, along with the rishis, like Shukra, proclaimed Prahlada to be the king of the Danavas and Daityas. They then pronounced blessings on Prahlada, who in turn worshipped them all. All of them then repaired to their respective abodes. Thus it was that the two attendants of Mahavishnu became Daityas on account of the curse of Sanaka and other sages. Hari, who manifested in their hearts in a form appropriate to their attitude of confrontation, appeared before them and killed them. Later, as the result of the same curse, they became the Rakshasas known as Kumbhakarna and the 10-headed Ravana, and they were killed by Rama. Fallen in the field of battle with their hearts pierced by the arrows of Rama, they died thinking of the Lord as in the previous birth. They were again born as Shishupala and Dantavaktra, and you have seen how, through contemplation on the Lord as their enemy, they have attained to him. Just as the worm imprisoned by the wasp and contemplating on it is transformed into a wasp through dread, so did many kings inimical to Krishna overcome their previous sins by concentration on him through fear and enmity. Just as devotees attain to the state of seeing the Lord in everything through supreme and undivided bhakti, in the same way, Shishupala and other enemy kings, the thought of Krishna with one pointed concentration, which hatred generation in them, and thinking so, attained to oneness with Shri Hari. I have now answered your question how haters of the Lord and Shishupala would gain oneness with Hari. I have also finished narrating to you the sacred story of the worshipful Lord, the lover of Holy One, in his incarnation for the destruction of these primeval demons. In the story of Prahlada has been told all relevant matters connected with the salvation of men as conceived by the path of devotion of the Bhagavatans. Bhakti, Jnana, Virakti, this passion, the unique power and glory of the Lord, the excellences and activities of Him who is the creator, preserver, and the destroyer of the universe, and the change that time brings about in the fortunes of asuras and devas. Whosoever hears and recites this holy account of Mahavishnu's glory with faith and devotion, he becomes liberated from all the bondages of karma. Man reaches the state beyond all fears if he hears this account of the Lord's sportive deeds as the man lion, his destruction of Hiranyakashipu and his asura forces, and also the holy story of Prahlada, his son, and the prince among devotees. You, the sons of Pandus, are the most fortunate among men, for the Supreme Brahman is himself residing here with you under the guise of a human being. And sages, whose footsteps purify the places they tread, and flocking here and from all sides in order to meet him. He, Krishna, is that very Brahman sought after by the greatest of sages, the bliss of liberation, intuited in a unitive understanding. But wonder of wonders, he stays with you, playing several parts with you as dear friend, well-wisher, uncle's son, worshipful teacher, servant, and your very son. Even Brahma, Shiva, and others have not been able to determine by their intellect or describe by words the real form of him. Krishna. May he be propitious to us through our observance of silence and other vows, the control of the senses and cultivation of bhakti. O King, it was the worshipful Lord Vishnu who restored and re-established the reputation of Lord Rudra, which was gravely affected by the nefarious practices of Maya, the asura of great magical power. Raja Yudhishthira said, in what ways did Maya cause damage to the reputation of Rudra, and how did Krishna restore it once again? Narada said, when the Asuras were once defeated by the Devas, whose power had been enhanced by Mahavishnu, they took shelter with Maya, the master of all magical arts. The master craftsman that he was, Maya built for them 3 large flying fortresses of gold, silver, and iron, which could move about invisibly and had unique kinds of equipment inconceivable by anyone. O king, the Asura leaders, keeping their old antagonism in mind, moved about all over the world unseen, destroying everything that they came across. Thereupon, the 3 worlds with their leader approached Sri Rudra and prayed, omnipotent and worshipful one, the Tripuras, the masters of the 3 flying fortresses, have almost destroyed us. They, dependents, deign to protect us. The worshipful Lord, Rudra, gave them assurances of safety, and then took his bow and arrow and shot at the vehicle of the Tripura. Then, from that arrow, countless arrows, burning and brilliant like the sun's rays, went up into the sky and hit the fortresses of the air by their brilliance. Struck by these arrows of divine powers, all the asuras occupying them fell down dead. But Maya took them all and revived them by putting them into the pond of Amrita. Coming into contact with that ambrosia, fortified with mantras, all the dead asuras became alive with bodies strong as iron and rose up like flashes of lightning from the clouds. Seeing Rudra despondent because of the failure of his plan, Mahavishnu adopted a stratagem to help him. Mahavishnu took up the form of a cow, and Brahma became its calf. One noon, they went to the pond of ambrosia at the residence of the Asuras and drank up all its contents. These Asuras, though they saw it all, did not do anything to prevent it, as they fell under the spell cast of Mahavishnu. Coming to know all this, the great magician Maya addressed the protectors of that pond of ambrosia. Himself free from sorrow because of his acceptance of divine birth at the back of all happenings, he told those sorrow-stricken asuras, neither devas nor asuras nor men can alter the fate involving suffering and enjoyments which the divine will decree. Afterwards, Mahavishnu himself brought into existence by his power all the weapons and other equipment required by Shiva to fight. By his divine excellences, he, like righteousness, knowledge, renunciation, lordliness, austerity, learning, creative will, etc., he brought into existence a chariot, charioteer, flagstaff, vehicles, bow, armor, arrows, and all other equipment. Rudra, now ready for fight, ascended the chariot, bow and arrow in hand. O king, during the auspicious time, at mid-noon, known as the Abhijit, Rudra shot his arrow and burnt up the three moving citadels of the Tripura. Kettle drums began to sound in the heavens. The large number of celestials who arrived in aerial vehicles cried, hail, and showered flowers and sang in great joy. Hosts of heavenly nymphs, having thus destroyed the three moving fortresses, that destroyer of citadels returned to his abode amidst and the hymns of praise sung by Brahma and others.
The whole world is purified by the hymns and narratives composed by the rishis, extolling the sportive actions of the Lord in his incarnations as man, assuming his own yoga maya. I've been narrating all these till now. What should I speak about next? Terika Nacho Yaya, Skanda 7, chapter 11. Varnas and Dharmas. Sri Shuka said, Yudhishthira was delighted to hear the story of Prahlada, the prince among devotees and a peak among great men. Story that had received respectful recognition in the assemblies of holy men. He then put more questions to Narada. Yudhishthira said, O worshipful one, I wish to know about the eternal religion of man, together with the practice of the way of life, according to the laws of Varna and Ashrama, by means of which man attains knowledge and devotion. You are the son of Brahma, and among his sons, the one noted for austerity, practice of concentration, and perfection in spiritual communion. The saving truth is known only to holy personages like you, who are devoted to Narayana and who are endowed with universal benevolence and perfect tranquility of mind. Narada said, saluting the Supreme Being, the birthless one and the teacher of the worlds, shall expound to you the eternal religion of man, entirely from the Lord Narayana himself, incarnating himself by a part of his as the Nara Narayana, the son of Dharma Prajapati by his wife Murti. He is to this day staying at Badrika Ashrama, performing austerities for the good of the world. The worshipful Hari, the supreme embodiment of all divinities, is the source of dharma. Also, what has been given out by men of spiritual illumination established in the supreme truth is considered as godly. By the practice of this dharma, man attains peace. Practice of the following 30 virtues and disciplines is the common dharma of mankind, which brings on man the grace of the Supreme Divine. These are truth, compassion, austerity, purity, forbearance, discrimination, control of the mind, control of the senses, avoidance of infliction of pain on others, continence, charity, scriptural study, integrity, contentment, service of holy men, gradual withdrawal from works and rituals with selfish motives, preparedness to meet failures of plans and face disappointment, avoidance of too much speech, self-criticism, giving food to other living beings according to as they deserve, seeing the Lord in all beings, special perception of divinity in man, the practice of the highest way of life, resorted to by devoted men consisting in hearing, hymning, remembrance, worship, salutation, dedication of all actions, friendship, complete self-surrender, all done with reverence. Ija, or the twice born, is a person for whom all the 16 purificatory rites have been done without a break from the time of conception, who is designated by that name in the Veda. On the twice born who are pure by birth and work, is enjoined the duty of performing yajnas, studying the Veda, giving gifts, as also the duties pertaining to the ashramas that they belong to for the time being. The Brahmana has 6 duties: study of the Veda, teaching, performing sacrifices, officiating at sacrifices, giving charity, and receiving gifts from those whose earnings are righteous. Of these, teaching, officiating, and sacrifices, receiving gifts are the means of livelihood. The duties of the Kshatriya include all these, except receiving gifts. His chief duty, however, is the governance of the country and protection of the people. The charge of this work, he can collect taxes from all except the hungry. That will form his livelihood. In times of danger, he can also adopt teaching and officiating as priest as a means of livelihood. The Vaishya's profession is agriculture and trade, and he is to live in obedience to the Brahmana. The duty of the Shudra is service under the twice born. His livelihood is to consist of just income he gets from his master by such service. Brahmana's livelihood is to be got from the following 4 occupations: the succeeding ones being superior to the preceding. These are agriculture, cow-keeping, etc., unsought income. Material sought is arms, collection of grains and foodstuffs, fallen in the fields and bazaars. Normal times, a man of the lower order should not take up the work of a man of the high order. The Kshatriya is an exception, as he can take the duty of any other except for receiving gifts. Times of danger, anyone can take up any means of livelihood. In times of danger, one can earn one's livelihood by Rita, or Amrita, by Mrita, or Pramrita, or by Satya Rita, but never by Swavriti or the canine means of livelihood. Rita is feed made by collections of forced grains from the fields called Acheswa. Amrita is what is got towards outside. Brita consists of what is obtained every day as alms. Pramrita is proceeds of every kind. Satyanrita is the income from trade. Canine livelihood, Swavriti, is the service of being person in a wonderful, formidable way. A Brahmana and a Kshatriya should avoid such a questionable way of livelihood. For the Brahmana, he is the repository of the whole Veda and the Kshatriya of all divinity. The traits of a Brahmana are restraint of the mind and senses, austerity, contentment, patience, absence of crookedness, knowledge, kindness, devotion to God, and truth. Kshatriya is characterized by heroism, valor, fortitude, impressiveness, spirit of sacrifice, self-control, patience, devotion to holy men, optimistic attitude, and readiness to offer protection to the weak, devotion to devas, teachers, and achyuta, effort for fulfillment of duty and securing of wealth and pleasure, faith in God and the Veda, perseverance under all circumstances, and professional skill. These are the characteristics of a Vaishya. Shudra's traits are humility, purity, straightforwardness, service of his master, the fivefold sacrifice without the utterance of the mantras, but accompanied by prostrations only, avoidance of death and misappropriation, truth and care of commandants and cows. Devoted and pious wife, Pativrata, has the following duties: service of the husband, doing everything in obedience to him, care of the husband's close relatives, observance of the vows that the husband observes. Devoted wife should decorate herself well, clean and plaster the house, burnish utensils, put floral and powder designs in front of the house, and thus make life pleasing to the husband. She should please her husband with things of his liking, by modesty, self-control, truth, agreeable speech, and by love as occasion demands. Contented, free from greed, vigilant, well established in the principle of dharma, pure and loving, given to true and pleasing speech, and never careless. He should cooperate with the husband in all matters, except when he descends to sacrilegious and evil ways. Wife, who looks upon and adores her husband as Hari, in the attitude of Shri, will in the Lord's realm attain to the bliss of Shri, in the company of her husband, who is Sri Hari himself. Livelihood allowed for mixed castes outside the four varnas and those living beyond the pale of civilization is determined by the practices of their families and tribes. This category includes all communities except those who are given to antisocial ways of life, like robbery and commission of heinous sins. O king, rishis who know the Veda well have declared that in all yugas, for welfare in this life and in the hereafter, the pursuit of swadharma, determined by the proportion of the qualities of sattva, rajas, and tamas in you, is the best call for men. One who follows the duties dictated by one's natural disposition, swabhava, will be freed from the bondage of those actions and will gradually reach the state of freedom from guna when jnana and bhakti are generated in him. In this respect, man is like a field repeatedly plowed and cultivated until it reaches a stage of absolute infertility, when it becomes unfit for the growth of any crop. Seeds sown there perish. In this way, the mind, which is the seat of desire, can gain this passion through excessive enjoyments. Such enjoyment does not enhance desire, unlike drops of ghee enhancing a fire. If in members born in a certain varna, the qualities pertaining to another varna are seen, they, the former, are to be classed as belonging to the latter varna. Atha Dwadashodhyaya, Skanda 7, chapter 12. Duties of brahmacharis and vanaprasthas. Narada said, a brahmachari should stay in the Guru's campus. He should practice control over the senses, remain obedient to the Guru, be humble before him like a servant, and be loving towards him. Both morning and evening he should attend on the Guru, repeating the Gayatri with a concentrated mind. He should, during the three sandhyas of sunrise, moon, and sunset, adore the teachers, fire, sun, and important divinities. During the morning and evening sandhya rites, he must observe silence and repeat and meditate on the Gayatri. When the Guru calls him for study, he should learn from him the Veda. At the beginning and end of the study, he should make full prostration before the Guru. He should hold dharma grass in hand, besides staff and water vessel, and put on the girdle, deerskin garment, metal blocks, and sacred thread, and laid down in scripture. In the morning and evening, he can collect food as alms, which will offer what is done God to the Guru. If ordered by the Guru, he can eat what he likes of that food. On days when the Guru withholds permission, he will have to fast.
He must be of good conduct, moderate in eating, skillful, full of faith, and endued with control of the senses. Only under compelling circumstances will he speak or have dealings with women or men under the domination of women. Excepting the householder, the members of the other states of life, ashramas, who observe continence, should avoid songs and poems, dealing with the affairs of females. For the senses which can cause agitation to the mind can carry away the mind even a self-controlled ascetic. He should not allow the Guru's wife or any young woman to do intimate services to him, like dressing the head, massaging the body, bathing, anointing, etc. For women is like fire, and man resembles a pot of ghee. Just as there is danger of ignition when they come too close, there is danger if men and women come too close. So one should not meet even a daughter in solitude. Even in other situations, their context must be few, and that only when absolutely necessary. Although a man may be clever and learned, so long as his mind conceives this reflection, the body as his self, the distinction between the sexes would remain, and the threat of spiritual fall is a reality before him. Good conduct and other virtues and disciplines of mind with reference to brahmacharya apply to the householders and sannyasins too, with the following difference in regards to the householders. He need serve the teacher only occasionally, and he may live with his wife at regulated times. Those who observe the vow of celibacy should avoid oil bath, massage of the body, company of women, drawing or observing the figures of women, taking meat and intoxicants, applying unguents or collyrium, and putting on garlands and other decorations. Living thus in the Guru's household, the brahmacharya has to study and reflect on the meaning of the Vedas and its auxiliaries, and the Upanishads, according to his capacity and competence. Then he has to give the parting gifts to the Guru, if he has the means, and take to the life of a householder or of a vanaprastha, forest-dwelling recluse or anchorite, or if he is endowed with perfect renunciation of a sannyasi. He can also continue to stay as a lifelong brahmachari at the Guru's house. Though the Lord transcends everything, it cannot be spoken of as contained in anything, he should still be looked upon as having entered into and indwelling the fire, the teacher, oneself, and all beings. One who lives like this, whether he is a brahmacharya, a vanaprastha, anchorite, or a sannyasi, becomes enlightened and attains Brahman. I am now going to tell you the duties of the life of a vanaprastha, as ordained by great sages. Following these duties of the vanaprastha, one easily attains to Maharloka. The vanaprastha should not subsist on cereals produced by cultivation. He should not also pluck and eat before they become ripe the fruits of plants and trees that have grown uncultivated. He should not eat things burnt in fire or raw in the natural condition. He can eat fruits ripened in the heat of the sun. He should perform the daily yajnas with charu, parutasha, made of naturally grown cereals of the forest. And as he gets new fruits, the old ones gathered should be thrown away. Physically withdrawing the inclemencies due to wind, fire, rain, sun, etc., he should maintain a hermitage in a mountain cave with the sole purpose of preserving the sacred fire. He should have matted hair, beard, and nails uncut, and physical appearance unattended to. He should carry with him a water pot, skin, staff, bark, garment, and accessories of fire worship. He should live in the forest for 12 or 8 or 4 or 2 or 1 year in a way that would not impair the strength of his mind. When, due to old age or disease, he becomes incapable of performing the rites that form his ordained duty, or of pursuing the discipline of knowledge, he should fast unto death. He should prepare himself for that in the following way. He should withdraw the 3 fires beginning with Vaniya into his inner self, abandoning his feeling of identification with the body, and dissolve this psychophysical combination called the body into the causal substance of which it is formed, the gross elements into tanmatras, the senses into rajasika ahankara, and the mind into sattvika ahankara. A wise man should dissolve the space contained in bodily orifices like ears and nose in akasha, the breath in the air, the digestive power in fire, the food substances like blood, phlegm, and urine in water, and the rest of the bodily substances in earth. Everything is thus restored to its own source. The organ of speech and its function should be dissolved in its deity Agni, hand and its functions in Indra, leg and its functions of movement in Vishnu, and generative organ and its function in Prajapati. The anus and its function should be dissolved in the deity Mrityu, death. Ears and the functions sound in the deity Diti, and skin and its function touch in the deity Vayu. O king, the eye with its function, perceptions of forms, is to be dissolved in the deity Agni. The sense of taste, together with its deity Varuna, should be dissolved in water, having the property of taste. The sense of smell with its deity of Ashwini Devas should be dissolved in the element earth. The mind with its function of imagination and doubt should be dissolved in the deity moon. The buddhi, intellect, with the determinative faculty in Brahma. The ahankara with eye sense in Rudra, the ahankara with eye sense in Rudra. The chitta, mind stuff with consciousness in Kshetrajna, jiva or individual soul. And then Kshetrajna, released from the entanglements of the gunas in the Supreme Being. Earth, Prithvi, must be dissolved in Apa, water. Apa, in Tejas, fire. Tejas, in Vayu, air. Vayu, in Akasha, sky. Akasha, in Ahankara, eye sense. Ahankara, in Mahatattva, the cosmic eye. And Mahatattva, in Pradana, root matter. And Pradana, in the Supreme Being. The residue is only the self, which is pure consciousness. Knowing him to be the immortal and the non-dual, let there be cessation of enquiry, like that of the flame of the fire that has burned its fuel. Atha Trayodashodhyaya, the ascetic's way of life. Narada said, if he has become physically disabled by old age and disease, and is incapable of following the sannyasin's way of life, the vanaprastha may starve himself to death, meditating as mentioned above. But if he is physically and mentally fit for a sannyasin's life, he should, after resolving everything in the Atman, wander forth over the world without any special destination. He should carry the body alone with him, stop in no village for more than a day, and depend on no one for anything. If he is particular about wearing anything, he can have a kopina, codpiece covering the private parts and nothing more. Except in times of danger, he should not resume anything that he has abandoned on becoming a sannyasin. He can only have the sannyasin's emblems of a staff in a water pot made of shell. He should move about alone, absorbed in the Atman, depending on nothing external, friendly to all beings, and completely resigned to the Lord Narayana, the support of all beings. He should view this world as subsisting in the Supreme Spirit, who is nonetheless uninvolved in the cause and effect relationship, and unaffected by any change or transformation. In everything that is bound by cause and effect relationship, one should see the self inseparable from the Supreme Brahman as the indwelling principle. Between waking and sleep, there is a junction in which there is neither unconscious dullness of sleep nor the form-taking tendency of the mind. A close observer of this pure self-awareness will realize the true self as also the apparency of both bondage and freedom. He should not think of the death of this body, which is certain to come, whether one thinks of it or not. Nor should he think of the continuance of this life, which is by nature impermanent. Let him be indifferent to both. Let him think of time, which is the Supreme Being Himself, in the process of bringing out and swallowing everything. A sannyasin should not interest himself with the study of subjects that are not concerned with spiritual realization, nor should he take up any occupation merely for his livelihood. He should avoid sophistry and those who indulge in vain argumentation, which serves no other purpose than logic chopping. He should not take sides in controversy. He should not strive to attract disciples and followers. Study of many books is not for him. He should not go about giving discourses merely for gaining popularity, nor should he initiate new ventures like starting monasteries, etc. In the case of a great ascetic who has attained tranquility and equability through spiritual realization, adherence to the rules and insignia of an ashrama, state of life, ceases to be a means for attaining any great end. He may stick to them or abandon them. He may appear to others as one without any distinguishing insignia, but with his spiritual aura manifest. He will have wisdom, but look like a child or one intoxicated. He will be full of inspiration, but appear dumb. In clarification of the Paramahamsa ideal, there is the following old story in the form of a conversation between Prahlada and an ascetic, Dattatreya, who followed the mode of life of a Python. Prahlada, the beloved of the Lord, was once moving about in the land with some of his advisors in the valley of the Western Ghats in order to have first-hand knowledge of the affairs of the country, when he came across an ascetic on the banks of the Kauri, lying on the ground with his body covered with dust that hid his natural aura. None could recognize who he was from his actions, appearance, or words, nor did he bear the insignia of any varna or ashrama. The great devotee Prahlada prostrated himself before him, touched his feet with his head, offered him worship, and entered into conversation with him, inspired by his eagerness to know the truth. He said, "You, sir, have a fat body, like a man given to work and enjoyments, though you are neither of these. Only those who work will have money. Only men with money in hand can have enjoyments, and only those who enjoy the blessings of life have a fat body. You, who simply lie in a place without doing anything, cannot have any money, which alone can bring enjoyments for men. How is it that your body, without any object of enjoyments, has become so fat? It is not improper. We want to know the truth about it. You are learned, clever, and endowed with astonishing power of speech. You see all the world working hard, and yet you keep quiet, lying low in spite of your many capacities."
Narada said, thus questioned by the king of the Asuras, the great sage who was very much pleased by his nectarine words, replied with a smile. The Avadhuta said, O great Asura, you know all about this by your spiritual insight. You are one who has the recognition of all good men. You know what are the respective consequences of following the path of desire and the path of renunciation. For in your heart, Narayana, the Lord of all-inclusive self-consciousness, dwells forever, drawn by unswerving devotion and dispelling the darkness of ignorance like the sun. O honored one, still I shall answer your question for what I have learned from my teacher, for you are respected by all who care for their spiritual evolution. Desire, which remains unsatiated in spite of repeated experiences of highly exciting pleasures, entangled me in transmigratory cycles and took me to innumerable embodiments. after being driven to several embodiments in diverse species of beings by my karma, I have at last got this human body, which can once again be the gateway to heavenly regions or to liberation, to the status of a brute or to a human embodiment, according as it is made use of. Observing how outwardness in this world perform work for attainment of happiness and avoidance of unhappiness, but happen to get only contrary results, I have withdrawn from all work. Joy is the nature of the Atma. Abstinence from every work is what makes that nature manifest. As enjoyments are largely projections of the mind, it's quite temporary. I rest quietly, undergoing the effects of my pradapta and making no new efforts of any kind. Though the bliss of the Atma is present in man, he is forgetful of it, and he wanders in search of it through the various travails of transmigratory existence. He is like a man running foolishly after the illusory water, seen at a distance in the mirage, not recognizing the real water in the lake by his side, under the cover of the grass growing from it. People without any faith in God or in the spiritual destiny of man, who are ignorant of the fact that their present body and mind are the result of their past karma, engage themselves in actions calculated to bring about happiness and ward of unhappiness. But their repeated efforts in this respect would be of little avail, succeeding or failing according to what past karma would allow. Of what avail will be the wealth and the objects of enjoyment gained by great effort? For man who is naturally subject to the three types of sufferings caused by his own body and mind, adhyatmika, by external natural forces, adibhotika, and by extra-human agencies, adithaivika. I find how wealthy men, who are miserly and slaves of their senses, are ever subject to suffering. Out of fear they get no sleep, and suspicion of others becomes second nature with them. Men who want to preserve their life and their wealth are both subject to fear from a variety of sources, from the ruling power, robbers, enemies, one's own relatives, birds and animals, suppliants, time, and even from oneself, through exhaustion of wealth and one's energies by enjoyment. A wise man should therefore abandon love of sense enjoyments and the desire for wealth, both of which are productive of grief, infatuation, fear, anger, attachment, helplessness, and exhaustion. In this world, I have two teachers, the honeybee and the python. It is from them that I learned the lesson of renunciation and content. The honeybee taught me renunciation. Just as the honey gathered by the bee through hard labor is taken away by others who do not hesitate even to kill it, so the hard-earned wealth of a rich man is robbed by others, killing him if need be. Like the python, I make no effort for food, but am satisfied with what chance brings. If nothing comes for many days, I lie all the time like the python without food, but with my strength undiminished. I eat whatever I get, sometimes a small quantity and sometimes large, sometimes well cooked, sometimes ill cooked, sometimes with condiments and sometimes without them. Sometimes I eat food that is given with reverence and sometimes food given without it. Sometimes I take food only at night, sometimes only during the day, sometimes at night too, as chance will bring me. I, who am exhausting my prarabdha, wear with satisfaction whatever I get, be it a silk skin, torn cloth, or bark. If the kindness of others makes it available, I may lie on a soft bed on the top floor of a house, or otherwise I may sleep in any place, like an edged beast, stones, leaving glass, or bare ground. O great one, sometimes I may move about accompanied by chariots, elephants, and horses, very well dressed in silk and well decorated with unguents and garlands. Sometimes I may be going about naked, like a ghost. I never praise or criticize people who vary so widely in their nature. Irrespective of their nature, I only pray that they may all gain devotion to me and the knowledge of their unity with me. Diversity of perception should be dissolved in a mental mode that grasps you. These modes must be dissolved in manas, inner perceptual mechanism or antakarana, which causes the distortion of perception through its modes. The mind should be dissolved in its cause, the sattva aspect of ahankara, I sense, and that I sense in Mahat Tattva, enjoyed all inclusive self-awareness. The Mahat Tattva should be dissolved in Maya, the power of the Lord. The truth-seeking sage should dissolve Maya in the universal self, the supreme being. Then, without any desire or expression of will, he should retreat into the Atman, which is pure consciousness. Different from all codes of conduct recognized in worldly behavior, secret unknown is this, the way of my life. I communicated this to you only because you are wholeheartedly devoted to the Lord. Narada said, having thus heard the dharma of the Paramahansa from this sage, Prahlada opened in words of the joyful heart, took his leave, and went forth. Atha Chaturda Atha Chaturdashodhyaya, Skanda 7, chapter 14. The ideal of a household. Yudhishthira said, O divine sage, how can a person like me, engrossed as I am with the affairs of household life, attain to this state of beatitude easily? Narada said, a householder should perform all the duties pertaining to his state as an offering to Vasudeva and attend on spiritually illumined personages. After attending to his duties in this world, he should spend the rest of his time in the company of men who have attained peace and engage himself in hearing the excellences of divine incarnations with full faith in the teachings. Just as one abandons all thoughts and objects seen in dreams, one should gradually learn to detach oneself from body, wife, children, etc., all of which are bound to slip away in course of time. Though satisfied with what is required for the bare maintenance of physical life, and though endowed with renunciation, a learned householder should make all manly efforts, externally like one attached to the world. One should give assent to the advice and suggestions of parents, sons, brothers, friends, and grandchildren, without any personal attachment toward the matters concerned. One should consider all the wealth one gets to be the gifts of future, be it grains produced by cultivation with the help of rains that come from the sky, or be it got as a treasure trove from the earth, or be it what chance brings. Enjoying wealth with this attitude of mind, he should discharge all his duties. When body being is entitled to possess what is required as food to fill his stomach. One who claims more than that is a thief and deserves punishment. Deers, camels, asses, monkeys, rats, serpents, birds, flies, etc., must be looked upon as one's own children. What difference is there between these creatures and one's own issue? A householder should not make undue effort to secure the three worldly values of Dharma, Artha, and Kama. Honoring the regulations of time and place, one should be satisfied with what one's previous karma brings. All the objects of enjoyment one possesses should be divided among dogs, vagabonds, and outcasts. One should not have a sense of possession, even with regard to one's own wedded wife, who is generally guarded very jealously by men. For the sake of woman, it is found that man does not hesitate to put an end to the life of his father or teacher, or even himself. If one is able to overcome the sense of possession in regard to her, woman, one would have conquered even the invincible Lord himself. Oh, how worthless is this body, which is reducible to dirt and ashes, or into food for worms. How absurd is the idea of a wife for giving enjoyment to this worthless thing of a body. And by the side of these, how overpowering is the grandeur of the Atman, which can cover up by its brilliance even the all-pervading sky. A pious householder should do this fivefold yajna with substances easily collected, subsist on the remnant of the yajna. He should give up the sense of possessiveness regarding all other things. Wise men of the time will thus be treading towards the goal of those who have taken to a life of renunciation. Panchamahayajna consists in worshipping with righteously but materials the Supreme Being manifest as the five objects of worship: devas, rishis, men, pitris, and brute creation. One has competency, skill, and the necessary ingredients. One can perform the Agnihotra sacrifice according to the rules laid down for sacrifice. The Lord, who is the recipient of yajna, is never so satisfied with offerings made in fire as with the food offered to him through the mouth of holy men. So the Supreme Being, who indwells everything, should be worshipped through all beings, from devas and holy men down to all men, according to their status and duty.
Shraddha and auspicious rites. If a person is wealthy enough, he should perform Shraddha, the dead parents and their relatives, in the dark fortnight called Mahalaya, in the month of Bhadra. He should perform their Shraddha also at the time of the summer and winter solstice, and the vernal and the autumnal equinoxes, during the astronomical divisions of time called Vyatipata, the day when the lunar day begins and ends without the sunrise, or between two sunrises, during the lunar and solar eclipses, the 12th lunar day, as well as during the period in the constellations known by the name of Shravana, Dhanashista, and Saprabhisha are ascendant. On the third lunar day of the right half of Vaishaka, as well as on the ninth lunar day of the right half of Kartika, on the fourth Ashtakas, during the season known as Hemanta or Sisira, on the seventh lunar day of Magha, on the full moon day of Magha, when the constellation called Magha is in the ascendant. When the constellations associated with the other lunar months also appear on the full moon day, or even when the moon rises one digit less than the full, on any 12th lunar day, when the constellations of Anuradha, Shravana, and any of the three constellations associated with the name of Uttara are ascendant, or when the 11th lunar day is conjoined with any of these constellations, and lastly, on any day when a constellation under which one was born, or the constellation of Shravana is ascending. All these days are auspicious times, conducive to good fortune, and therefore suited not only for Shradras, but also for all good works, which makes one's life fruitful. Holy acts, like ritual ablutions, repetition of mantra, sacrifice in fire, observance of vows, worship of devas and holy men, making gifts in the name of ancestors, men, devas, etc. All such holy and altruistic acts become infinitely fruitful when done at such times. O king, during the purificatory rite for the wife called Samana, the birthrights for the son, sacraments for oneself, funeral rites, the rites on the anniversary of the death, at all such times, holy works conducive to welfare should be done. Now I shall tell you what are the places that omit the result of good acts done by those places. The best of such places is where one gets a holy man who has been the object of the Lord's grace. Wherever the image of the Supreme Being, in whom all the worlds reside, is installed and worshipped, and where holy men who practice austerity, knowledge, benevolence, and other virtues reside, these places also are holy, where the worship of Hari is carried on, and where rivers like Ganga, especially sung about in the Puranas, flow. They are all holy places. The localities where sacred lakes like Pushkara and holy pilgrimage spots like Kurukshetra, Kaya Prayaga, Ulasharama, etc., situated, and where great devotees had stayed in the past. They are all holy places. Nimsharyana, Palaguna, Shrimad Ketu, Pravasa, Kusalat Padlani, Varanasi, Mathura, Lake Pampa, Pindurasas, Patriashirama, banks of Alakanda, Chitrakuta, Panchavati, etc. When Rama and Sita stay, great mountains like Mahindra and Malaya, all these are very sacred places, and so are the others where Sri Hari's images are permanently installed and worshipped. Spiritual aspirants should visit such places, often for spiritual practices and good acts done there are a thousandfold effective. O king, those who have thought deeply on the question of who constitutes the best recipient have come to the conclusion that the only one fit to receive worship is the Supreme Bhagavan, of whom this whole world is a gross manifestation. For in your Rajasuya sacrifice, where devas, rishis, siddhas, and sages like Sanaka were present, it was Sri Krishna alone that was selected as the fit recipient to be adored as the greatest personage present at the sacrifice. This all-inclusive cosmic shell is like a tree of which all the worlds of living beings constitute the spreading branches, the shoot up. In the root of that tree, his worship results in satisfying all beings included in the universe. After creating men, animals, and all other creatures, he, the all-pervading one, resides in all bodies as the indwelling self, and as the Jiva, as he lives in the city of this body. He is called Purusha. His manifestation in some bodies is greater, and in some others less. Therefore, men he is the fit recipient, and among men he in whom the Spirit is more manifest, he is a better recipient than others. O King, but men become mutually disrespectful and antagonistic due to the perception of each other's defects, and therefore incapable of seeing the Lord within. Hence, in the Treta Yuga, great sages brought into being the system of worshipping him in holy images. So some serve Hari by worshipping him with utmost faith and attention in holy images. But it is of no benefit to one who persecutes and oppresses one's fellow being. O King, among men, a holy man is considered the best recipient, for he takes care of the Veda, the body of Hari, through his austerity, knowledge, and equanimity. O King, Krishna, the soul of the universe, reckons such holy men who purify the whole world at the touch of their feet is the deity of himself to worship. Imagine therefore their greatness. Atha Panchadashodhyaya. Skanda 7, chapter 15. Liberation as the ideal of all ashrams. Narada said, some dvijas are devoted to ritualistic works, some to the practice of austerity, some to chanting of the Veda, some to discoursing on learned topics, and a few to the disciplines of jnana and yoga. Those who hope for high results should offer the different food offerings prepared for the pitris and the devas to one who is established in knowledge. If such a one is not available, it can be given to lesser persons according to their qualification. Feeding of two in the rites connected with the devas and the three in the rites of the pitris may be done, or in both, a holy one may be fed. Especially in Ashraddha, too much elaboration of feeding should be avoided, however rich a person might be. For in the midst of making elaborate arrangements for feasting a large number of invited relatives, it will be impossible to ensure proper attention to all the other aspects of the rite, like place, time, worthiness of the guests, careful performance, materials, vessels, ingredients of worship, etc., all of which are immediate and essential requirements of the rite. The fruits and roots offered to Sri Hari at the proper time and place are given to a fit recipient, that will be really effective in fulfilling one's prayers and giving lasting results. When food is separately offered to devas, rishis, pitris, relatives, and brute creations, as also to oneself and one's relatives, they should all be viewed as manifestations of the divine. A man who knows the real intention of the sacred law should not offer or eat meat at Shraddha. The offering of roots and fruits, free from taint or violence, is more pleasing to the pitris than the slaughter of animals. For those who aspire for spiritual advancement, there is no rule more important than the avoidance of all injury to living beings by thought, word, or action. So these wise ones who know the true import of yajna and are free from desires, reduce ritualistic sacrifice into the practice of knowledge, consisting of enlightenment or self-control. On seeing a person who practices external sacrificial rituals, all living creatures run away frightened, remarking, "This man, who is without any spiritual enlightenment, who wants only to satisfy his pleasures and his senses, and who is devoid of even an atom of pity is sure to kill me. Therefore, the righteous man should be satisfied with a food of cities consisting of cereals, fruits, and roots. Got without much effort, and with these, he should do his duty and occasional rites. A knower of Dharma should abandon as adharma the following 5 aspects of adharma, which may look like dharma. These are known as vidharma, paradharma, abhasa, upama, and chana. Vidharma is that by performing one's own dharma can be adversely affected in spite of the world appearing good. Dharma means the dharma meant for another. Upadharma is the way of unbelievers or of people who make a mere show of observing dharma. Chalala means interpreting scriptural passages regarding conduct in whatever way one likes. The works which men do disregarding what is prescribed for their ashrama or station in life is called bhasa or perversion. Work that is in accordance with one's nature only is conducive to peace. Neither for the discharge of his religious duties nor for his livelihood need a desireless man of poor means struggle. For, in the case of a desireless man, his giving up all work and actively will itself procure him food, as in the case of a piper. How can a man running hither and thither for the acquisition of money out of his desire for objects of enjoyment have the bliss of that one who is ever enraptured in the soul, actionless and ever satisfied? Just as the feet protected by a pair of shoes can walk fearlessly over stones and thorns, so also a man who is at peace within finds happiness in all places.
If a person is happy with him, he would surely be happy even with some liquid food to imbibe one. But those who are not happy with him run about like dogs on account of their abominable desire to satisfy their sex instinct and gluttony. In the case of one who has no feeling of happiness and contentment within, all higher qualities like impressiveness, learning, austerity, reputation, etc., will ebb away through his sensuous indulgences. Whatever higher understanding he perishes. Hunger and thirst are appeased with food and drink. Anger abates when the victim has been suppressed or killed. Greed does not subside even if one conquers all the portals and enjoys the whole. Many scholars, noted for their learning and capacity to clear doubts of others, who can preside even over learned assemblies, become degenerate because of the lack of contentment in the inner joy. Sexuality has to be conquered by abandoning desire to enjoy, anger by abandoning desire, greed by reflecting on the risks in being wealthy, and fear by meditation on supreme truth. Grief and infatuation are to be overcome by discrimination between the Atman and the Anatman, the self and the non-self, pride in one's greatness by association with one's, obstacles to concentration by practice of silence, proneness to violence by controlling attachment to body and possessions, painful experiences from other living creatures are to be overcome by kindness towards them. Those arising from past karma by practicing equanimity, those from body by pranayama, and those from sleep by consumption of sattvika food. Rajas and tamas are to be conquered by sattva, and sattva by proper discrimination. An aspirant will succeed in all this easily if he has true devotion to the Guru, faith in the Guru. Now, if a disciple thinks of his Guru as a mere name, instead of as a manifestation of the Lord himself, bringing the light of wisdom, the spiritual study, and the knowledge he has gained, will have all failed in their purpose as a path given to another. If it is said that the Guru is looked upon only as a man by all his friends and acquaintances, and so it will be irrational to look upon him as divine, the answer is, look, here is Krishna, who in reality is the master of Prakriti and the Jiva, the Supreme Lord whose feet are sought even by masters of yoga. Even he is considered by most people as a man. His divinity is not recognized by ordinary people. Hence, the humanity of the Guru is no argument against his being recognized as the light of the Lord, illuminating control of mind. All the Vedic injunctions regarding rights and charities have the control of the senses as the ultimate purpose. But if these practices, while helping the control of the senses, happen to obstruct the practice of concentration and samadhi, they are to be considered merely as purposeless hardship. Just as agriculture, trade do not help one to attain to the goal of spiritual communion, but become obstructing factors, so can the charitable works and sacrificial offerings of a man be, if he is an ascetic, an extrovert, devoid of any higher idea about life. A man who is intent on the control of the mind, if he finds obstruction in home life, should become non-attached, give up the idea of possession, become a mendicant, and live alone in solitude, subsisting on the spare meal obtained as alms. O king, taking a seat on clean and level ground, he should sit there with his body, neck and head erect, and repeat the mantra Om until the mind is free from desires. He should sit with eyes half closed, as if looking on the nose, and regulate prana and apana by pranayama, consisting of puraka, kumbhaka, and rechaka. Whenever the mind runs away under the stress of desires, a discriminating person should draw it towards the heart again and again, and concentrate it there. The mind of an aspirant who practices like this without break will soon subside in calm, as the fire that has consumed the fuel. The mind that is not agitated by sexuality and other passions, and has been calmed by the cessation of all modes, and is enjoying the bliss of God, will never again become outward going. Self-control, ideal of ashrams. A person who has once left the state of a householder, which is the field for the acquisition of dharma, artha, and kama, to become a sannyasi, but again goes after those threefold worldly values, is a shameless man, an eater of his own wealth. There are certainly people who at first declare that this body, which is perishable and will be reduced to feces, worms, ashes, etc., can never be the Atma. But afterwards, under the influence of evil tendencies, again, make their dependents and disciples praise this very body. A householder's abandonment of the prescribed rights and duty, a brahmachari's violation of his vow of celibacy, a vanaprasta's fondness to live in towns and villages, a sannyasin's addiction to sensuous indulgence. Such conduct marks them as mere pretenders, and as the meanest followers of their respective ashrams. Victims of the Lord's Maya, they are to be pitied in the world. When a person has come to understand that the Atma is one with the existence, knowledge, bliss, why should that knowing one, who must have already swept away all his tendencies for sensuous indulgences from the mind, Again, get engrossed in such indulgences and threaten to follow. The body is compared to a chair, the senses to horses, mind to the controlling balance, the sense objects to the roads to be traversed, the intellect to the charioteer, and the chitta to the mind star, which is the repository of all affections, to the big binding whole. The knowing ones speak of the 10 pranas as the absolute, dharma and adharma as the wheels, the jiva bound by the eye sense as the master of the chariot, the prana, the symbol om as his birth, purified jiva as the hero, and Brahma as the dharma. Attachment, anger, greed, grief, infatuation, fear, conceit, pride, feeling of insult, jealousy, incoherence, violence, rivalry, passionate involvement, heedlessness, hunger, sleep. These are all manifestations of rajas and tamas, and are enemies of a spiritual aspirant. Sometimes, for advanced aspirants, even sattva, which is usually helpful in spiritual development, can become an obstruction, as kindness became in the case of Jadbara. Ultimately, all the 3 gunas have to be transcended. When the chariot of the human body has been mastered by the complete subdual of the senses, then the sword of knowledge, sharpened by the service of great men, should be taken with instinct, and all the enemies mentioned above should be killed with strength derived from motion. Having thus attained one's pristine state, the bliss of the Atma, one should abandon this chariot of the body. If one does not follow the path described, the horses of senses, which always gallop forward, directed by the charioteer of his will land the heedless men in the midst of the robbers of sense. These robbers will haul the master of the chariot, the jiva, along with the horses and the chariot, into the dilapidated well of samsara, which is characterized by this dense darkness of ignorance and the constant fear of death. Praviti, Niviti, and Jnana. The works described in the Vedas are 2 kinds, those that relate to Praviti and those that lead to Niviti. By following the path of Praviti, one gets repeated births, whereas by Niviti, one overcomes rebirth and attains to immortality. All sacrifices involving slaughter of animals or requiring an abundance of materials such as Agnihotra, Davsa, Purnamasa, Chaturmasya, Pasuyaga, Somayaga, Vaisvadeva rites, offering of body. All these forms of sacrifice are called Ishta. Building of temples or public gardens, wells, tanks, etc., arranging for distribution of water. All such charitable works stand for Puja. If all these are done with the desire for their fruits and are consequently contributed to mental discipline, they all fall within Pravdi or X leading to rebirth. If done without the desire of something to the Supreme Being, they take the character of nihility or liberation. The following is the Pitriyana or the path of the fathers. The post-mortem states that await one who is involved in praviti or works with desire. The subtle effects of the sacrificial offerings generating an ethereal body ascend through the deities associated with smoke, night, dark water, southern solstice, etc., to the sphere of the lunar heaven. The dissolution of the heavenly body due to grief and the descent through rain to vegetation, food, and sin, ending with birth in the world. These, O King, constitute the Pritriyana, the path of the fathers, passing through stage after stage. As described above, one is reborn. It is only a Dvija, or a twice born one, who has undergone all the purificatory rites from conception to cremation and has performed the Vedic rite described earlier, that becomes eligible to tread this path of the path. But one who is devoted to nirvana, that is liberation, sacrifices in the senses, rendered blazing by knowledge, all their functions consisting in ishta and puja, as oblations by the process of meditation. The senses should be dissolved in the mind, characterized by imaginative and doubting functions. The mind and all its mode in speech, and the speech in the collectivity of articulate sounds that is in Omkara. Omkara in Bindu, Bindu in Nada, Nada in the indwelling spirit, and the indwelling spirit in the supreme spirit. The aspirant to nirvana, liberation, passes through the deities representing fire, sun, day, Purna, the bright fortnight, as well as its end, the full moon, northern solstice, and reaches Brahma Loka. Then he becomes identified with Vishnu, Tejasa, and Prajna, and dissolves the bodies associated with these states, namely the gross body, the subtle body, and the causal body, and becomes established in the transcendental body, the Kriya. He is then one with the all-pervading art. Great men call this Devayana, the path of the divine. He who meditates on the Atman increase becomes established in their consciousness as the spirit, and is not reborn again and again, unlike one engrossed in karma. One who has a true understanding of these two paths, Pitriyana and the Devayana, with the help of the Vedic teaching, will not get infatuated even when he is in the body. Knowledge of non-duality, that which was before the origin of the body and remains as it was, unsublated as at its dissolution, which manifests both as the enjoyer and the enjoyed, the high and the low, knowledge and the object of knowledge, word and its significance, life and darkness. All these are the knowing one himself. Where there is nothing as the other, different from the self, there is no question of infatuation or fear. The reflection of an object is actually observed as existing, though in the eye of logic it is not there where it is seen. In the same way, the objects experienced are not existences independent in themselves, as it is contrary to fact. They are the expression of the world's supreme being, appearing to be independent existences, so long as the jiva does not realize his oneness with the Supreme.
In the being of the Lord, there is not a shadow even of earth and other material elements, neither as a collection of parts, nor as development, nor as transformation. They are not in separation from him, nor in union with him in a way that affects his entity. They form a nitya, an experience without ultimacy. Even primordial elements, which are wholes formed by collections of the subtle ingredients called tanmantras, do not really exist apart from these ingredients. The whole is only something imagined to explain the combination of parts. Now, if the whole is imaginary and unreal, the parts that are supposed to form them also must be unreal. Even though there is no difference in the Atma, the sense of recognition based on difference will persist so long as there is ajnana. Then the question will arise whether the scriptural prohibitions and injunctions based on the sense of difference will not be unreal and not binding. The answer is that they are binding only so long as there is the spell of ignorance. It is just like sleeping and waking experience in the course of a dream. After the basic dream breaks, they have no relevance. Such is the case with the Vedic injunctions and prohibitions. By the practice of Bhava Advaita, Priya Advaita, and Rav Advaita, in regard to the Atma, the aspirant can overcome the three dreams: the state of waking, the dream proper, and sleep, or the difference of objects of rights according to competency and claim to the fruits of actions. Duality is only imaginary and not real in itself. The reality or the effect lies in its cause. As for cotton fabrics in cotton, the causal substance is real, and the fabrics are one with it. To recognize in that way the unity of all existence in the one supreme cause is Bhava Advaita. The Kriya Advaita is the offering of all one's actions by body, speech, and mind in the Supreme Brahman. The recognition that the need for wealth and other means of physical life is the same for oneself and one's close kin and kin on the one hand, and for strangers on the other, is Drav Advaita. Salvation through surrender. O king, except in times of danger, a pious householder should perform his duties sacred and circular with unprohibited wealth, got by means sanctioned by the scriptures at the proper place and time. A man living as a householder, performing his duties and other Vedic rites in the manner described above, can attain to the Supreme Being even while he is a householder, provided he has deep-rooted bhakti to the Lord. He, the Supreme Master, by whose grace you, the king, and your brothers were saved from insuperable difficulties. He, by the service of whose feet you were able to conquer the whole world and perform the Ashwamedha sacrifice without obstructions. By surrendering yourself to him, may you attain liberation. Narada's past. In the past Kalpa, I was Gandharva, named Upa Varhana, held in high esteem by the Gandharvas, endowed with a charming form, sweet speech, and fragrant odor. I was very dear to women and lived a life of drunkenness and pleasure seeking. Once in a sacrificial festival of the Devas, the Prajapatis summoned all the Gandharvas and Apsaras to sing about the sportive activities of the Lord. Though aware of this, I went there surrounded by women and singing love songs. The Prajapatis, noting my insolent conduct, cursed me by their power of tapas, saying, "May you, who insulted all of us, become immediately a low-born, one deprived of all your power and beauty." After that, I was born as the son of a maid servant. In that birth, as I had association with and served holy men established in thought of Brahma, I became in the latter Kalpa the mind-born son of Brahma. Devotion to Krishna. I have now described to you the sin-redeeming duties of the state of a household, by which you will reach the same supreme goal as the sannyasis. Indeed, you are the most fortunate people in the world, because holy sages, whose thread is said to sanctify places, are flocking to your house, knowing that the Supreme Being Krishna is staying at your house, hiding his identity under a human form. Lo, this Krishna, who is for you, your dear friend, well-wisher, uncle's son, Atman, worshipful one, servant, and teacher, is verily the Supreme Brahman, who is sought after by great men and who is the immediate experience of transcendent bliss. He whose form could not be described by Siva and Brahma, and whose worship is done through devotion, silence, and tranquility, May he be propitious to us. Sri Shuka said, Yudhishthira, the great leader of the Bharatas, was delighted to hear these words of the divine Rishi Narada. Overcome with devotion, he adored both Krishna and the Rishi. Receiving Yudhishthira's worship, Narada took leave of both the king and the Lord. And Yudhishthira was wonderstruck to learn that Krishna was none but the Supreme Lord. I have thus described to you separately many generations and families descended from the daughters of Daksha, in which have appeared all species of beings like the Devas, Asuras, and men.
इति सप्तमा स्कन्द समाप्त हरि ओम तत्सत् अष्टमा स्कन्द अथ प्रथमोऽध्यायः
The first four Manvantaras. Swayambhuva, the first man, Raja Parikshit, said, We have heard from you about the line of Swayambhuva, Manu in detail. We have also heard now in the course of Manvantara the various Prajapatis, like Marichi, multiplied the species of begetting sons and grandsons by the daughters of the Manus. Now tell us about the periods of the other Manus. O Great One, describe to us, intent on listening, all those periods of Manus in which had occurred many incarnations of the Almighty Sri Hari, which have been glorified by sages. Describe what Sri Hari, the originator of the whole universe, did in earlier Manvantras, is doing in the current one, and will do in the Manvantras to come. Sri Sukha said, in this Kalpa, 6 Manvantras beginning with that of Swayambhuva are over. Among these, I have described to you the period of Swayambhuva, wherein took place the region of the Devas and other species of beings. In order to strengthen the cause of righteous life and of divine knowledge, the Lord incarnated himself in the 2 daughters of Manu, named Akuti and Devahuti, as Yajna and Kapila respectively. I have already described to you the doings of the Lord as Kapila. I shall now describe to you, O great king, what the worshipful Yajna did. Swayambhuva, the husband of Satarupa, growing adverse to all worldly enjoyments, retired to the forest with his wife, adopting the austere life of Vanaprashta. On the banks of the Sunanda, he performed severe austerities, standing on a single leg for 100 years, and chanted as follows. He, the supreme consciousness, by virtue of whom there is consciousness in this world, but whom the world does not and cannot make consciousness as. He is Swayam Prakasha, the universal self-luminous awareness, with the Lord for his object. He who is awake even when all the world is asleep, him the world does not know, but he knows the world. All things of this world of moving and unmoving objects are pervaded by the Lord. Everything in this world therefore belongs to him. So offering everything to him, enjoy what is left with you by him. Do not covet the wealth of others. Who else but he, the possessor of all the wealth of this world? He, the universal subject, who sees everything but whom none can see. He whose consciousness is ever unfading, even when the individual modes of consciousness arising in it subside. In him, the support of all. the unaffected being who is described as the bird of beautiful plumage in the Veda, we seek shelter. He for whom there is no beginning, middle, or end, neither anything to be reckoned as one's own, nor as alien, neither is inside nor is outside, but who none the less is the source from which the universe has derived all these features, and who stands forth as the universe. That Paramatma is the truth, the all-inclusive being. He, the Lord of all, is the inner pervader having the whole universe as his body, the possessor of infinite names, the truth, the self-revealing consciousness, the being without birth or death but ever existing. By his inherent power of Maya, he originates, protects, and dissolves countless world systems. But at the same time, by his power of knowledge, he transcends Maya and remains unchanged and unaffected. So the rishis, for attaining to that bliss of worklessness, at first do work as an offering to Ishvara. Through such dedicated action, man gradually attains to the transcendence of work. Through the Supreme Lord, though the Supreme Lord is working always, he is not bound by it, because he is ever satisfied with his inherent bliss. He has no want to be satisfied through work. Those who follow the example of the Lord will also not fall into bondage. I take refuge in the Lord, who performs works according to the purpose and nature of his incarnations, who is all-knowing, who has no particularized ego sense, who is self-satisfied and free from all desires, who has mastery all over, who is not under the command of more property of any other agency, who is the teacher and pathfinder for all, and who is the source of all dharma.
Sri Shuka said, while he was in this way uttering the sacred mantras with a concentrated mind, hungry asuras and rakshasas saw him, came running to eat him up. Seeing them so resolved, we all parading Hari, embodied as Yajna and accompanied by his sons, the celestials known as Yama, destroyed those demonical beings, protected the heavens. The second Manu was Swarochisha, the son of Agni. The sons of that Manu were Yuman, Suhesha, Rochishman, and others. Rochana was the Indra then, Tushita and others were the Devas, Urjas Kamha and others who were knowers of Brahman constituted the Saptarshis, the Rishi Vedasilas and his wife Tushita. Of them the Lord incarnated as Vibhu, who remained a celibate all through life, got as followers 88,000 youths who followed the discipline of celibacy. The third Manu was Uttama, the son of Priyavrata. O king, Pavana, Srinjaya, Yajnavatma, and others were his 7 sons. Pramada and other sons of Vashishta were the Saptarishis, and Satyas, Vedas, Rutas, and Bhadras were the Devas of this period. The Indra was Satyajit. The worshipful Lord then incarnated as Satyasena, the son of Dharma, by his wife Purandrita, along with the Devas known as Satyamutas. As the friend of Satyajit, the Indra of that age, he destroyed a number of untruthful and wicked yakshas, rakshasas, and goblins. Tapasa, the brother of Uttama, was the fourth man. He had 10 sons, Yitu, Kyati, Nara, Ketu. The Devas in that Manvanta were the group known as Satyakar, Hari, and Viva, while Trishika was the Hindu. The Manvanta of Tapasa, the Saptarishis were Jyoti Dharma and others. O king, the famous sons of Viti, called White Vikas, were the Devas in that Manvanta. The Vedas, which were practically forgotten in the course of time, were recovered by their power on memory. In that Manvanta, the Lord incarnated himself as Hari, in Hari, the wife of Hari Vedas. By him, the Lord the elephant was released from the jaw of the crocodile. Rather, said, O son of Vyasa, I would like to know from you how Hari saved the Lord the elephant was in the grip of a crocodile. Among descriptions of men and things, those wherein the Lord of holy fame is extolled are the most attractive, sanctifying, rewarding, and auspicious. Putra said, O Holy One, Tuka, the son of Hadalayana, being prompted in this way by Parikshit to expound the glorious deeds of the Lord, said joyously and follow in that assembly of the Indian. Atha Video Yaya. Kanda 8, chapter 3. The lordly elephant has dangerous. Vishnuka said, O king, there was a famous mountain called Kuta, 10,000 yojanas in height, full of precious things and girded by an ocean of milk. 10,000 yojanas wide, which had 3 peaks of silver, steel, and gold, having in them such a profusion of metals that they illumined the ocean and the continent with their glitter. Stood as an ornament to all the continents, with its precious stones and metals, with its abundance of various types of trees and peoples, and with its waterfalls spreading the sound on all sides. Watched by the waves of the milk ocean, its base was rendered green by the multitude of emerald and other stones of greenish hue. There are many caves that were used for the sports by various species of beings like Siddha, Tarana, Chandravas, Vidyadharas, great serpents, Kinaras, Apsaras, and others. Echo of the music of the Kinaras coming from the caves there often provoked the proud lions to roar under the mistaken impression of the presence of other lions in the neighborhood. Was made attractive by its numerous valleys, full of wild animals of various species, and by woodlands abounding in trees that were the resort of numerous warbling birds. That region had many rivers and lakes of pellucid water, bordered by sand dunes were pearl like sand. The water in the atmosphere then were charged with the fragrance from the bodies of celestial damsels who had their ablutions in the lakes. In one of the valleys of that mountain was a garden belonging to the high-souled and worshipful Varuna named Rituma, which was a field of sport for celestial women. That garden was full of heavenly trees, having an abundance of flowers and fruits. The mountain around it abounded in trees like Mandhara, Parijata, Pasala, Ashoka, Champaka, Mango, Priyala, jackfruit, Amra, hot plum, oregano, coconut, date palm, Vita Puraka, Maduka, Sala, Palvia, Kamala, Rasala, Arjuna, Arishta, Udumbara, Plaksha, Vata, Himsuka, Chandana, Pichumanda, Govindhana, Salula, Devadaru, Draksha, Sugarcane, Amba, Jambu, Badani, Aksha, Abhaya, Amala, Bilwa, Tapita, Jambira, Halataka, and many others. In their midst was an extensive lake with golden lotuses. The lake in that region was beautified by the wealth of aquatic flowers like Kumuda, Utpala, Togandika, and Tatamatra. And the atmosphere was full with the buzzing of inebriated honeybees and the sweet sound of birds. The lake was also full of water birds like Hamsas, Karandaka, Chakrawaka, and Sarasa, while the crooning of Jalakuttas, Gloria, peace, Hatriyas could be heard everywhere. Taken by the movement of fish, turtle, and other aquatic creatures, the blooming notes of flowers shed the colony to the water of the lake, giving it an agreeable taste. Banks were lined with trees like the Damba, Vetasa, Nala, Slipa, and Vanjulaka. Its banks were thick with trees and creepers that bore flowers and fruits during all seasons. Trees and creepers like Kunda, Kurapata, Ashoka, Pirisha, Putaja, Ingula, Kubjaka, Swarna Yuti, Naga, Punnaka, Jati, Malika, Satapatra, and Madhuri. Once a lordly elephant, the leader of his herd, arrived on the banks of this lake with his cows, ranging through the forest, and in the course of it breaking into bits the branches of thorny trees and bushes of bamboos, there's also groves of creepers clustering over canes and other kinds of reeds. The very smell of him was sufficient to frighten and put to flight all kinds of wild beasts, lions, tuskers, tigers, rhinoceros, purples, white-faced and black-faced monkeys, ptarmigan, deer, and others, while other animals like wolves, wild boars, bisons, bears, and porcupines ran away in fear of him. There were smaller and less conspicuous creatures fearlessly moving about as he took no note of them. Scorched by the heat of the sun, that lordly elephant, surrounded by other bulls and cows, followed by calves, moved forward, taking the earth by its weight. He was pursued by swarms of black bees, inebriated by feeding on an each flowing from him, and he was himself in a mood of inebriation that was reflected in his rolling eyes. Drawn by the fragrance of the lotus pollen spreading through the air, the thirsty pachyderms with their leader approached the lake quickly. The lordly elephant submerged himself in water to get relief from the heat. Then with his trunk, he drank to his full the clear water of the lake. It was rendered fragrant with the pollen of the golden lotuses and lilies in it. Deluded by the Lord's Maya, he was unaware, like a pitiable and foolish family of the imminent danger lurking as he bathed and fed the cows and the cows in the water he drew in his trunk. O king, as providence would have it, he found all of a sudden that his foot was in the grip of an infuriated crocodile stronger than himself. Powerful elephant tried as best as he could to release himself from its hold. As the exhausted elephant too was thus being pulled away by that strong crocodile, the cow elephant stood around crying loudly in distress, while the males of the herd tried their best from behind to save him, but with no success. In that tug of war from within and from without the water, the elephant and the crocodile spent 1,000 years with unimpeded strength to the astonishment of the onlooking celestials. Submerged in water and pulled by the lake for such a long and protracted period, the lordly elephant became exhausted in body and weak in his mental resolution, while the contrary was the case with the crocodile, who was operating from his own watery home. Lord the elephant, who identified himself with his huge body, now found himself weak and shut off from all chance of escape from that unforeseen danger. As he thought deeply in that state of utter distress, there arose in him an awakening which made him resolve thus: these, the sorrowing friends of my species, are not able to release me. The cow elephants are still more helpless. Though I am in the grip of this crocodile, the stranglehold of destiny, I take shelter in him, the Lord and the refuge of even Raspan and others. He who gives shelter to all who seek refuge in him from the fear of the powerful serpent of death that is irresistibly encircling them. He for the fear of whom even death operates on all. In him I seek refuge. Iti Shrimad Bhagavatam Mahapurane Paramahansa Samhitayam Ashta Maskande Manvantara Novarnane Gajendro Pakshame Vidyo Jaya.
So that brings us to the end of the third year of recital. Do join us again tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, South African time. And we bring the day to a close with a dedication. Om Atmani Namah.
मधुरं वदनं मधुरं नयनं मधुरं हसितं मधुरं हृदयं मधुरं गमनं मधुरं मधुराधिपतेरखिलं मधुरं वचनं मधुरं चरितं मधुरं वसनं मधुरं वलितं मधुरं चलितं मधुरं भ्रमितं मधुरं मधुराधिपतेरखिलं मधुरम्